Good morning and welcome to the Canmore Local Assessment Review Board hearing. I would like to remind everyone that the ARB hearings are open to the public and this meeting will be recorded and streamed live. The video recording will be our record of the hearing. We are here today to review the complaint and subsequent evidence as filed for tax roll number 21741, municipal address 302 Riva Place. I will start by introducing the panel, and then I'll ask the parties to introduce themselves. After that, I will explain our standard hearing procedure and ask for comments in that regard. My name is Martin Buckley, and I am the presiding officer appointed to this panel. The other panel members with me today are Karen Mara, and on Zoom, Andrea Williams. Does anyone have objections to this panel as constituted? Respondent, no? Complainant, any concerns with the panel? No? Thank you very much. I'll now have the parties introduce themselves, starting with the complainant. Could you please state for the record your name, organization, and your role in the hearing? And please indicate whether you are the owner of the property under complaint.
Yes. My name is Victor Yu. We don't belong to any organization. My wife and I, can you hear me?
Sorry, Mr. We're going to have to get you to stand up the microphone so that it can be heard properly through Zoom.
That's good. Yes, my name is Victor Yu. My wife and I own a townhouse at 302 River Place. This particular townhouse
Mr.
is
Yu?
one of the...
This is just introductions right now. We just need to know. So thank you. That's all I need for. You'll have an opportunity. You certainly have an opportunity later on.
Yeah.
Thank you. The respondent?
Very eager to start.
Good morning, everybody. Lance Wayloggy with Benchmark Assessment Consultants, and I'll be the respondent for the town here today.
Thank you very much, sir. The Local Assessment Review Board standard practice is to first have the complainant present all of their evidence, followed by questions from the respondent, and then the panel. Next, the respondent presents their evidence, followed once again by questions from the complainant, and then the panel. And the complainant then has an opportunity for rebuttal. Finally, both parties will have an opportunity to present their final argument and summarize their evidence for the panel, with the complainant presenting first. If anyone needs a break or if a problem comes up, please let the panel know as soon as possible, and we can address those things as we go. I will also take this time to remind everyone, please turn off any mobile devices that you have with you. Are there any questions with the procedures today, or is everyone satisfied as they were laid out? Any concerns, Mr. Yu?
No.
No, thank you. Mr. Wayloggy? No. You're good? Thank you. Are there any other preliminary issues for the panel to address? Any concerns, issues? No? No. Mr. Yu, no issues? You're good? Okay, thank you. I see the parties have exchanged disclosure evidence before the hearing. To save time, I propose that we mark all the documents for records now. That won't stop anyone raising questions about the admissibility later. If any such questions arise, we can still deal with them and strike material from the record later if necessary. Is everyone comfortable with this procedure?
Yes.
Good. I'd like to ask the clerk if she could read through the material and label it accordingly.
Okay, so for the complainant, we have packaged together all the evidence provided. So you will see in the first package, the pages are labeled as follows. So complainant disclosure C1, that's the original complaint form, and that is 1 page. Complainant disclosure C2 is the evidence summary email, which is 2 pages. Complainant disclosure C3, that's an image, the front of unit 302, and that is 1 page. Complainant disclosure C4 is an image front of all 4 units, and that is 1 page. C5 is the image front of all 4 units from left to right, which is 1 page. C6, assessments by year, Riva Place, 2017 to 2022, and that is 6 pages. And then I have incorrectly labeled on your packages the rebuttal from the complainant. It is labeled on yours as C2, but that should actually be C7, so that it's in sequential order. So that rebuttal package will be C7, and that is the complainant's rebuttal. And then there's one disclosure package from the respondent, and that is the package R1. And that is, sorry, number of pages. Apologies, here we go. It is 55 pages for R1.
Okay. That's good. Thank you very much. Mr. Yu, we are ready to hear your evidence. If you're set to go ahead.
Hi. Yes. So we are the owner of a townhouse unit at 302 River Place. This is one of the four one of the four cookie cutter townhouse in my block. There are 4 units in the same block: 301, 302, 303, and 304, and they all has the same exterior feature and the same interior feature, which is 4-bedroom, 3.5 bath with a fireplace and a finished basement. I'd like to point out, if you go to my C-2, the first page there in my email, I list out the current assessment for 2022, which show that my assessment is currently at $816,000, which is about $72,000 higher than the other 3 units, which is my next door neighbor, right beside me. On the same page, it says evidence 1 to 6. What I try to show here is that this townhouse unit, all 4 of them, are built in 2016. And ever since the assessment started, day 1, from 2017, for the past 5 years, the assessment is exactly the same, all 4 of them. You can see that item 2 is that all 4, the assessed value is $523,400, and so on. There's no point for me to list them all out because they're all the same for the past 5 years. I gather that the assessment office, they use the same methodology. It's based on the fact that all 4 have the same exterior feature, interior feature. The layout is exactly the same. And I also attach in your package a picture of what they look like. C-3 is the front of my unit, 302. C-4 is show that from right to left, all 4 units, what it looks like. And C-5 from the other side, the other angle, from left to right, all 4 units. And then C-6, it just showed that where I obtained my assessment number come from. These are the official assessment for the past 5 years. Now, I understand that the onus is on me to prove that they are exactly the same. I'm not a professional realtor, so I don't have access to the any housing data, and I don't work for the assessment office. I don't have their data in the database, so I have to rely on my search on the internet. So what I did was I went to the internet, do a search about townhouses on River Place, and I just got a hit. Just happened that my next door neighbor, right next to me, Unit 303 River Place, was on sale a few years back, and the realtor still save the data of this listing, 303 River Place, on the internet, I was able to extract the data. Before I go through my proofs, I'd like to point out that in the respondent's package, R-1, page 13, under the title Analysis and Argument, and there's a table on the bottom half of the page. It says Analysis of Complainants Comparable. According to their evidence that they present, in this table, they said, my unit, 302 River Place, is different from the other three. It said the other three is only 2.5 bath, no basement finish, and no fireplace. And I'm going to present proof that that's inaccurate. And that's the basics of my appeal. So basically, I searched and I found that this realtor still keep all the data of 303, which is my next door neighbor, right next to me on their database. And if you go to my evidence, C-7, which is my rebuttal evidence, page 3, this is straight out of the realtor website, and it lists out all the detail of this townhouse 303, my next door neighbor. It got all the pictures. One of the smaller picture on top, it does show that this is a living room, and it does have a full fireplace. And on the right-hand side, under sweeping mountain, valley, and river view, it lists out that it has 4 bedroom, 3 full bath, and a half bath. Not as listed by the assessment office, by the respondent, that this one is 2.5 bath. Actually, it's 3.5. It has the total floor size and all the data. And if you go to C-7, page 4, in the paragraph description, about 4 lines down, it said, relax in the great room in front of the ribbon fireplace with featured tile wall. 4 lines down, under the price, $849,000. So it proves that it does have a fireplace. Same paragraph, further down, about the last 4 lines, it said, downstairs, your family will enjoy the cozy family room. That's the basement now they're talking about. Perfect for the movie night. And there's a 4th bedroom and a 3rd full bath in the basement are also on this floor. So that shows that Unit 303 has a fireplace, 3.5 bath, full finished basement with a full family room and a bedroom and a full bathroom, 4 pieces. That is in contrary what the respondent presented in that table. And if you look at my evidence, C-7, page 5, I extract this floor plan from the realtor website. Page 5 has a floor plan of the main floor. And on the top of the floor plan, it says right there, F/P, there's a fireplace. C-7, page 6, that's the basement. It clearly shows that a family room, a 4-piece full bath, and a bedroom. And next page 7, it just shows the main floor. They call it the second floor. It has 3 bedroom, a master bedroom and 2 bedroom, and 2 bathroom, 2 full bath. So basically, the whole unit for my next door neighbor is 4 bedroom, 3.5 bath with a fireplace and finished basement. That's in contrary with the evidence that the respondent present. Now, when I moved into my townhouse unit, I met my next door neighbor, all 3 of them, and they invite me to go into the unit, have a chat, and I saw them all, 301, 303, 304, and they all have a fireplace, 3.5 bath, and a full basement. In conclusion, what I just shown you guys is, for the past 5 years, the assessment value for all 4 units in the same block is the same, based on their methodology for the past 5 years. And there's no reason suddenly they just changed my assessment, which is about 73,000? Yeah, 72,000 higher than all 3 of them, which is based on inaccurate data, which I believe. And because of this inaccurate data that they based on, and I asked the assessment review board, the panel here, to reassess my unit using my proof, my evidence that I present. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wayloggy, if you have any questions of Mr. Yu, could you? No questions. No questions, thank you. Ms. Williams, any questions of Mr. Yu, the complainant?
No, I have no questions at all. Thank you.
Okay. No? I have one for you, Mr. Yu. I appreciate the listing of 303 Riva Place. Do you know when the place actually sold?
Which one?
303 Riva Place, the one that you were comparing yours to.
Yes, it's sold, yeah.
But when? Do you know when? I see it was listed
Approximately 2 or 3 years ago.
True. Okay, that's when it sold, because I know it was listed back then. That's what the
Yes, yeah.
evidence shows. It was listed in 2020.
I would
but
say between 2 or 3 years ago, yeah.
it was actually sold. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much, sir. It was a very
Okay,
good presentation. Mr. Wayloggy, I think we're ready for you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'd just like to reintroduce myself to everybody. Just take 5 minutes. My name again is Lance Wayloggy. I'm an accredited municipal assessor of Alberta. I'm part owner of Benchmark Assessment Consultants. And I've been preparing assessments in Alberta for nearly 2 decades. Some of the municipalities that I prepared assessments for are the town of Canmore, Lethbridge, Medicine Hat, Coaldale, Tabor, County of 40 Mile, various municipalities throughout Alberta. Just to give you a rough overview of my presentation, I tend to speak a little bit more openly and freely and off page a little bit, but I will direct the board to specific pages that I would like the board to consider within the decision. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so the issue here today is really comes down to equity. So here we have 4 residential condominium units. They're in a townhouse style, side to side. And ultimately we have one assessment of these units which is higher than the other units. Now, a little background on the assessments prepared previously. So all of these units were prepared based on the details that were collected at the date of construction. And previous years they've been prepared with no basement finish, no fireplace, no extra bathroom. So it's been prepared, or minimal basement finish. It's been prepared without that additional bathroom, without the fireplace, and without the full basement developed. So all 4 of these units had inaccurate data for the last several assessment cycles. The reason why the complainant's assessment had separated itself within this assessment cycle is because the property had sold. One of the day-to-day activities of an assessor is to verify information. So when a property sells, what we do is we try to verify the details of that property to the maximum extent possible. We were able to uncover that there was full basement finish, did have that additional bathroom downstairs, and there was a fireplace. So these details were updated for the subject property. However, we did not know the other 3 units also had full basement finish, the additional bathroom, and the fireplace. So had we known that before the preparation of the assessment, all of these units would have been assessed higher, and they would have been assessed for more. If I can turn your attention to my page 13. So we don't disagree with the complainant's assertion. All of these units, it has come to light that they all do have these features. For the assessor, when we do find errors in the details of properties within the tax year, we do have the option to amend the assessment. We can amend the assessment. We can send out a new assessment for these other 3 units, increasing their assessments from $744 to arguably the same as the complainants at $816,000. Given the timing of the year, timing in the tax year at which this information has come to light, we typically would prefer that this information be corrected for future years. So we're very confident that going forward, that these additional units or these neighboring units will not be under-assessed, and they will be assessed similar to the complainant. I want to draw the board's attention to page 13. It's the top chart there. Since we do know that the real issue here is, for the board, is to really answer the question is, well, do we keep the complainant's assessment at 816, or do we drop it down to 744 with the additional units? Now, if the board was to consider reducing the assessment down to 744, ultimately the board would be ignoring the fact that this property has basement finish, this property has the additional bathroom, this property has the fireplace. In our opinion, we don't think that's correct, and given what we know now and the intent of future assessments for the neighboring properties, in that we are going to be assessing these units for the basement finish, the extra bathroom, the fireplace, and they will be coming to the same value as the complainant. We would prefer that the board confirm the assessment at 816, and the basis of that request to the board is found on the chart on page 13. When we're talking about correctness and reasonableness with the market value of this property, i.e. what would be the market value of this property, the complainant purchased this property, transferred June 28, 2021, so this is 3 days before the valuation date. The complainant paid $885,000. So being assessed at $816,000, knowing that the neighboring units are under-assessed and will have to come up for future years, it's our opinion, after considering the subject sale, as well as the sales at 303, 307, and 308, selling 303 sold October of 2020. You had asked that, Mr. Chairman, earlier. We have here what we call the adjusted sale prices. So because we use 3 years of property sales to prepare our valuation models, and because the Canmore market is ever changing, a property that sells early on in that period, say 2019, has to be adjusted to the current market conditions of the valuation date. That's important because we've listed here, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board, the adjusted prices as of July 1st. And they range between $884,600 up to $925,400. So in our opinion, the market value of these properties would be consistent with that range. And as you can see with the subject assessment assessed at $816,000, we feel the assessment is more than reasonable. And again, we would ask the board to confirm the assessment here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yu, do you have any questions of the respondent?
Yes.
Okay, could you come to the microphone?
Sorry, we'll use the second microphone here so that you can be standing to ask your questions on this microphone. And I just wanted to stay in position. So you want me to come up here for your questions?
Yes. Lance, I understand that you look on one of the evidence that you present. If everyone go to the respondent package R-1, page 3, under the summary, item 1, it says assessment are prepared annually, independent of the previous year. That's fine. And also it says here the valuation is based on market value. Is that true?
Correct.
Yeah. Mr. Chair earlier asked whether the unit 302, which I present, was sold. It was sold about 2.5 years ago. The asking price at the time was $849,000, which is on page 4 of C-7. And it was sold at exactly that, $849,000. But if you look at the assessment for the past 5 years, even though that unit was sold 2.5 years ago, the assessment in all the past 5 years did not change. Now, Lens said that they didn't know that there's some discrepancy of the data, and also they said they always look at the sale, the market value. I'm just wondering, if my next door neighbor sold about 2.5 years ago, $849,000, how come the assessment stayed the same for the past 3 years or 5 years? Why it is me that I bought my unit at the current price? You say, ha, I got you. You bought it at a higher price, now we nail him. How come you didn't nail the other guy 2 years ago?
Yeah, so it could be several different factors. Whether the property, because we took over the contract here for the town of Canmore end of 19, early 2020. So it could have been that if we don't have the details, for example, so there are a lot of sales that we use that are sold privately, or if we didn't see the listing, like I don't know for sure if that particular property was listed but then sold privately. Ultimately, we did not get the updated details at that time. That's the most simple answer that I could provide you. But if we knew the details as we did with your particular property, and now that we know that these other 3 properties all have those same details, we just want the correct information. And timing is unfortunate, but as soon as we know the information, we correct it.
True. So if the property was sold 2.5 years ago, the assessment should reflect it in 2019, but you did not correct it in 2020, 2020, and 2021. They remain the same. So it seems to me that you guys don't know what you're doing. That's what I'm saying. Now, the assessment has to be fair and equitable, okay? If whatever market forces that affect my next door neighbor, it should affect me. Not this particular year that single me out, that I have to pay higher taxes based on higher assessment. So what I'm saying is, whatever you do this year has to be equal because all 4 units are the same. You cannot single me out to increase my assessment. Next year, do whatever you want. Again, I think it has to be fair and equitable.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like I said in my presentation, we have made sure for future years that these details are the same. And I'm very confident that in future years, the assessments of all these units will be the same.
Yeah. So again, this is a mess, like I say, and the only way I see that, which I'm asking the appeal board, is to roll back my assessment to be the same as the other 3, so that it's fair and equitable this year. And I don't care what you do next year. Next year, I don't mean to not care. It has to be fair and equitable again next year. That's it. That's all the question I have.
Thank you. No questions? I think I had a question as to when Benchmark became the assessors for the town of Canmore, but I think you answered that, 2019, 2020?
Yeah, we were late in 2019, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Ms. Williams, did you have any questions of the respondent?
No, I'm good, thank you.
And Ms. Mara, you said you were fine? Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Mr. Yu, you have an opportunity for rebuttal. If you care to present, we have your document and have gone through it, but if you feel the need to, and this also gives the respondent an opportunity to question you on it if need be.
No, I said everything I want to say, and the only thing I said is assessment had to be fair and equitable. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Hang on, Mr. Yu, a second. Mr. Wayloggy, did you have any questions on his rebuttal? No. No? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Yu. Summation of the argument, did you have anything further you wish to say, Mr. Yu, or you?
I said everything I need to
Okay,
say.
and thank you very much. Mr. Wayloggy, did you wish to summarize?
Yes, just very quickly, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much for considering our presentation and arguments here today. Again, very unfortunate situation. We as assessors, anytime that we find information that's inaccurate or incorrect and needs updating, we do correct it as soon as possible. And sometimes, due to timing, it's unfortunate that cases like this happen. But when we're talking about what's correct, what's reasonable in this situation, I believe it's more correct to confirm the assessment rather than reducing the assessment to the neighbors, knowing the fact that, yes, the basement finishes are all there, the bathroom is there, the fireplace is there. Given that the sales of these units, as we mentioned, the subject sold for $885,000, similar units are selling between $884 to $925 at that time. We feel $816,000 is a more correct assessment and is more reasonable with respect to market value. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Yu, you have the last word if you want it.
Well, like I said before, my next door neighbor sold a unit at 849. They did not correct it. They did not do anything. And now they sort of pick on me to nail me. It's their mistakes. They admit it, and they can fix it up next year. But what I'm asking is market value should be the same for all 4 units. So therefore, my argument is my assessment should be the same as the other 3 neighbors, because the market value, whatever market forces that affect my next door neighbor, my other 3 units should affect me too, and there's no reason that I should pay a higher taxes than the other 3. If they claim that they make a mistake, well, fix it up next year. As simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. So thanks to both the complainant and the respondent for their cooperation in the presentations. At this time, I would like to ask both parties if you feel you have been heard today and if you feel you've had a fair hearing. Mr. Yu?
No, I think it's really fair.
Okay. Mr. Wayloggy? Okay. Let the record show that both have indicated they felt they had a fair hearing. I will now declare this hearing closed. No further evidence or submissions may be received by the board. The Municipal Government Act requires a written decision within 30 days and then gives the clerk an additional 7 days to issue the decision. The board will make every effort to meet or beat those requirements, and the clerk will forward our decision to you at our earliest opportunity. Thank you very much. We're going to proceed to our next hearings shortly.
Thank you.
Okay, and we are back on live stream, and over to you, presiding officer.
Thank you. Good morning, and welcome to this Local Assessment Review Board hearing. I would like to remind everyone that the ARB hearings are open to the public, and this hearing will be recorded and streamed live. The video recording will be our record of the hearing. We are here today to review the complaint and subsequent evidence as filed for tax roll number 18249, municipal address 635 Silvertip Road. I will start by introducing the panel and then ask the parties to introduce themselves. After that, I will explain our standard hearing procedure and ask for any comments in that regard. My name is Martin Buckley, and I'm the presiding officer appointed to this panel. The other panel members with me today are Andrea Williams on Zoom and Karen Mara next to me. Are there any objections from anyone to the panel as constituted? The complainant, representative?
None from the complainant. I do hear a lot of playback on my end. I'm not sure if you're able to fix that at all, but
Feedback.
I hear your voice basically getting repeated when you're
Oh.
speaking. So
Okay.
Andrea, are you also getting feedback on your end?
No, I'm not.
Is that a volume issue on my end then?
it seems to be good now.
Okay. Maybe I'm just getting too close to the microphone.
No, sorry, it's still doing that.
Still doing that.
Here, can you try speaking again? I'm going to mute myself, and maybe it's my playback coming from my.
Okay, how does
microphone.
that sound? Talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
It's still doing that. It's just a little more delayed than before. I'm gonna try coming back into the meeting. Sorry, I hear myself talking again, so it's
Okay.
weird.
Yeah,
Just
no
give
problem.
me a minute.
Yeah, if you want to log out and come back in through the waiting room, and we'll admit you as soon as you're back online.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I was just, yeah, that happens, yeah. You can have the live stream running and,
Oh, I see.
Right.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that might do it.
that happens a lot, actually. Have the live stream running here, but they're here, and this will fix it up.
That makes sense, doesn't it? Because the feedback, that's what usually generates feedback, right? Yeah. Okay. I'll try talking again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, you nodded your head. Everything's good?
Yes, that's good. Yeah, we're
Okay.
good on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Picking up, I didn't hear any objections. Mr. Wayloggy, did you have any objections to the panel? No objections. Thank you, sir. I'll now have the parties introduce themselves, starting with the complainant's representative. Would you please state for the record your name, organization, and your role in the hearing? And please indicate if you are the owner of the property under complaint.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brett Robinson, and I will be representing Altus Group, acting for the complainant, and I am not the property owner.
So you're with Altus then?
Yes, correct, Altus Group.
Okay, thank you. For the respondent?
Good morning again, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Robinson. My name is Lance Wayloggy. I'm with Benchmark Assessment Consultants, and I'll be the respondent for the town today.
Thank you. The Local Assessment Review Board's standard practice is to have the complainant present all of their evidence first, followed by questions from the respondent and then the panel. Next, the respondent presents their evidence, followed once again by questions, first from the complainant and then the panel. The complainant will have an opportunity for rebuttal. Finally, both parties will have an opportunity to present their final argument and summarize their evidence for the panel, with the complainant presenting first. And if anyone needs a break or if a problem comes up, please let the panel know as soon as possible, and we will address those things as we go. I will also take this time to remind everyone to please turn off any mobile devices they might have with them. Are there any questions with the procedure today, or is everyone satisfied with the process as was laid out? Mr. Robinson?
Yes, the complainant is satisfied.
Mr. Wayloggy? Mr. Wayloggy's indicated he's satisfied. Are there any other preliminary issues for the panel to address? Mr. Robinson?
None from the complainant.
None?
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Wayloggy? Yes, I do have a preliminary issue. Oh, yeah, Mr. Wayloggy has an issue, so we'll come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, the two properties on Silvertip, so that is roll number 18249, 18250, you'll notice that they're very similar. The evidence packages from myself and the complainant are almost identical, I suspect. I would ask that maybe we hear these two properties together. At worst, maybe carry over all of the presentation, evidence, and argument to the next hearing to increase efficiency within the process.
Mr. Robinson, any comment on that?
No, the complainant would be in agreement with that as well, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, very good. I should probably go back then and indicate if we are doing them both together. For the record, the other Local Assessment Review Board hearing that is being referred to by Mr. Wayloggy and Mr. Robinson is tax roll number 18250. The municipal address is 631 Silvertip Road. The owner is Kathleen Bonchi. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Not sure? Okay. All right. So if we're hearing them both together, let's see. Where am I now? Give me a second, please. And Okay. I see that both parties have exchanged disclosure evidence before the hearing. To save time then, I propose that we mark all the documents for the record now. That won't stop anyone raising questions about admissibility later. If any such questions arise, we can still deal with them and strike material from the record later if necessary. Is everyone comfortable with this procedure? Mr. Robinson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Wayloggy? Mr. Wayloggy's indicated he's fine with that. So I will ask the clerk if she can go through both the separate packages and spell out the, record them, label them.
Okay, so with both hearings, or both tax rolls being heard at the same time, what I would suggest, because the packages are currently named C1, C2, and R1 for both, maybe if you just, when you're referencing it, if there's a specific package, if they're different or the page is different on each one, just referencing that tax roll first. So for example, so for 18249, the complainant package C1, we should have 147 pages. So you would reference, we could even just say the last 3 digits of the tax roll. So 249 C1, page 53, for example, is how we would reference it versus 250 C1. Does that make sense? Okay, so calling the evidence here then. So for the tax roll 18249, the complainant package is C1, and you should have 147 pages. There's the complainant rebuttal package, which is C2, and that is 54 pages. And there is the respondent disclosure package, R1, and that is 96 pages. So that is all for tax roll 18249. And then we'll take a look here at tax roll 18250.
Sorry, if I may just, the third document you referenced there, you said C1, C2, and what was the third one, the complaint?
There's the rebuttal package. So
Okay, and
in your packages, it might just, oh, sorry.
I have it, but I note that it indicates rebuttal, it's for both of them.
For both of them.
18249 and 18250, so just
Right,
be aware of
okay.
that.
So then
Thank you.
that will be C2 referenced for both then. So then for 18250, we've got the complainant package that is 150 pages. And that will be C1. And the rebuttal package is C2, so that's the same package for both tax rolls. And then the respondent package for 18250 will be R1, and that is 96 pages.
Sorry, could you repeat that last part again?
96 pages for the respondent package 18250.
Yes, thank you. And the rebuttal package, we're labeling C1 and C2 rebuttal? Is that correct? Because it covers both.
I suppose the rebuttal would just be referenced as C2, and you don't have to say the tax roll in advance because it's the same package for both.
For clarity, we have already 2 C2s, though, don't we? You have the complainants C1 and the respondents C2.
No,
for-
the respondent is R1.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My bad. Okay. Mr. Robinson, I think we're ready for hear your evidence. If you're prepared to go ahead, the floor is yours, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to kind of bounce around a little bit. So if you see my eyes wander, it's just because I'm looking at the other evidence package so I could present both. So as mentioned, these are for the Canmore residential parcels, 631 Silvertip Road, as well as 635 Silvertip Road. And the roll numbers are 18249 and 18250. And we'll just turn to page 9, which is the summary of testimony. As mentioned, this is the exact same summary of testimony. However, you will see on the top left, the requested assessment will be a little bit different. But other than that, everything else will be the same. So starting as issues of appeal, point A, the assessment is above market value with similar and competing properties. And then under summary of evidence, we'll skip to point number 3. Altus would take the board through Altus's residential table that will show that similar and competing properties in Canmore and in the neighborhood of the subject property does not support an assessed value of $968 per square foot. The subject should be reduced to the median of the comparable properties, which results in a rate of $633.59 per square feet. When looking at the main driver of the value of residential properties, year of construction, building square footage, and lot square footage, the subject assessment of $968 per square foot appears to be above market value. The comparable properties brought forward all bracket the subject property in these main drivers of value. And in addition, a map of comparable properties will be presented to show that the properties are in a similar vicinity compared to the subject properties. So turning to page 16 of C1. And so this is the current assessment. Actually, yeah, current assessment. As you can see, it's assessed, so it's a land and building under residential, and the assessed value is $2,825,000. And again, that's for the 635 Silvertip Road. And if we go to C1 of 18250, and we scroll to page 17, that is the current assessment for the other parcel, 631 Silvertip Road. And that's just showing the land and building residential assessment for $2,695,000. And you can see a further breakdown of the property and land on page 18 of C1, roll number 250 are the last 3 digits. And so with that, that brings us to the requested pages. So that can be found on, for C1, last 3 digits 249, page 17. And so as you can see for the requested on page 17, all things being equal, just changing the assessment to $633.58 per square foot brings us to the assessed value, or the requested assessed value of $1,849,400, compared to the original assessment of $2,825,000. And then if we go to C1, last 3 digits 250 on page 19 is the requested value. And again, all things being equal, just changing the assessment per square foot to the $633.58 brings us to the total assessed requested value of $1,883,000 compared to the original assessment of $2,695,000. Moving on to C1, last 3 digits 249, pages 20. And so these are just overhead pictures of the first subject property. And you'll see that back right onto the golf course on the second photo. And moving to page 21, you'll see the street view of this property. And then turning to page 22 and 23 are photos of the interior of the subject. As you can see, there are some nice finishings, but they tend to be pretty standard or generic, especially in that neighborhood. And then we'll switch over to the other evidence package. So C1, last three digits, 250. And that's on page 22 is where the overhead pictures start. And you'll see both do not completely abut the golf course. They would be considered, I guess, secondary parcels to that. And scrolling to page 23 and 24, these are just the outside views of the subject property. Again, both very similar. Got a little bit of stone and wood exterior. And then moving on to the interior pictures on page 25 and 26. Again, these are pretty standard finishings, maybe even less than standard for this neighborhood. And then moving on to page 20, I guess, 25 on C1, 249. Last three digits is 249, and that's page 25. And so this table is the same and map will be the same on both of these evidence packages. So I'll just go through it on the one, which is roll number 18249, page 25. As you see at the top table are our subject properties and what they're assessed for. So you got the roll 18249 and 18250, 635 Silvertip Road, 631 Silvertip Road, both constructed in 2012. Their lot square footage are similar. You got 13,174, and on the second property, 12,125 square feet. And the buildings, again, pretty similar, as you have 2,919 square feet for the first property and 2,972 for the second property. This gives us a total assessed value for the first property, 635 Silvertip Road, of $967.80. And then for the 631 Silvertip Road, gives us a total assessment of $906.80. So you can see that 6-7% difference in assessment per square foot. Just that these two buildings and finishings are a little bit different. The 631 is a little bit, I guess, inferior to the 635 Silvertip. Reason being for the lower assessment per square foot and the requested as well. Now getting to the comparable properties. So we have 4 comparable properties, all within the similar neighborhood of the subject properties. The first one being 816 Silvertip Heights, constructed in 2005, and the sale price was $2,300,000 in June 1st, 2021. And we have a lot size of 8,648 and a similar building size of 2,787 square feet, which brings us a total price per square foot of $825.26, which again is a lot lower than the lowest of the subjects at 906. Second, we have the second comparable property at 17877 is the roll, and the address is 500 Silvertip Point. Constructed a year after the subjects in 2013, sold in November 13th of 2020 for $2,250,000. The lot size is a bit bigger at 20,372, and the building a little bit bigger as well at 3,300 square feet. Brings us a total assessment or a price per square foot of $681.82. Third, we have the third comparable, roll number 15210. It's located at 13 Blue Grouse Ridge North and constructed in 2002. Sale date is January 18th, 2021. 1 million, and it's sold for $1,550,000. It is also worth noting that it was pointed out by the respondent that this is a bungalow, so I would put a little less weight on than the other comparable properties, but I will speak to that later in rebuttal. So that sale price sold for $1,550,000. The lot size is 20,000 square feet and close to the building size of the subject at 2,648 square feet. Again, this brings us a total sale price per square foot of $585.35. And last is our fourth comp, roll number 17240. It is located at 209 Eagle Point. It was constructed in 2001 and sold in July 27th, 2020 for a sale price of $1,597,000. The lot size is 8,147, and the building size is close to the subject at 2,788 square feet, and gives us a sale price per square foot of $572.81. So as you see in the next box is the mean and median. So we have a year of construction of 2005, 2004. The lot size is very similar to the subjects at 14,000. Our mean and median is, our mean is 2,881 square feet for the building, and our median is 2,788, which is again close to the subject's 2,900. And this gives us a total sale price per square foot. For the mean, it's $666.31. And for the median, which we use for our requested, is $633.58. So with that said, our request for roll number 18249, the address is 635 Silvertip Road. All things being equal, just changing the assessment per square foot total to the median of $633.58 gives us the requested of $1,849,400. And for the other package, C1, last three digits 250, you can see the requested again on page 28. And we just again got that requested from the median of the table, and that requested comes to $633.58 per square foot, bringing us a requested assessed value of $1,883,000. And finally, on page 26 of C1 249, this is just a map of the comparable properties in relation to the subject property. You can see the subject is highlighted or has a legend of blue. So it's the blue dot on the, I guess, middle right of the map. And then all of the comparables would be highlighted with a red dot, and you can see are within the vicinity or are in a similar vicinity as the subject property. I believe that would conclude our evidence for this disclosure. Granted, any questions or comments? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The first opportunity for questions goes to the respondent, Mr. Wayloggy. If you have questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Robinson. I just have a couple questions for clarification. Can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
Okay, perfect. So on roll number 18249, your requested value is $1,849,000.
That is correct.
And then 18250, it's $1,883,000.
That's correct.
Okay. And now that is determined based on your analysis of the 4 comparable sales that you put forth, the 2 from Silvertip, the 1 from Blue Grouse, and Eagle Point.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, without getting too far ahead of myself, you have removed in your rebuttal the sale at Blue Grouse and the sale at Eagle Point. As you mentioned, they're not comparable. Are you still wanting the board at this time to consider those 2 sales, or would you like to remove them now?
I would consider them. I would just say in totality, after looking at all of the evidence, that's where we came to our new requested or additional requested without getting ahead to the rebuttal.
Okay. So if I heard you correctly, you're going to be asking the board for different values when the rebuttal comes based on different information, but at this time, you want to just let those 2 stand.
Well, seeing as we haven't presented the rebuttal yet and the board doesn't know exactly what we're talking about, I would say that the evidence currently is what is being presented.
Well, you are aware you can at any time retract any of your evidence for the board to consider. Did you want to do that now, or you'd like to wait?
I would like to wait, actually. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Well, then I'll go ahead and address the 2 sales. So you're aware that your 2 out of your 4 sales are located in the Silvertip area. And you're also aware that 1 of your sales is located in a different area in Blue Grouse.
That is correct.
Okay. And you've conceded that this is a different location.
That is correct.
Okay. And the same would hold true for the sale at Eagle Point. This is a different sale in a different location, not on Silvertip.
That is correct.
Okay. That is all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there questions from the board? Ms. Williams?
Sorry, yes, I did have a couple of questions. Mr. Robinson, you did indicate in your evidence that the 2 properties we're talking about do not back onto the golf course. And so do you consider there's a premium for that? And if so, what would that be?
I was just making it a point that they don't directly abut the golf course. Basically the point that I'm getting at is if you had a waterfront property, if you're right on the water, it would be a premium compared to a secondary waterfront property, which would be, a parcel in between that. So I was just making at a point that it's not a right on the golf course, it's more secondary, so it shouldn't have the same premium as that same house on the golf course.
Okay. And so my other question really related to the comparable evidence, and bearing in mind that the two properties that we're looking at have lot sizes of 12 and 13,000 square feet, respectively. The comparables that you have here, two of them are at 8,000 and two are at 20,000. What sort of adjustments were you making when you were looking at these properties to make them more comparable to Silvertip, the subject properties?
I wouldn't say adjustments. It was more looking at a variety of characteristics that drive value. So looking at everything in total, being year of construction, lots, square footage, building square footage. So not everything's going to be obviously the exact same as the subject property. So we just tried to get a range of similar and competing properties.
Okay, and I guess the same kind of question in relation to the year of construction. Obviously, 3 of the 4 are, well, in some 7 to 10 years older than the properties that we're considering now. I guess the question is, are they the most comparable properties that could be found to make your argument?
So again, after looking at the totality of the evidence, we actually ended up removing those 2 properties, year of construction 2002 and 2001. So that would change that median and mean quite a bit, with 2013 and 2005 being the 2 comparable ones now.
Okay. Okay, those are the only questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mara, any questions? No? Mr. Robinson, my questions are similar in vein to Mr. Wayloggy's and Ms. Williams, centering on the comparables. I was trying to put my finger on it either in the Municipal Government Act or in the matters relating to assessment and taxation. There is a clause in there that indicates comparables have to come from the same municipality. So the ones you presented do come from the same municipality, but they are differing areas of the municipality. And I'm wondering if you weren't able to find better comparables on Silvertip Road to the 2 properties in question.
Yes, it was lack of comparable properties that led us to these 4 comps. And I would also just say that, there wasn't many sales around there for the valuation date of July 1st, 2021, which is what we tried to go along with as well. We didn't want to grab 2019 sales or anything pre-COVID as well. So with all of that taken into account, these were our 4 that we produced, and then we further go on to only use 2 of these comparables for our rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. I harken back to Ms. Williams pointing out the lot size differences that you've got there, and you're indicating adjustments may be coming or withdrawal of those may be coming later on. So thank you. I have no further questions. I've lost my place. Respondent's evidence, I believe.
Actually,
Oh, you.
a follow-up question or 2, just to clarify.
Okay.
Just a real quick question. Okay, so we now have asked the board to retract the 2 sales, is that correct? So you're moving forward now with just the 2 sales that you've presented, the 2 from Silvertip, is that correct?
I don't believe I stated that, no.
Okay.
Thank you. I believe we're now at complainant's rebuttal evidence. Mr. Robinson? It's up at, sorry. Oh, I thought you had. I'm sorry. Duh. Please, Mr. Wayloggy, my apologies, sir. I'm getting old.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Robinson, for your presentation. As I mentioned previously, I tend to speak to the board a little bit off the page, but I will direct the board and the complainant to certain pages that I would like to really emphasize in the decision here today. But the issue really that the complainant has brought forward is one of fairness. What is the market value of the subject properties? Now, we know that 635 Silvertip is assessed on a per square foot basis of $968. 631 Silvertip is assessed on a square foot basis of $907. So just to provide a little bit of background to the board, we do have all of the details at the back of the package for you to review or look at your leisure. But just to give you a reason why these two properties are different in assessment. So 631 635 has a little bit bigger lot. It has in-floor heat. It has a greater amount of basement finish, and it has more baths slash fixtures. So that's the reason why 635 is assessed higher per square foot than 631. So some minor differences there. That results in the value difference in assessment. I thought it was important to point out the differences there. Before I get into the specifics, if you would turn to my page 13, there is a clerical error on the analysis that we're putting forth. And if you could, right beside where it says average, you'll see a number, 2,452,714. This is a clerical error. This is incorrect. The average of the three sale prices is actually $3,075,000.
Sir, while you're still on there, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Does that change the figure in the next column over of 1,082?
No, it was just the one figure.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to get confirmation from Mr. Robertson, Ms. Williams, that was corrected.
That is corrected, thanks.
Perfect. So the complainant has led forward 4 sale comparables, and I think through questioning, there is some questionableness with respect to the selection of these comparables. 2 of the 4 comparables are located not in the Silvertip area. One's in the Blue Grouse, one's in Eagle Point over on Benchlands.
Good to know I'm not the only person
It
today.
appears that I'm also getting older, Mr. Chairman. And we will find out in the rebuttal evidence for both of these properties. The complainant has, in fact, retracted those 2. One's a bungalow. They're in 2 different areas. They're not very comparable. Through questioning of this board, we have ultimately determined that. What we want to put forth, Mr. Chairman, is ultimately to answer the question that you would ask the complainant: is there not better comparables, or are there comparables out there that would offer a little bit, would be a little bit more similar to the subject property? And there is. I'm on my page 13, and we would like to introduce 3 sales which we think are better comparables with respect to similarities of the two properties, 635 and 631. The first sale is 808 Silvertips Heights, sold for $2.58 million. Lot size 8,541, year built 2007. Floor area of the main building or above grade 2,537. This property sold late in 2019 for $2,525,000. That's $995 a square foot. Comparable number 2, 501 Silvertip Point, sold for $3,500,000. Its lot size is 14,634 square feet. Year built is a little older at 2004. Total floor area 3,014, and that's a price per square foot of $1,161. Comparable number 3, 800 Silvertip Heights, sold for $3,200,000. Lot size at 11,595. year built 2007, and floor area, very, very similar. Actually, the most similar out of all the comparables, 2,934 square feet for a sale price per square foot of $1,091. We believe that when you take a look at these particular properties in comparison to the 4 that the complainant has brought forward, where he's ultimately going to be retracting 2 of those sales in his rebuttal, all 3 of these sales are in the Silvertip area. If you turn the page to 14, you'll see that comparable number 1, comparable number 3, very similar with respect to the location within the Silvertip area as the subject property. Also, comparable number 1, number 3, they don't back directly onto the golf course as well. We think the influences would be very, very similar to the subject property. Overall, when you take a look at this grouping of properties, given the fact that it's a little bit narrower range with respect to the floor area, the comparables range between 2,500 and 3,000, year built between 2004 and 2007, so slightly older, and the lot areas between 8,000 and 14,000. All of these ranges are a little bit narrower than the complainant's comparables. All of these properties are located in the Silvertip area. Again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, when we take a look at the average of these 3 sales, to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, we think there are better sale comparables. We think these are it, and it gives us an average sale price of $1,082 per square foot. When we compare that to the assessments of the two properties, 968 and 907, you can see that properties are selling actually in excess of where we have the assessment, just down the street in the same area. Would indicate that we're more than reasonable at the current assessments as prepared. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, the reason why the complainant's comparables we think are not comparable, not as comparable, is found on our page 15. So as assessors, when we prepare assessments for properties, we can all understand the concept of different qualities of housing, right? So if we take a look at my house, of course I don't have any information here, but my house, average, right? And when you have a superior house, we would describe that as semi-custom. And then we have something that's superior to that, it's custom, good custom, expensive, luxurious. So when a property assessor goes and looks at a house, he's looking at all of the details of these houses to stratify them into groupings of like properties. So we're looking at the fenestration, the ornamentation, we're looking at the functionality, the layout of the properties, the quality of workmanship, the quality of materials, the type of materials, granite versus your standard laminate. We're looking at ceiling height, 9, 10, 11, trade ceilings, coffered ceilings, crown moldings, 8 to 10 inch baseboards, hardwood floors, custom handmade rails for the stairs. All of these features, and this is just a few to name, but all of these features is what goes into stratifying a property into what we would call a quality class. Why we think our comparables are stronger evidence to support the assessment is because all of those comparables we have deemed to be the same quality, that is the expensive quality. So to compare that to the comparables that the complainant has come forth with, and all of this information, just a side note, we've included this at the end of our document. So you can go back and see that yes, the assessor has categorized this property as custom or good custom versus expensive. But the one biggest difference of all of the comparables, well, I shouldn't say all the comparables, well, it is in fact all the comparables, but he's going to be removing 2 of them. But the difference between the 2 Silvertip properties that he's brought forth is that they're inferior quality. And this could not be evidenced more by the fact that 500 Silvertip, just one second. I'll get the exact one, but one of those properties sold for nearly $300 to $400 per square foot lower. This is on the same in the same area, just down the street from all of these other properties that are selling in the 995, the 1,161, the 1,091. So here you have a property that sells for roughly $300, $400 a square foot, and when we just look on this on paper, we see very little differences. But the thing that the complainant doesn't want to point out is that we feel that these are inferior properties, evidenced by the fact that we have categorized these properties and assessed them differently. When we take a look at these properties, the assessments line up relatively close to what they've been selling for, which is stronger evidence that, yes, there's something here outside of just paper numbers to suggest that these properties are not as comparable as the properties or the sales that we've brought forth for the board to consider. With that, Mr. Chairman, again, our strongest material that we want the board to consider is found on page 13. You have an average sale price of $3,075,000 out of the three most comparable sales to the subjects. That's an average sale price per square foot of $1,082. When we compare that to the the assessment per square foot of the two subject properties at $968 and $907, we believe that our assessments are more than reasonable when compared to these most comparable sales. We ask the board to confirm the assessments. Thank you.
Mr. Robinson, any questions of Mr. Wailagi?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. All questions to the board chair. I was asked this, so I'll just ask this back to you. On page 13, I'll let you get to there. So on page 13, comparable number 2, the lot size for 808 Silvertip is 8,541. Seems to be around 400 square feet less than the subject. Did you make any adjustments for these?
So we respond directly to the evidence that you, the complainant, has put forth. So if you, as the complainant, had put forth evidence and adjusted lot sizes, year builds, square footage, we would have responded and done the same. Because you have put forth your evidence in a certain manner, we have also done the same way. So we're ultimately mirroring the evidence that you've put forward with what we believe to be better comparables. But a side note on that, for the board, the standard of review here today is reasonableness. And typically for market value issues, it is typically reasonable. And so all we're trying to show the board here is that the assessment is reasonable. So when we take a look at the most comparable sales within the direct subject area, ranging from $995 a square foot up to $1,161 with an average of $1,082, again, we believe it's more than reasonable.
Okay, thank you. Now you stated you're responding to our evidence. However, should you as the assessor or the city or representing them, should you not be the ones creating the assessment or determining the assessment, not the complainant?
So we've prepared the assessment, correct, right? But preparing an assessment and defending an assessment are two different things, evidenced by the fact that I don't have the entire inventory of sales in front of me, and I'm not here to explain the preparation of assessments of all properties. Ultimately, the onus to demonstrate an assessment is incorrect lies on the complainant. The onus to demonstrate that an alternate number or a requested number is more correct than the assessment lies on the complainant. Again, in the name, we are the respondent. We're responding to you. So if you had gone forth and adjusted these, we would have done the same. So you'll see that our analysis mirrors your analysis with better comparables indicating the subject is fairly assessed.
Okay, now you said you switched, or the onus is on us, which I agree with, and I believe we switched that. However, you're not defending what we put forward as requested. You're defending what the assessment is. So are these the numbers that created the assessment to get to that, what is it, 800, sorry, 860, sorry, price per square foot basically is what I'm trying to get at.
So you'll
From the
have to-
900.
Yeah, you'll have to remember that preparing assessments are different than defending assessments. Why?
Okay.
Because in a mass appraisal valuation model, we use all the sales, right? But I can't come here before the board and say, here's all the sales, right? For me to come in here and explain to everybody in the time allotted to me, we simply don't have time to explain everything. And that's why earlier when I said the standard of review for this board here today in a market value issue is reasonableness. We're not here to demonstrate the exact number as prepared by way of a 968 per square foot and a 907 per square foot. All we are doing to the board is trying to demonstrate that standard of review of reasonableness. So we're here to give forth the best information, and our position is that what we've done demonstrates that the assessment is more than reasonable.
Okay, I'll move on. Thank you. And so looking at these three comparables, actually, I'll stay on 501 Silver Point. So that's comparable number 2. Now you say these are all comparable properties, and that the subjects are, you know, we're asking for 300 per square foot off than what is assessed for. Can you explain why the sale price per square foot for 501 Silvertip is almost 200 per square foot more than 808 Silvertip?
Well, again, that's why we don't just look at one. Now, I can't explain the actions of buyers and sellers. That's why we don't just come with one sale and say, this is law. You know, please put the assessment to this. What we're doing here is just trying to demonstrate a range of similar properties which we feel are most comparable, explain that to the board. As you can see, the range is relatively tight. We're looking at a $995 a square foot up to $1,161 a square foot. And for properties of this quality, I find a little comfort in the fact that that range is that narrow. I think when you take a look at the comparables that you've put forward, I think the range is even further than that. And obviously, we've established here today that it's because those properties are less comparable and not located on Silvertip, so it makes sense. But again, to restate my point, I think I'm very comfortable given the range that I see here at 995 to 1,161 for these type of properties.
Okay, thank you. And for comparable number 1, 808 Silvertip, what year did that sell?
2019.
Okay, and that was before COVID, is that correct?
Now I got to remember when COVID was.
Start of 2020, if
If
that
it's
helps.
COVID-19, I guess it would be close. Yeah,
2020.
close-ish.
Before COVID, is that correct?
2020, yeah.
Somewhere in there, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So the better comparables you're allotting to are these three that are different lot sizes, seem to be way older, and only one sold in 2021. Is that correct?
Well, I think the lot areas are certainly, as I mentioned in my presentation, more narrow than the comparables that you've put forth. The year builts ranging from 2004 to 2007, very similar to the comparables that you put forth. Ultimately, only a few years older than the subject property. Still think are very, very highly comparable.
Okay, thank you. And you talked about qualities and the difference in qualities. Do you have those quality ratings anywhere, or is it just these like three characteristics to value for these properties?
Nothing in my material, but as I mentioned, there's only two qualities really before the board. Three if you include the sale from Eagle Point, but you're retracting that in your rebuttal, which is good, custom, and expensive. So really those are the two qualities, and that's of course demonstrated Well, I see another custom, but you're pulling that off of in your rebuttal. So basically, for the properties on Silvertip, you're looking at expensive properties and good custom quality properties. So just the two. So, and the one is one tier below, we'll say.
Okay, thank you. And you believe that 501 Silvertip, which is quality or comparable number 2, is comparable to the subjects and the other properties presented?
Yeah, as I mentioned, all 3 of these properties, and this is demonstrated in our material, we've classified, or the assessor of the day has classified these as expensive properties. The 2 subject properties are classified as expensive properties. Now, compared to the comparables you put forth, again, which are lower quality, good custom type houses, yes, we would consider these to still be more comparable than the subject, to the subject.
Okay. And what would the quality rating be on 501 Silvertip?
So again, that's expensive, yeah. Same as the subjects.
Same as the subjects? Okay, thank you. And so can you point to the rate that is used for the subject properties, that 967 or 906?
Sorry, which page are you on?
Still on page 13 or anywhere in your evidence, are you able to point to the rate that's used for the subject properties?
The rate?
Yeah, so the $967 per square foot or the 906?
No, there's nothing in our documents. Ultimately, that's the assessment divided by the square footage. Obviously, you'd know that from the your document where you stated that.
So is it fair to say that there's cheaper sales that aren't included in this table?
I mean, if you take a look at all the sales in Canmore, I suspect there are sales below, and then maybe even a few that might be even higher than that. But yes, there'd be sales that are below and sales that are above, probably.
I'm just trying to understand how to get to that $967 or 906.
Well, that would be a question.
What was the base?
Again, that would be a question on the preparation of assessment, right? We're here today to present evidence to demonstrate to the board that the assessment is reasonable, and in our opinion, more than reasonable. So we are leading evidence here today in response to your evidence to include more comparable sales, which lead the board to ultimately a range per sale price per square foot that is consistent to what the assessment per square foot is. So we're responding to you, right?
Okay, thank you. And on page 15, you have, I guess, starred and highlighted in blue. The sale of 18257 occurred after the valuation date of July 1st, 2021. Are you aware of the spin or land titles issues regarding turnaround time?
I am.
And would you agree that all the signatures on that title occurred before the valuation date of July 1st, 2021?
I believe it's demonstrated in your rebuttal, yes.
Okay, thank you. I believe that's it. Let me just make sure. Yes, I think that's the end for my questioning. Thank you.
Thank you. Board questions, Mr. Wailagi? Ms. Williams, any questions?
Just one question. I see in your evidence you did include 501 Silvertip Point, and the complainant had in his evidence 500 Silvertip Point. Did you consider 500 Silvertip Point? And presumably it's not included. I just wondered the reasons it would be excluded from your...
Sure, yeah, it has to do with the quality. So if we go to my page 15, 500 Silvertip Point, we've stratified this property into the good quality stratification, which is one tier below the subject's quality stratification at expensive. So we would not have considered that to be the most comparable, and that's our argument here today. Turning back to page 13, I just want to reiterate that all of the sale comparables that we used are categorized as the expensive quality properties.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Mara, any questions? I have no questions, Mr. Wayloggy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Robinson, it's now your opportunity for rebuttal evidence. If you wish to speak on anything.
Yes, thank you. Do you mind just if we take a quick break to go to the bathroom?
No, that's no problem at all, sir. We'll put everything on hold for 5 minutes. Is that sufficient?
Yeah, that's sufficient.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Yes, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bye.
clerks are set. Are you ready to go? Very good, thank you. We're at the stage where we are prepared to hear the complainant's rebuttal evidence, if there's any. So, Mr. Robinson, the floor is yours again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we do have a rebuttal package. I believe it's 54 pages. And so I'll just start on page 1 of that, titled Canmore Residential, 631 and 635 Silvertip Road, Canmore, and the roll numbers are again 18249 and 18250. And we'll just turn to the summary of rebuttal, seen on page 9. And you'll see the new requests at the top left or middle. For 635 Silvertip, it's 2,627,100. And for 631 Silvertip, it's 2,496,500. And the reasons will be presented.
Sorry, Mr. Robinson. These are the assessments that your clients are requesting now?
Yeah, once looking at all of the evidence, this is the new requested.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sorry for the interruption.
No worries, thank you. And so we'll start on point number 2 of the summary of rebuttal. And I'll just read from there. Altus will demonstrate that the title had been transferred on June 10th, 2021, and the affidavit regarding value of land was signed June 24th, 2021. This is regarding one of the comparables in question, one of our comparables in question. Both dates are before the valuation date of July 1st, 2021, and the sale should not be considered post facto. The date that land titles spend registered this transaction is incorrect, and well known the slow turnaround times that are occurring. Articles regarding the turnaround time for land titles, also known as SPIN, will be presented to further emphasize the issue on relying on the date given by SPIN and how delayed they truly are. Others will present the listings of all comparable properties used to further confirm the information provided, such as sale date, year of construction, and square footage. Altus will demonstrate that the respondent's comparable property at 501 Silvertip Point is far superior to the subject properties and should not be included in this analysis of similar and comparable properties. An article and photos will be presented of this property to further demonstrate its superiority over the subject and other comparables. Altus will present a final comparable analysis request that involves the most comparable properties from the complaint submission, 2 properties, and respondent's submission, so 2 properties as well, so for a total of 4. These 4 properties appear to be the most comparable and are used to request the mean of $900 per square foot and $840 per square foot for Rule 18250 for the 7% difference the city has applied, which was mentioned previously. Moving on to page 12 of the document. So we're just responding to what is said, which I guess is starred and said at the bottom there. So sale of 18257 occurred after the valuation date of July 1st, 2021. And you can see that new date that was put forth by the respondent, 08/30/2021. However, that's incorrect. And they have a floor area of 2,537. So if we just move to page 13, this is the information that we have and that is publicly known. So on page 13, highlighted, you'll see the days on the market of 25 days. And the sale date, or SD, was 06/01/2021, which is June 1st of 2021. And the square footage also highlighted at 2,787 to get our price per square foot of $825. Now where it gets a little bit confusing, if you turn to page 15, you'll see the registration number, and then right beside it is the date of the transfer of land, and it says 30/08/2021. This is when land titles received it, or I guess processed it. And so that would be considered post facto if that were the date to be used. However, if we scroll to page 18, this is one of the first signings of the transfer of land, and highlighted or watermarked, you'll see in witness whereof we have subscribed our names this 10th day of June 2021. So again, that's June 10th of 2021 before the valuation date. As well as if you turn to page 19 and page 20, well, I guess page 19 is just that same date of June 10th, 2021 and signed. And then page 20 is when the affidavit regarding value of land was signed on June 24th, 2021. So again, before the valuation date of July 1st, 2021, and should be used in the analysis. Now to go further regarding spin and their problems with turnaround times, we included on page 22 the website, and you'll see on the top left highlighted, that is when I visited the site, so October 13th. However, in the other highlighted portion on the right there, you'll see it says land titles document received on June 14th, 2022 is what they're currently registering right now. So that is quite the difference on when I've went to look for information on October 10th or October 13th and what I'd actually see regarding that information. We'd only see up to June 14th right now. So anything even before that valuation date of July 1st, we would not see until after maybe into November, December. I've also included the land title delays article on page 24 and 25. I won't read into it. It's just, again, reiterating the fact that there are delays, and it is well known that these dates are not to be fully relied on as when they actually transferred. And so again, on page 26 and page 27, this is just another article regarding those same land title delays. And maybe I'll just read the first paragraph. So it says, the land titles offices in Alberta are currently experiencing the longest registration delays in their history. As of the second week of March 2022, documents submitted for registration will finally be registered in the second week of June, and land titles is actually registering documents submitted during the first week of December 2021. So again, you can see how long this has been going on for, and even when I went to go look on October 13th, they're still only doing or registering documents for June 14th. Next, we'll turn to page 30. So again, this is just what the respondent brought forth as problems regarding our evidence. Highlighted in red is the year built change from 2013 to 2008 by the respondent. And I've just included on page 31 the year built as per the MLS listing, which reads and highlighted as 2013 instead of 2008. Also, the square footage is 3,300, but I believe the respondent has 3,026, so very similar as well. So we're fine with that. And then I've just included some of the other comparables. Not sure if they're all in question or if any are in question, but just for the board. And then moving on to page 38. So as mentioned previously, we have removed 2 of our comparable properties. The first being 15210, and it was removed as it was a bungalow and the year of construction is way older. And then we've also removed 17240, which is 209 Eagle Point, as it's the second oldest property, year of construction, and has a very low rate and not located on Silvertip. So we've removed those 2 properties, just leaving 816 Silvertip Heights and 500 Silvertip Point. Moving to the respondents' comparable properties on page 39. So again, highlighted or watermarked is 501 Silvertip Point. And we believe this should be removed from the analysis as it is far superior when compared to the subjects and even the comparable properties, specifically the exterior and interior finishes of this property. Now I know they've been said to be grouped as all expensive. However, the difference of expensive and very expensive is not clear, as you'll see in these next couple pages. So on page 40, this is just the MLS listing of that property. And you can see that it was on the market for 259 days before selling. And it even had a drop of price. So it went from 3,795,000 to 3,500,000. And might be difficult to see, but on page 42 and 43, this is why we believe these are superior to the subject property. You can see just all of the custom build and higher superior finishes compared to the subject properties. And going forward to page 44, if the pictures didn't really do it justice, you can see an article from the Globe and Mail from September 9th, 2020. So this property had its own article, and it was titled "Big Price Drop for Luxury Rocky Mountain Home." And now this article was cut off, so I did just grab snippets of what was cut off on page 49 that I'll speak to. So you'll see at the top, it just says printing to PDF, cut a lot of what was said from the article. So these are just the screenshots from the same article. So if you pulled this article up, these are exactly what is said. Nothing's been added. It's just was cut off when we printed. So on page 49 and highlighted at the bottom there, so this custom 2-story retail sits on a 125 by 125 foot lot and abuts a golf course just outside Banff National Park. And we'll list is at 4.2 million earlier this year, or early last year. And just to reiterate, it didn't sell, or it sold at 3.5. So even this nice of a property takes a bit, or has to have certain sellers or buyers to buy that home. And if we scroll to page 50, it's kind of reiterated there. And again, you can see these finishings when going to these bigger photos of the articles. But again, I'll just read the highlighted. So this 3,155 square foot house has a timber frame structure with luxury finishes. The open kitchen, living, and dining space has vaulted wood ceilings, walls of windows, and the largest of 4 wood-burning fireplaces. Beam ceilings and fireplace add rustic charm to 2 of the 4 bedrooms. There are 5 bathrooms, and the basement is finished. And there's a wine cellar and attached double garage. So I don't know if you could see in these photos, but on page 42, you can see what they're talking about regarding the wine cellar, and it looks like they have a home theater and a lot of other luxury finishes that some of the comparable properties and definitely the subjects do not have in the property. So that brings us to our requested, based on all of the totality of evidence. You'll see on page 51. And again, the first table is just the 2 subject properties. And then the next table are the comparable properties. So the first 2 are our comparables at 816 Silvertip Heights and 500 Silvertip Point. And then the other 2 comparables are the respondents' comparables at 808 Silvertip Heights and 800 Silvertip Heights. And so obviously we've removed that one property that we believe is way superior to the subjects and comparables, which is that 501 Silvertip Point of the respondents. And so with that said, and all of those now being the comparable properties, that brings us a mean of 2008, which is close to the subject properties. Brings us a mean of 12,289, which is close again to the subject properties. Brings us a mean of 2,890 square feet for the building, which again, very close to the subject properties. And finally brings us the mean of 900, or a rate of 900 square feet, which is the requested, and you can see that in the table below. So the new request for 635 Silvertip Point Road is based on that $900 per square foot rate. And that gives us the assessed at $2,627,100. And then we have the 631 Silvertip Road, which should be getting an $840 rate. Gives us a $2,496,500 assessment. And I'll just reiterate the difference in rates between the 900 and 840 is just because of the original assessed rate of 635 is 967, whereas the assessed rate for 631 Silvertip Road is 906. So even the city or the municipality has agreed that that is 7%, almost 7% less than 635 Silvertip Road, or should be assessed less than. And that would conclude our rebuttal, granted any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Waylog, you have an opportunity to bring forward any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just turning on to your page 51, Mr. Robertson.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so now we have here some new requested values. So you're not asking the board You're not asking for the board for the original values. You now have two new values. So for 18249, instead of 1,849,000, you're asking the board to reduce the assessment to 2,627,100. Is that correct?
So I would just say that our first requested is still our request based on our initial evidence. Just when looking at everything in totality, this is our request based on us believing this might be the most comparable properties.
Okay.
So we believe we still put forward the best comparables, but when looking at, the respondents' comparables and ours, it is appropriate to come to this request.
So for 18249, what assessment are you requesting?
So we have our initial request in our evidence package, but then with the totality of the evidence, it would be, I guess, it would be appropriate to have the 2,627,100. So.
Okay, perfect. So if I heard you correctly, you are coming to the board to request one value. That value is 2,627,100 for rule number 182.
No, that is incorrect. We came to the board with our evidence of the first value. And when just looking at the totality of evidence, we believe that it would be appropriate if the board so choose to use our two comps and the respondents' two comps to get to that new requested.
Okay, so you're asking the board for two values or one value?
I'm asking the board to just weigh the evidence and what best.
Just anything that's lower?
No, just whatever is the best evidence for them. So we believe that we had good evidence with our four comps, but we can see that, or if the two respondent comparables should be relied on, then we believe that this would be the best evidence.
Okay, so in your own analysis on page 51, you've conceded to the fact that comparables that you included in your initial disclosure, 13 Blue Grouse Ridge and 209 Eagle Point, are not comparable, and you've now removed them from the analysis. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you've also included now two comparables from the respondent's submission, that is 808 Silvertip Heights and 800 Silvertip Heights, 808 and 800 Silvertip Heights. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you now, after looking at all the evidence, you're coming to the board with these four sales. Is that correct?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, all right. So, and then I suspect because of these four sales, having an average of $898, that's where your requested value has come from?
That's correct.
Okay, so we've locked it down to one requested value, the 2,627,100, correct?
That would be correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm just having a look at the averages and the medians of the four remaining sales in your analysis there on 51. So the average is $898, the median is $910. If I compare that to 631 Silvertip Road, just above it, it's assessed at $906 a square foot, which is comfortably in the middle of those two. Wouldn't this grouping of sales support the assessment?
No, it wouldn't, because we believe that, and the city believes that 631 should be less than 635 in those comparables. That's why it's getting a 7% less. So even if it was 910, it should be 7% less than that.
Well, I guess I got to ask then, why wouldn't it be 7% on the other side?
Sorry, can you repeat that, or can you re-ask that?
Yeah, so the average and the median are right around the 898, 910, And we can all agree that there should be a difference, and we have all agreed that there should be a difference in assessment between 635 and 631. But why have you just assumed that that difference should fall below the average and median and not above?
Because these are comparable properties for the 635 Silvertip, if anything. That would be the most comparable. And then as 631 is clearly 7% less than or inferior to 635 Silvertip. So that's why that should get an additional 7% less rate.
No other questions. Thank you.
I too was a little puzzled by the staying with the original projections and then bringing this revised assessment values
Yeah,
forward.
could I clarify that, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
I believe in the end it should be what we've presented in the rebuttal. We've clearly conceded that the two comps, original comps that we've presented, were not as comparable as the four that are now presented in the rebuttal. So if that helps clarify.
Yeah, I was going to take you to point number 5 on your page 9 of 54, which just basically cements what you just said. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, Ms. Mara, did you have any questions? No. Ms. Williams, did you have any questions?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We've reached the stage for argument summation, sorry. So the complainant, did you wish to summarize anything, or are you happy with what you put forward, or?
I'll just do a quick summary of what's
Okay.
been presented. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there's clearly an issue presented, and the onus, we believe, has switched from the complainant to the respondent, as supported in the Ross case and others as well. Altus presented a residential table of similar competing properties in Canmore. We demonstrated that the assessed value of 968 was not supported, and the subject should be reduced based on comparable properties. When looking at the main driver of the value for residential properties, you have construction, building square footage, and lot square footage. The subject assessment of 968 appears to be above that market value. And the comparables that we brought forward, all bracket, and the new comparables as well, all bracket the subject property and these main drivers of value. We even took it a step further and used the respondent's comparable properties to come out with a revised request based on the totality of evidence, which lowered the one property to $900 per square foot and the inferior subject property to $840 per square foot. The complainant asked the board to place little weight on the respondent's comparable properties, as most information cannot be tested, not sure of the qualities or where the rates actually came from, and heavily weigh the comparable properties shown by the complainant along with the appropriate request to bring these subject properties more in line with neighborhood and market. Therefore, the complainant asked that the subject property be brought in line with similar and competing properties in the neighborhood, and at worst, with other similar and competing properties in the neighborhood, and be assessed at $900 per square foot for 635 Silvertip Road and $840 per square foot for 631 Silvertip Road. And that would conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wayloggy, an opportunity for you for summation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for hearing our presentation today. Thank you to Mr. Robinson for his presentations as well. I think the issue, obviously, of fairness with respect to the market value of this property is quite clear before the board. The respondent's argument is very simple, is the sales that the complainant has put forth, the 4 sales originally, 2 of them the complainant has already retracted, are less comparable than the respondent's comparables, the sales that we've brought forward. We brought forth 3 comparable sales that we think are the most comparable with respect to quality, features, area, lot size, year built, etc. Even in the complainant's rebuttal, he has conceded to the fact that 2 out of our 3 sales are similar. And he's done that because he's included those with the 2 sales, the 2 remaining sales from his original submission, and he's now recommending to the board that the assessments be reduced from $968 a square foot down to $900, and from $907 a square foot down to $840. We are still of the position, and we'd like to assert to the board, that comparables 808 Silvertip Heights, 816 Silvertip Heights and 500 Silvertip Point are inferior properties. These shouldn't be included and compared as the most similar to the subject property. We leave our analysis to the board intact. We believe all 3 of these properties are highly similar to the subject property. If you look in our material, all 3 of these properties have been categorized in the quality of expensive, same as the subject property. If you look in our material, you'll see that 816 and 500 Silvertip Heights and Point, respectively, are both lower quality homes. We don't agree that they should be included in the analysis. Just to summarize the analysis of those 3 sales, we had an average of $1,082 per square foot, sale price per square foot. When we compare those to the assessments, $968 and $907 per square foot, we feel we are being more than reasonable. And one last thing, Mr. Chairman, before I wrap up, when we take a look at the subject or the complainant's own analysis on his page 1 of the rebuttal, as I was trying to allude to in questioning, the 4 indicators that he's now wanting the board to consider show an average sale price of $898, a median of $910. This is very similar, or boxes in one of the comparables on 631 Silvertip Road. We agree there should be a difference between the 2 assessments, and I made mention as to why the differences are there, but it doesn't seem like there's any basis for him to request the assessments per square foot which fall under the average in the median. And the question that I posed earlier was, well, why are you assuming that 631 should immediately fall under the averages and the medians of these 4 sales that he's presented? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Again, we would ask the board to review our analysis of the 3 most comparable sales. It supports the assessment. It shows that we're being more than reasonable with the assessed value that we've prepared, and I would ask the board confirm the assessment. Thank you.
Mr. Robinson, you have the last word today from the parties. Did you have any comments you wanted to wrap up with?
I'll just state that it's not up to the taxpayer to determine the current assessment of the property. That should be done by the assessment body. And even though preparing the assessment and, defending the assessment might be seen differently in the eyes of the respondent, we believe that you should be able to test any of that, any of those results or any of those qualities should I say. So I would just say that the onus had switched, and we believe that we were not given the exact rate or given the exact evidence to support the assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your helpful presentations and your cooperation. At this time, I would like to ask the parties if they feel that they have been heard today and if they feel they have received a fair hearing. So, Mr. Robinson, do you feel that way? You've had a fair hearing?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Wayloggy? Record show Mr. Wayloggy believes he's received a fair hearing as well. I will now declare the hearing closed. No further evidence nor submissions may be received by the board. The Municipal Government Act requires a written decision within 30 days and gives the clerk an additional 7 days to issue the decision. We will make every effort to meet or beat those requirements, and the clerk will forward our decision to you at our earliest opportunity. Thank you all very much. That concludes things.
Okay.
Thank you to the board, respondent, and chair.
Okay. Mr. Robinson, are you the presenter for this afternoon as well for the CARB hearings?
I will be, yes.
Okay, we'll just confer here as to what time we'll be restarting, and I will send you an email update with a time to log back in. So right now, I will put you back in the waiting room for
Okay,
Zoom.
and it won't be the 91 Three Sisters Drive file first, will it? I believe I looked. That's the last one. I just have Mr. Izard joining me for the hotel, so.
We'll be doing 91 Bow Valley Trail first, and then 91 Three Sisters Drive after that one.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, and when
Oops. Okay, and we are live.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Lana Yakimchuk. I'll be your CARB chair today.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome to the Canmore Composite Assessment Review Board hearing. I'd like to remind everyone that ARB hearings are open to the public. So this is going to be recorded and streamed live, and it is streamed live as we go. So I was watching this morning and I thought, my goodness, you really have to be minding your manners just in case someone is watching. The video recording will also be the record of the hearing. We're here today to review the complaint and subsequent evidence as filed for tax roll wrong one. Yeah. 15845, 91 Bow Valley Trail. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'm not seeing my. I'm not accustomed to Zoom, and I'm not seeing the respondent.
Oh, his table is off camera, so he'll just walk up here to the presentation.
Hello.
Good morning.
Thank you.
I'm just set up over here, so I'll be back and forth.
Yeah, certainly feel free. I just wanted to be sure that you were actually there. I'll start by introducing the panel. And then after that, I'll get the parties to introduce themselves, and then we'll explain the process. My name is Lana Yakimchuk, as I said before. I'm the presiding officer appointed to this panel. The other panels with me today are
Andrea Williams.
Thank you.
Martin Buckley. And Martin Buckley.
Thank you. Does anyone have any objection to the panel as constituted here today?
None from the complaint.
I think perhaps the respondent should just
None
stay
from
up
the
by the
respondent.
microphone until the complainant is presenting.
Sure.
Thanks. Okay. Thanks. Did you have any objections to the panel?
No, I don't, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to have the parties introduce themselves, and we'll start with the complainant or the complainant's representative. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brett Robinson, and I would be representing Altus Group, acting for the complainant.
Thank you. And for the respondent?
Lance Wayloggy, Benchmark Assessment Consultants. I'll be the respondent on behalf of the town.
Thank you. And I take it the Benchmark Assessment Consultants is the assessment service that Canmore uses?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. I think, Mr. Wayloggy, that you can sit down now. I think we're good for a little while. So the LARBs, or the CARBs, pardon me, I haven't ever sat in a LARB. The CARB standard practice is to have the complainant present all their evidence first, followed by questions from the respondent, and then the panel, and then the respondent does the same. Complainant will have an opportunity for rebuttal, and I believe you do have a rebuttal document here. Finally, both parties will have an opportunity to present their final arguments and summarize their evidence. If anyone needs a break or if any problems come up, please let us know as soon as possible. If you need to, you can send a message in the chat, or you can just wave your arms at me from your camera. However, I'm not guaranteeing you I'm going to see everything, but someone will probably notice and tell me. And we'll take a break. We may decide to take a break prior to summations, just depending on how it goes. Okay. Is everyone satisfied with the process as it was laid out? If no one says no, I will, yes, I will just go forward.
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify on the rebuttal. I don't believe there was.
There was a rebuttal? Okay.
I don't believe so.
Okay,
I'm
I
just
may have
looking
been
through my
thinking of the
documents.
other. I may have been thinking of the other documents. I'm sorry, Mr. Robinson.
No worries at all. Just point of
Okay.
clarification.
Good, thank you. And are there any other preliminary issues?
None from the respondent.
None? Okay, thank you. Okay, so you've exchanged your disclosure evidence, so we will call the complainant's disclosure C1 and the respondent R1. And is there anything more that you can see there that I need to label? You said that you didn't see any rebuttal evidence.
No, I believe that's just the disclosure from the complainant.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, Mr. Robinson, you can go ahead now, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we'll just start on the first page of this 164-page document. And so it's titled Alpine Helicopters Canmore, located at 91 Bow Valley Trail in Canmore. And the roll number is 15845.
Go ahead.
And we'll skip to page 9, which is the summary of testimonial evidence. You'll see at the top left the address that we just spoke of, same with the roll number. And then we have the requested assessment of $7,394,286. $968,555 should be taxable, with the remaining $6,425,731 to be exempt. And the issues of appeal: the assessment is inequitable with similar and competing properties. And B, the assessed land rate applied to the taxable portion of the property at $630,561 per acre is inequitable with the remainder of the parcel and is not being treated as part of the larger parcel. And we'll just skip to point 3 of the summary of evidence, which reads: Altus will review the subject assessment and note that the act and the regulations dictate that the subject property be assessed as one parcel and not as two separate parcels. As such, the land rate applied should be corrected from $630,561 per acre to the same as the main aspect of the site at $561,440 an acre. This is wrong in principle and in practice. Point number 4, Altus will then address the market value applied to other similar and competing properties, which are a fraction of the size of the subject, assessed at $505,565 an acre, notwithstanding that this site, located 1 block from the subject, is not as susceptible to overland flooding like the subject, and is located on Bow Valley Trail as well, and is relatively flat and graded site compared to the subject. As such, the subject should be assessed at no higher than the parcel at $505,565 per acre. And we will turn to page 15. This is the property assessment notice of the subject property. As you can see, the tax roll 15845, the civic address 91 Bow Valley Trail, and then we have our two codes. So 49 code description, land and buildings, commercial leasehold. That assessed value is 1,102,300, and that's the taxable portion. Then we have an exempt portion right below it at 7,135,900. And you can see the further breakdown of these two values on page 16, 17, and 18. So again, just a summary on page 16, where you see the subject details, and then at the bottom it says assessment totals, and again just shows that the 1,102,000 is taxable, the 7,135,000 is exempt, to get a total assessment of 8,238,200. And on page 19, this is just a recreated assessment of that property. So again, you can see the exempt and non-res portions stated there, and then the bottom, the total current valuation at 8,238,200. Which brings us to our requested on page 21. And so with everything being equal to the current assessment, just changing that rate, I guess that land value rate from 630,561 and 5,601, sorry, from 630,561 and the exempt portion, which is 561,440, those would change to the rate per acre of 505,565 per acre to give us our new requested, which will be 7,394,286. And the exempt portion will be 6,425,731. And the non-res would change to 540,955. And then just going over the MGA quickly on, so it starts on page 23, the MGA. Page 24, we just have highlighted the date on when it was created, or the currents, and it's currently as of January 1st, 2020. And we scroll to page 25, again, the highlighted portion, which is under section 289, sub 1, under division 1, preparation of assessments, and reads assessments for property other than designated industrial property. Again, to section 289, sub 1, assessments for all property in municipality other than designated industrial property. Go to sub 2, and it says each assessment must reflect A, the characteristics and physical condition of the property on December 31st of the year prior to the year in which a tax is imposed under Part 10 in respect of the property, and B, the valuation and other standards set out in regulations for that property. We turn to MRAT, which is on page 27, or starting on page 27. And if we could turn to page 29. And so this is under Part 1, Standards of Assessment, Section 5, Mass Appraisal, an assessment of property based on market value. A, must be prepared using mass appraisal. B, must be an estimate of value of the fee simple estate in the property. and C, must reflect typical market conditions for properties similar to that property. And at the bottom of the page, again highlighted, is valuation standard for a parcel of land, section 7, sub 1. The valuation standard for a parcel of land is, again, market value. And so on page 31, this is again just the assessment. And I guess it is worth noting that even though this is an exempt portion of the property, that property or that parcel was done on market value. So you determine the market value, you determine the base rate, and then changes should happen to that, whether that be topography, limited access, so on. So that exempt portion was market value. Even though it is exempt, it is still considered market value. Meaning that those two should have the same rate as they are the same property. And again, that will just be reiterated on page 33. As you can see from the GIS, that this is one parcel and one parcel only. Again, even though it is exempted or could be considered exempt, it still has to be done and assessed under market value. And so, yeah, page 33 is just the GIS and an overhead of the property. Again, seeing that it's just one parcel. Page 34 are street level or street views of the parcel. And then if we could turn to page 35, this would be our first request. And so same table that we had before, just changing that rate per acre of 630,561 for the non-res portion to the same rate that the exempt was at 561,440. Not changing anything for the improvement valuation. That gives us the total first revision or requested valuation of 8,164,241. Or to be broken down even further, the top table you can see once both of those get set to the 561,000 rate per acre, the exempt portion goes to 7,135,900. Or I guess that would probably stay the same because that's the rate. So that would stay the same. And then the non-res portion would change from, would change to $600,741 if that rate changed to 561. So as the property is not subdivided as of the state and condition date, under section 289 of the Act, the land rate should be based on the same rate applied to the exempt portion. Until such time the property is subdivided, the land rate should be applied equitably and not pitting the taxable tenant against the exempt tenancy. When this is done correctly, the taxable value is revised as indicated above. And that just goes to show too, if they were to sell this property, they're selling it as one parcel. They're not selling it as, here, get the exempted portion for this amount and get the non-res portion for this amount. These are market value land rates. So now looking at a comparable property to further reduce that rate, on page 37, we have a comparable property very close to the subject property. and it's located at 400 Bow Valley Trail. The total is 2,816,000. And you, again, just from the overhead, you can see is similar to the subject property, and even, excuse me, and even the acreage to be somewhat similar. Granted the lack of sales and other comparables in the market. And we'll turn to page 38, which is just the property search or property assessment search of this property. You can see highlighted is the address at 400 Bow Valley Trail that we were talking about. The tax roll is 19239. And if we scroll down to page 39, you can see it's under vacant land, commercial. The acreage is 5.57. And if you do that math, you'll get 505,565 per acre, which is our request as well. So we have the first request being as the parcel should be assessed the same, or the value, the land rate should be the same. They shouldn't differ from exempt to taxable. And then when looking at the market value within the vicinity of the subjects, we have an equity comparable, which is assessed for 505,000 an acre and is our other requested value, or our main requested value, which can be seen again on page 41. So again, everything being equal, just changing the rate per acre to the 505,000 of the comparable property, which gives us exempt portion of 6,425,731 and a non-res of 540,955 for a total of 6,966,686 for the land value, or a total value of the parcel of 7,394,286. So I'll just read that blurb at the bottom. So when the site is compared to other large parcels in the area, the subject is assessed more than the best comparable site on Bow Valley Trail, which is less prone to environmental impact from overland flooding relative to the subject, and is still assessed at a lesser rate than what is applied at our subject property. Overall, the subject should not be assessed in excess of 505,565 per acre. And I believe that would conclude our presentation, granted any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Wilagi, have you got any questions for Mr. Robinson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple questions for clarification to the complainant. So I just want to clarify. So on your page 21, you're asking for a requested assessment of 968,555, and I'm just speaking to the taxable portion. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
On your page 21, you're asking or requesting to the board an assessment of 968,555. Just speaking to the taxable portion.
Yeah, so the taxable portion, I have 540,955 based on a 505 rate per acre.
Okay. And then additionally, you're asking the board on page 35, you're saying basically if they don't agree with that argument, the alternative argument is that you're asking the board for a taxable assessment of $1,028,341, and that's on page 35. Is that correct?
So worst case, we're asking, which would be based on the 561,000 rate per acre, and the taxable portion would be 600,741.
Okay, and then, yeah, just further down the page there, where you have total taxable valuation, you have for the
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
1,028,341.
Okay. Okay, so ultimately, two values you've proposed to the board based on, I suppose, different evidence in your package. If we go back to the first requested assessment, so you're basing this on a rate per acre of 505,565, and you mentioned, so this is based on one equitable assessment comparable nearby, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and were you aware that the zoning of that one equitable comparable is BVT-G? Bull Valley Trail General?
We are aware, but the lack of sales or just information on these kind of properties led us to that comparable.
So you're saying there's no assessment comparables or sale comparables that are zoned similar to your subject property, which is SB, Southern Business?
Not that we could find, and especially not similar acreages of the subject property, as you'll see in later on.
Okay, so you're requesting this of the board, just if I heard you correctly, because you didn't have any information of SB properties, zone properties, and so you're using this one assessment indicator in your requested assessment.
This was a lot more similar to the subject property than any other comparable that we could find. We didn't want to use just 1 acre or 2 acre site parcels when ours is 13 acres. So we maybe had to use a different zoning, but in the same vicinity and same acreages as the subject, or similar.
Oh, okay, so there are SB zone properties within the proximity, but you didn't want to use them. Did I get that right?
Well, judging from your evidence, I would say yeah, but we didn't want to use 2 acre lots when ours is 13 acres. So there was no acreages that were similar to our subject with same zoning.
And sorry, what page is your is the area of your assessment comparable on? Did I say age or size?
I'm not sure what question. Sorry, can you repeat the question and then I can answer?
I'm just wondering on which page the area of your comparable. Did I say age again? What size? What page is the size of your assessment comparable on?
Yes, so you'll find that on page 39. We've put that down.
Okay. Oh, okay. So your assessment comparable is at 5.57 acres. Okay. No other questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the panel. I will start with you, Ms. Williams.
I have one question, and really more a point of clarification for Mr. Robinson. Are we only considering the land value? Do you accept the value for the improvements on this assessment?
Yes, we accept the improvement assessment. We're just focused on the land valuation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Buckley, have you any questions?
I do. I have at least 3.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Robinson, can I take you to page 9, the summary of testimony and evidence, and your point number 4.
Yes, thank you.
Where you comment, where you say is not as susceptible to overland flooding like the subject. Do you have any sort of history on when that the subject lands have been flooded in the past?
I don't have it in evidence, but it is well known that it has been, and you can even Google, but many articles will come up about the Alpine helicopters having severe flooding, and to the point where they had to really make it a point of, I guess, cleanup. They had to clean it up very quickly in order for it to be the emergency services, or to be used as emergency services. So
Continue, please. Sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
yeah, so I would just say that it is well known, especially to the people in Canmore, that flooding has happened, and especially to that parcel.
Now, that flooding that you're referencing, would that be the 2013 flood, an extreme event that affected most of southern Alberta? Or do you have other examples, or know of other examples of other times that site flooded?
Yes, 2013 was the worst. I had the article up, if you could just give me a second.
Sure. Yeah.
I would just leave it at that 2013 was the one being the worst, but I will say that climate change will continue to threaten floods, and it will probably be worse nature than the ones that have been happening, especially with glacier runoffs, etc.
So you're not familiar with other flooding situations that have ever occurred at the Canmore Heliport?
I can't speak to those ones directly, no.
Thank you. Page 15 of your evidence, the current assessment. I noticed,
yes, thank you.
On the left-hand side under code, two numbers are circled, 49 and 61. I note number 49 says land and buildings, commercial leasehold. Can you explain to us what the leasehold is? And if it is leased from, say, the town of Canmore, is the town aware that you're appealing your assessment? Or your client is appealing the assessment?
I'm not familiar on these codings. This would be from the city. Basically, I think it's just the difference of exempt and taxable. I'm not sure how to answer that exactly.
Well, historically, and I'm going back a number of years, historically, the sites that were occupied by Alpine Helicopter were leased to the companies. I don't know if that's still the case. That's why I'm asking if you have any information on the leasehold.
I am not aware.
Okay, thank you. Page 17 is the assessment of the building, the second building on site. And in the second box at the very top, the one on the right-hand side, it says that building was built in 1971. Do you have any history of that building at all? Do you know anything about it?
We don't, but we're not putting the building or the improvements under contention. It's literally just the land value. So.
Okay, because I find it odd that the building claims to have been built in 1971. The heliport itself was not developed until 1987, a year before the 1980 Winter Olympics. That Winter Olympics is the impetus for building the heliport. I don't believe there was any buildings on that site prior to the heliport being built, constructed. I think that concludes my questions, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. First of all, I I know this is probably a better question for the respondent, but why is one part exempt and one part not exempt of this property?
I think that would be better for the respondent to answer, but basically, the way I know it is that the portion that's exempt is you can't really use that portion. I'm not actually sure. I'm not going to speak.
Okay,
I'm not going to speak to it.
Then don't
Yeah,
answer it. It's all right.
Madam Chair, if you would like, I could just maybe clarify
Sure,
for the board.
You go ahead.
So the property is owned by the town of Canmore, and it is leased, a portion is leased to Alpine Helicopters in the area of 1.07 acres. I believe the lease has just been renewed for another 10 years in 2022, I believe. But ultimately, only the 1.07 acres is assessed to the lessee, and the remaining area is exempt, of course, because it's municipally owned.
Okay, so Alpine Helicopters leases that 1.6 acres. They have a lease for it, so that's why they're listed as the owners. Okay.
They would be the assessed person, correct? Yeah.
As the assessed person. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And I'll reserve any further questions on that to the respondent. Mr. Robinson, one of the points that you made is that if one part has a certain rate, that the remainder should have a certain rate. Is it unknown to you to have a parcel that has two different rates on the same parcel?
I can't think of one. I would say it's a little bit odd, as one parcel should get one rate, and then, as mentioned previously, you come up with that base rate, and then you do deductions or adding. So if that one, I guess if you say we had a left and a right portion of land, but they're all one land, if that left side has worse topography, or if the soil was bad, or if there was a stormwater pond, you would still get that same land base rate of, call it 500,000 an acre, and then changes would happen. So the topography is worse on that side or that portion. So maybe that should be changed. But for one parcel, zone the same, should have one land rate. If you're selling that parcel, you're selling it as one. They haven't subdivided it to sell as two, so it should be one land rate.
Okay, thank you. And only the portion that you have the lease on, or that Alpine has the lease on, is developed, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you. And could you just tell me what your final request is? Of all those numbers that you have selected there, which one do you think has the best support and would be the best request?
So I'd say our request is the 505,000 per acre. So total is 7,394,286. That's based on equitable comparisons. But we think at worst, there should be not a different rate given for a different portion of land. So at worst case, it would be that 565, but we are asking for a 505.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Sorry, before we move on, I just have one more question.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Robinson, just looking at page 35 of your evidence, and just the statement at the bottom of the table, as the property is not subdivided as of the state and condition date under section 289 of the Act, the land should be based on the same rate applied to the exempt portion until such time as the property is subdivided. Section 289 is only referring to the characteristics and the physical condition of the property on December 31st. And the regulations, there's nothing in that section, is there, relating to a subdivision or how a property should be treated?
Yeah, so it's basically just saying that as of that date, this is how it should be assessed for. So we're just saying that at that time of assessment, it should be assessed as one parcel. It shouldn't be assessed as two parcels, because as of that date, it was one parcel. So that's all we're getting at, is that, yeah, it shouldn't be assessed, or the land shouldn't be apportioned differently as of the valuation date or as of the condition date, because it is just one property. It is one parcel.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any follow-up after that?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Wailagi, did you want to have the last question? Did you have anything more you wanted to say before we go on with?
It was a very good question that was just asked, and I do want to elaborate a little bit on that. Mr. Robinson, under Section 289, does it state anywhere that the assessor has to apply one rate for a parcel of land?
I don't believe so. Again, that we're just stating that as of the condition date, it was one parcel, not two parcels. That's all we were getting at with that.
Does it state anywhere within the regulations that the assessor has to apply one rate to a parcel of land?
It states market value based on market value, so I would think that there should be one applied market value land rate for that parcel.
And that's your opinion, right? It's not legislated in the regulation or the act?
I don't have the sections in front of me, no.
Thank you.
All right. All right. I think we're ready at this point to go ahead with the respondent's presentation of R1. Let's see if I can actually find the thing. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Wailagi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'll just take a few minutes. I think it's been a few years before I've presented in front of you, Madam Chair. Just to reintroduce myself to the board. My name is Lance Wailagi. I'm one of the owners of Benchmark Assessment Consultants. I've been preparing assessments in Alberta for coming up to 20 years for various municipalities, including Canmore, Lethbridge, Medicine Hat, Taber, Coaldale, County of 40 Mile, and many others. Just to give you a rough overview of my presentation, I typically present a little bit off the page, but I do direct the board to the specific pages that we certainly would like the board to consider in the decision. So just before I get into the response evidence, I want to go over again the issues as we see them, and ultimately the response that I will be speaking to over the next couple pages. So the complainant has taken issue with having two rates applied in the preparation of the assessment of the parcel of land. As we've heard through questioning, and you'll find as well, Madam Chair, members of the board, you won't find anywhere in the assessment legislation that says an assessor is bound to apply one rate to one parcel of land. Contrary to that, we did hear from the complainant on 289, which says the assessor has to assess the parcel based on its physical characteristics as of December 31st of the previous year. I think this is very important for the board to consider, as when we take a look at the overhead of this particular parcel, we will see that this portion of the land is actually superior from the rest of the land. And some of the areas that we think it's superior and why it's reasonable to apply a different and higher rate per acre is because For one, it is the closest for access to the parcel. Because the parcel is irregularly shaped, of course, you're going to be using the access point off of Bow Valley Trail. This portion of the land is superior for access. It's also superior for the proximity to the infrastructure. If you want to tie into the utilities, typically they're right at the front of the parcel. So if you compare the front portion of the parcel and the back portion of the parcel, which is arguably landlocked, this portion at the front of the parcel is superior to the rest of the parcel. Furthermore, this has great exposure off of both Bow Valley and the highway as compared to the rest of the parcel. And lastly, when we take a look at the overhead aerial photo of the property, you'll see that this portion of the property has also been cleared. So it's been removed of all growing debris, rocks, anything within the ground. Where you take a look at the rest of the parcel, it's basically uncleared. To demonstrate that it is common in the preparation of assessment to apply different rates to different portions of property, we're going to be introducing another improved property located just down the street to show you that there are superior spaces and inferior spaces throughout the property, and it's quite common for the assessor to apply a lower rate or a higher rate to portions of the property that are inferior or superior. Also, I made a few comments through questioning about the zoning of the subject property. The subject property is zoned southern business, and I'll get into a little bit further as to what that is. But the complainant has put forth his comparable property, and it is a completely different zoning. And we heard through questioning that there were not great comparables for equity purposes of SB zoned lands. There weren't any sales of properties within the vicinity of SB lands, enough that they felt they were comparable to be brought up here today. But that's just not correct. What we'll introduce, Madam Chair, is 3 excellent assessment comparables that are located right across the street, and they're all zoned SB, same as the subject property. And we'll also introduce 3 comparable sales that occurred within the last 5 years of SB lands, which is just on the southern tip there. All which will show or demonstrate to the board that the assessment is more than reasonable.
Before you go any further, Mr. Wailagi, could you just tell us what SB stands for?
Sure, yeah. Actually, if you want to turn to, I made mention, it's called the Southern Business District. And I have a excerpt on my page 12.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so just to clarify, SB is Southern Business District. That's on my page 12. It's just an excerpt from the land use bylaw. On the previous page, you'll see page 11, BVT-G. This is the Bow Valley Trail Commercial District. If you'll allow me a few minutes, I will get to those points.
No problem. Go ahead.
If you could turn to page 7. This, of course, is the aerial photo of the subject property. And as you can see, I've made the argument that this portion, the southern portion where the 1.07 acres has been leased and developed by Alpine Helicopters, is superior to the rest of the parcel. As you can see, it has direct access from Bow Valley Trail. It has excellent exposure from Bow Valley Trail and the highway. It is located, again, within proximity of the immediate infrastructure, for example, the tie-in to utilities, etc. And again, just from the overhead, you can see that the site obviously has been cleared of all debris. It's been developed now, obviously running the helicopter site there. Turning to my page 8, what you'll see on 8, 9, and 10, So what I'd like to introduce, this is an assessment of another improved property. This is the Shops of Canmore. It's located at 300 Old Canmore Road. It's just down the street. It is a commercial development, neighborhood shopping center, if you will. And it contains, if you go through on all 3 pages, it contains 3 buildings. And what I want to point out, Madam Chair, members of the board, is that as you look at the assessed rates throughout this property on each one of the buildings, you will see that depending on whether the space is inferior or superior based on its use, so for example, restaurants, retail, offices, whether those offices are on the 2nd floor, you'll see that the rates assigned will differ. And this is quite commonplace in assessment. When you have an improved property, you don't need to just assign one rate to the entire property. It's quite commonplace to identify in assessments inferior and superior parts of the property to which the assessor would assign inferior and superior rates. It's quite commonplace. Now, it may be not as common to have 2 rates on a land, but in this case, given that this portion of the property is superior to the remainder, I feel it's reasonable in this case. Moving to my pages 11 and 12, I made mention that the subject property is zoned Southern Business District. The only equity comparable that the complainant has brought forth is zoned Bow Valley Trail General Commercial District. I can understand that someone would say, well, what's the difference? They've got to be close, but they certainly are not. If you read the intended purpose of the BVT-G zoning, the district is intended to form the core of Canmore's visitor accommodation outside the resorts and provide a variety of commercial uses, including visitor-oriented services and activities, small retail outlets, and serve both residents and visitors. If we compare that to the SB district on my page 12, you'll see that the 2 uses, the 2 purposes are completely different. SB, Southern Business District, the purpose is to be a gateway to the community and provide for a range of light manufacturing and other light industrial uses. And if you go through the 2 properties' permitted and discretionary uses, you will see that they are quite different. I'd like to just skip ahead to my page 17. I've included 3 equity comparables that are in the previous few pages. Those 3 equity comparables are roll number 21947, 21946, and 21945. If you take a look at the aerial photo in comparison to the subject property, these are all zoned Southern Business District. They are all located across the street from the subject property. If we take a look at their assessments, there are 3.01 acres, 2.99 acres, 2.4 acres, assessments at 4.416 million, 4.39 million, and 3.749 million. When we take a look at the assessment per acre, the average of the group is just under 1.5 million, Madam Chair, at 1,499,140. So when we take a look at equity comparables that are zoned the exact same as the subject property, they're located a little bit closer to the subject property, you'll see that the average assessment per acre is in the 1.5 million range. Now, there was a question earlier as to flooding and the potential of adjustments to the property, or how is that reflected to the property. This might be an ideal time to point out to the board that there has been a historic adjustment on the subject property. I suspect, obviously, for the flooding back in 2013 or even previously. So that is located back on my page 6 and 7. These are the assessment summaries of the subject property. And as you'll see on the top of the assessment summary sheet, you'll see on my page 6, location adjustment, minus 20% or 80%. And on my page 7, minus 60% or 40% remaining. Why this is important to point out now, Madam Chair, is because you're probably asking yourself, well, if similar assessments across the street are at 1.5 million, assessed at 1.5 million, why wouldn't the subject be a lot higher? And it's because we have maintained year over year these legacy adjustments, I suspect, again, due to the flooding, historical flooding of this portion of the property and the remainder of the property, and we've honored that year over year, and that's why there's a difference there. Lastly, Madam Chair, the complainant had mentioned that there are no good sale comparables to draw from within the immediate area. I turn you to page 17, where I'd like to introduce 3 sales of SB lands that are quite similar to the subject property. So on my page 17, roll 21947, 21946, 21945. These are parcels, again, that are just across the street from the subject property. They're all zoned Southern Business District. Oh, my apologies. My apologies. Page 32. Page 32 is the vacant land sale analysis. These three parcels sold. That's roll number 21944, which is now inactive. It's actually been developed into Moose Meadows. 21943 is developed into the Ford dealership, and roll number 21945. So when you look below at the aerial photo, you'll see that the subject property and these 3 properties are within immediate proximity of each other. All 3 of these properties sold within the last 5 years. You'll see the first roll number, 21944, selling late in 2019, 21943 selling in 2017, and 21945 selling in 2020. The areas range 2 acres, 2 acres, 2.4 acres, but if we take a look at the sale prices, sold for 2.8 million, 2 million, 3.961 million. This, as a sale price per acre, is 1.4 million, 1 million, 1.65 million, for an average of 1.35 million. So when we take a look overall at equity comparables and sale comparables of the exact same zoning within the exact immediate area, that's demonstrating, Madam Chair, members of the board, is that our assessments, even though there's 2 rates, which I've demonstrated is just fine and actually common practice in assessment, our assessed rates at 630 and 561 are more than reasonable when compared to similar properties by way of their assessments, and more than reasonable when compared to the vacant land sales, both showing averages and medians in the 1.4, 1.5 million range. With that, Madam Chair, members of the board, I would ask the board confirm the assessment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Robinson, have you got any questions for the respondent?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. All questions to the board chair. I guess just a generic question. I will turn to page 7. And just a question on when this property sells. Would it sell as 1 parcel or 2 parcels?
1 parcel.
Thank you. And do you know the definition of market value?
I do.
And so we can agree that it's between a willing seller and willing buyer, and not between a lessor or a lessee?
Well, the definition of market value is the most probable price that someone is willing to pay for a property. Simple.
Right, so that price would be for 1 parcel and not 2 parcels, correct?
Correct. I think I've answered that, yeah.
Thank you. And so regardless if that portion, say the south portion, is being leased by Alpine Helicopters, that should still sell for that same value, correct?
That's right. It's similar to any other property, right? Like as I mentioned, we assess properties and we have varying rates or different rates based on the physical characteristics of those properties. So when that property sells, it's one sale price for that property, but it's going to include portions of that property which might be inferior or superior to it.
Okay, thank you. And what is the acreage for that, for our subject parcel?
So the total size, so I'm on my page 6 of the exempt portion, 12.71 acres. The taxable portion, 1.07 acres, for a total of 13.78 acres.
13.8. Okay, thank you. And is there different rates for, say, vacant market land and vacant exempt land for the same property? Or is it just market value?
Yeah, so it's just market value. So all things being equal, it doesn't matter what the taxable status is. An exempt parcel of land, if it's the exact same characteristics as a taxable portion of land, they would have the exact same assessment.
Okay, thank you. Can you show other equitable comparisons to show that different rates apply to different portions of that land?
Well, on my page,
examples?
so my page 8, 9, and 10, I felt this was an excellent demonstration of demonstrating that the assessor can and often does apply different rates to different portions of improved property. So that's on my page 8, 9, and 10.
Okay, thank you. Just looking at it here. And where is the land portions for these?
Yeah, so this property at 300 Old Canmore Road, the Shops at Canmore is prepared on the income approach. So it's a different approach than the cost approach as the subject is prepared. Again, the intent of including that in my disclosure is to demonstrate to the board that it is quite commonplace, and this is a perfect example, that the assessor will and oftentimes will apply different rates to different portions of property.
For the income building and property, but not the land. You don't have any examples for the land portions being different, do you?
Not in this disclosure, no.
Okay, thank you. So how is it being fairly applied if there's no examples of that, of the land being differently assessed?
Well, I think I gave my reasoning earlier on in my presentation as to why we feel it's reasonable to apply a higher rate to this portion of the property. As we mentioned, we feel that it's superior in its physical characteristics and location within the parcel, given that it has superior access, superior proximity to the infrastructure, in our opinion, superior exposure, and of course the portion has been cleared of all debris and developed. So when you take into consideration all those physical characteristics, it seems reasonable that the rate could be and is higher on that portion of the property.
Okay, moving on to page 17. This is the equity comparison, I believe. And so if you're on that page, you're looking at 3 different parcels of land. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so 3 different roll numbers, 3 separate parcels. And so could, take roll number 21945, the first one, could they sell without having to sell the other 2 roll numbers?
Yes, they're separate legal titles. So Roll 21945 is a separate legal than 21946 and 21947. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And could you tell me what the biggest acreage is of those three?
21947 is 3.01 acres.
Thank you. And just to clarify, our subject was, I believe you said around the 13 acre?
Correct.
Thank you. And then pretty much just similar questions on page 32. This is the vacant land sales. Same questions. So these are three separate parcels that sold?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. And again, the biggest being less than 3 acres at 2.4 acres, is that correct?
That's correct. Roll 21945.
Okay, thank you. That would conclude our questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the panel? We'll start with you, Mr. Buckley.
No, Madam Chair, I'm satisfied with what I've heard from the respondent.
Thank you very much. Have you any questions, Ms. Williams?
I do. In relation to the sales on your page 17, actually, let's go first to page 32, the 3 lots there. Are they sold as fully serviced lots?
So they sold with essentially the services being readily available. So the services was there, so if someone was to purchase these, all they would have to do is tie in.
Yeah, so they're bought to the property line?
Correct.
And
Yeah.
how would that compare with the subject property outside of the portion occupied by Alpine Helicopters?
Yeah, so I don't have any evidence of that in here, but I believe they are the same. Yeah, it would be the same circumstance, yeah.
Okay. And then my only other question in relation to the evidence on your pages that are relating to the shops of Canmore. Again, we have different rates for different uses, retail, office, and restaurant. But to be clear, the land rate applied on that assessment is the same across the entire property?
So properties that are prepared on the income approach, they don't have a separate land and building or a separate land and improvement value. It's all inclusive under the income approach, so it represents both.
Okay, understood. But there is no evidence in your package, am I correct, that shows a property where different rates have been applied on the land value?
No,
for
ma'am.
assessment purposes? Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Just for my edification, this is all non-residential. This assessment that we're reviewing, it's the total package,
Correct.
acreage is non-residential.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Good. In that case, I think I am done. Is there any other follow-up that we want to go with? Anyone else have any more questions?
Just 2 quick follow-ups, just looking at these land sales on page 32 really quick. On the second one, the second comparable, the sale dates in 2017, would you agree that that's outside of the standard of 3 years of collecting sales?
Correct. It is a historical sale. When we prepare assessments for the current tax year, we would use 3 years prior to the valuation date of July 1st, 2021.
Perfect, thank you. And the first comparable, 2019, would that be considered pre-COVID?
Well, given on when you want to clarify when COVID began, so COVID-19, that's a 2019 sale. It was somewhere close, I would think.
Okay, thank you. And I will leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. If we have no more questions, does anyone need a break at this point, or would you like to motor through and finish up your argument?
We would like to just summarize and then take a break afterwards, if that's okay with the respondent.
Between hearings?
Yep.
Yes, please.
Okay. Is that okay with you, Mr. Wilagi?
Yes, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
All right, then. Let's have summations, argument and summations. Mr. Robinson, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's clearly an issue that we have brought forth, and the onus, we believe, has switched from the complainant to the respondent, as supported by Ross. Oh, I just lost all of my... There we go. So as per the Act and the regulations, they dictate that the subject property must be assessed as one, or sorry, that the, as per the Act and regulations, we believe that the subject property should be assessed as one parcel and not as two separate parcels. As such, the land rate applied should be corrected from 630,561 acre to, at worst, the same as the subject. They have the same exposure, same zoning. It is even the same parcel in the same floodplain, but somehow the left side of the land is more valuable than the right side of land, and vice versa, or north versus south. So a base rate should be established, then revised based on, stormwater pond, soil, topography, if needed. This is wrong in principle and in practice, as the land closest to my house and driveway is not worth more than the land in my backyard, so to speak. It should be all treated as one. In addition, the market value applied to other similar and competing properties, which are a fraction of the size of the subject, assessed at 505,565 acres, notwithstanding that the site, located one block from the site, is not susceptible to overland flooding like the subject, and is located on Bow Valley Trail as well, and is relatively flat and graded site compared to the subject. As such, the subject should be assessed at no higher than this parcel at 505,565 per acre. Additionally, the Alberta Equality Administered Guideline, which forms part of the regulation, dictate that land must be assessed using mass appraisal. As we saw, the respondent doesn't have other equitable or comparables to show that different land on the same parcel should have a different rate. Sure, different income buildings may have that, but not different land. So this must reflect typical market conditions for properties similar to this property. The income property is a retail site and fully improved, where the land is not considered. So it's completely different than the subject property we were talking about. In addition, the respondent brought forth their comparable properties, or what they believe to be comparable. However, we're talking about a 13-acre parcel, and they're bringing forward 2-acre parcels. So if we want to talk about economies of scale and law of diminishing returns, then we should know that the larger parcels would have a much lower rate per acre than the smaller portions. And that's just economies of scale. So therefore, the complainant asks that the subject be brought in line with other similar and competing properties, be that 505,000 per acre, and at worst case in line with the rest of the subject and not assessed separately. We want to thank the board, the respondent, and chair for their time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wailagi?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you, Mr. Robinson, for your presentations. To summarize the issues and our position by way of our response here today, specifically with assigning two rates to different portions of the land. I think this argument really, Madam Chair, can be solved with answering one question. If there was a better portion of that parcel to lease out and develop, why didn't they do it? If it was better to develop the buildings on 1.07 acres at the top left portion of that parcel, why didn't they do it? What you're looking at in this overhead is the portion of land at 1.07 acres that is the superior, the best part of that land to develop on. And they knew that. They knew that. They wouldn't have developed on that portion if there was a better portion for various reasons on a different portion of the land. So we've made the assertion that this is because of its proximity to the infrastructure, because of its superior access off of Bow Valley Trail. So it's not landlocked all the way to the back of the parcel, because of its superior exposure to both the highway and Bow Valley Trail, and of course, because it's been cleared and removed of all ground, rocks, debris, etc. Although we have not presented any immediate evidence within the vicinity of a vacant lot with various different rates applied to it, doesn't necessarily mean it's incorrect. That just means that there are no parcels within the immediate area where there would be portions of those parcels that are superior to other portions. But we did lead evidence of the practice in preparing assessments of the assessor identifying inferior, superior portions of a property, one parcel, and applying different rates. Regardless of the fact that it's prepared on the income approach, regardless of the fact that it's a shopping center, a neighborhood shopping center, the point remains that it is quite common to identify areas within a property that are superior to others and apply a different rate accordingly. Now, the complainant has certainly criticized the areas of the equity comparables that we've presented and the sale comparables as we presented. Let's not forget that the only property that the complainant has led is only 5.57 acres. It's not 13.78 acres either. So it's when you're looking at all the information, even though it might be a few acres bigger than the information that we have found, we have led 3 excellent equity comparables. They're all of the same zoning, that's southern business. They're all located across the street, much closer to the subject property than the complainants. Excuse me. We've also, in addition, led 3 sales within the immediate area, all 3 again, Southern Business District. The complainant didn't lead any sale comparables, citing that they were not available. Overall, when we take a look at the equity comparables, the average assessment per square foot comes in at $1.5 million. The average of the sale comparables comes in $1.35 million. When we compare that to the rates of the subject at $630,000 per acre and $561,000 per acre respectively, we believe the assessment is more than reasonable. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any last words, Mr. Robinson? Short sentence.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. I think it just shows the lack of information in sales when you see the whole totality of this evidence. We have the respondent using 2-acre parcels that are all separate titles and different. None have, the same instant that the subject has, where different portions are different rates for the land, as well as using 2017 sale, so outside of the standard, and a 2019 sale, which is considered pre-COVID and would definitely change now. So I think that just reiterates the lack of information and sales available in that area. So I would conclude with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. The hearing's now closed, and we won't be accepting any further evidence or submissions. I didn't ask you if you feel that you've been heard today. Do you feel you've been heard today?
Yes, the complainant does.
We do as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you'll get your written decision hopefully within 30 days, 37 days, I guess, given the time to get it to you. Our next hearing is for tax roll 17377, and I think we all need a break. How about 2:45? Will that work for everyone?
That works for the complainant. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we'll see you in about 15 minutes.
Okay, we're ready.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Canmore Composite Assessment Review Board hearing. Just a reminder that these are being recorded and streamed to the public at the same time, and this will be the record of the hearing. So we are here today to review the complaint and the evidence as filed for tax roll number 17377, 91 Three Sisters Drive. I'll introduce I'll ask the panel to introduce themselves. My name is Lana Yakimchuk. I am the chair of this Composite Assessment Review Board. And I have with me the members. Go ahead.
Andrea Williams.
Mark Buckley.
Thank you. Does anyone have any objection to the panel as constituted?
There's none at this time from the complainant, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
None from the respondent.
Thank you. So now we will have the panel or the parties introduce themselves for the complainant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Advocating on behalf of the taxpayer is Altus Group. Representing Altus Group today is Andrew Izard, I-Z-A-R-D, and my colleague, I'll just let him introduce himself.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Brett Robinson. I'll be representing Altus Group, more of an observable role, sorry.
Thank you. And for the respondent?
Lance Wayloggy with Benchmark Assessment Consultants, respondent for the town.
Thank you very much. Before we begin, are there any preliminary issues that we would need to consider?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the complainant, on behalf of the complainants, Altus Group, we would note that there has been, the way the property record has been provided to us in
wait, speak more slowly. You're kind of clicking in and out, so just speak slowly so I can hear you.
Sure, no problem. I think it's probably that, fourth cup of coffee that I've had. So if I am speaking quickly, please let me know. When going through the materials, it might be a little bit confusing. On the front end of our materials, we received the property record, and due to some, which we were unaware of, issues with how the calculations are done, our material on the front end is based on a vacancy argument, but clarifies that based on the materials that are submitted by the respondents. We will get to that later on, Madam Chair, but in the initial evidence, we are basing it on the information that was received from the municipality representatives. So just as a point of clarification, when going through the materials, please keep that in mind.
Thank you. Any other preliminary issues we need to know about?
No, none from the respondent. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go with the usual process, which is starting with the complainant and questions from the respondent and the panel, and then having the respondent present evidence and the complainant and the panel then will have a rebuttal, I believe. So let's enter the information into evidence. If at any time you want to ask us to withdraw it, we will. But let's just, for organization's sake, give the first item the complainant's disclosure as C1 and the respondent's disclosure R1 and the complainant rebuttal C2. Is there anything else besides those three documents that we need to enter?
Madam Chair, just as a point of clarification, The C1 document is 395 pages, is that correct?
The C1 document, pardon me?
395 pages, is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
The respondent documentation is 48 pages, is that correct?
Oh gosh, just hang on. I've got the wrong document up here. If anybody wants to chime in and tell me if those are the correct pages.
That
That's
is
correct.
correct, yeah.
It is, okay, thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, for the clarification. I just want to make sure we all had the same, working from the same document.
Yeah, no, that's excellent. Thank you very much. Here we go. All right, go ahead, Mr. Iser. I take it you're presenting for Altus.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just
Thank you.
Can everybody hear my mic okay? I've heard that I'm having a bit of feedback issues or it's a little unclear.
Does everyone hear Mr. Izard clearly? I'm hearing him, but the minute, I know that you have a difficulty speaking slowly, but the minute you speed up, it just starts giving me consonants without any vowels. So you've got to be a little more careful.
Madam Chair, if we could just maybe take a moment, I'm just going to maybe switch headsets and see if that's better.
Please do. Please do.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Oh,
Is
that's
that better?
significantly better. Thank you.
Okay. I just don't like wearing this headset, but that's neither here nor there, I guess. Perfect. Well, what I'll do is I'm going to just start out with C1, Madam Chair, with the initial part of the materials. And so our initial request, based on the materials that we received from the municipality, where we identify that there was a vacancy issue. What this is, and what we're dealing with, is it's a timeshare property. So it's not your typical hotel style property or hospitality style property. This is a unique property in the municipality in that it's a timeshare. Our requested value on this property is $4,703,600 based on an adjustment to the vacancy. Now, the income calculation, I'm going to take you there first, which is page 17 and 18. So the way that this is presented, Madam Chair, on page 18, and it's only since come to our attention as a result of the respondent's disclosure. So our request ultimately does change, given that some of the materials that we've discussed are brought up in the respondent's disclosure using a RevPAR calculation instead of an average daily rate calculation. Now, in this property record, it is very difficult to understand that the $110 a night is based on a RevPAR instead of an average daily rate, because there is no rental income for this particular property. And again, I'm on page 18, Madam Chair. I'm going to circle back to that.
I'm just going to ask you not to use, or if you're going to use a contraction, tell us what it is in the first place, because we aren't all as familiar with hotels as others. Okay.
Sure.
So RevPAR.
Yeah, RevPAR is the revenue per available room. And so what that does is it builds into that calculation a stabilized occupancy allowance. Now, what you'll note under, and again, that's, and I'm just using a simple analogy just for the purposes of illustration, that if the daily rate, the average daily rate is $200 a night, and the occupancy or vacancy, because it would be the same in either scenario, is 50%, then the RevPAR would be based on $100 a night, if that makes sense. And so in this particular circumstance, Madam Chair, that is not indicated on the property record in any way, shape, or form. It just simply says 119 units, $110 a night, for a total of $4,777,850 in income, with a 0% vacancy, so assuming full occupancy. So in our initial materials, Madam Chair, we've challenged the vacancy component using the materials that are here. But what we have found out is when we receive the respondent's documentation, the property record isn't clear. It should be. It should actually say that they're referring to a RevPAR calculation to come up to the $110 per night, effectively. So our rebuttal will address that, and it will increase the requested value that we are seeking. So it's a bit of an awkward component, Madam Chair, because of how the property record was laid out. But I will note in our rebuttal, we've revised the request to reflect $6,650,000 or $6,649,440. And so with that being said, Madam Chair, I'm just going to take us back to the summary of testimony. And I do apologize to the panel members and to the board for jumping around like this, but I thought it was worthwhile explaining that initially. Now, the other aspect is the other term that you will hear is ADR, or average daily rate. That's another term that will be used, and that is typically referred to as the rate that you would receive if you were to check in at a hotel. Again, this is a timeshare property, so there isn't an average daily rate. Think of it as like if we were dealing with a retail property, it's an owner-occupied property where there is no rent, effectively. But what we do have is we do have occupancy information to help illustrate some of these points. So the first aspect that the three major issues of appeal is that the assessment is inequitable with similar and competing properties in how it's assessed, certainly because of the nature of the type of property that it is. The assessed vacancy rate is incorrect, and it should be revised to 66%. Now, when we look at the inverse of that, that would be the occupancy percentage. So vacancy and occupancy would sum to 100%. In this case, because there's a vacancy allowance in the property record, we've used the vacancy allowance term of 66%. So that'll be roughly 34% for an occupancy when stabilized. And as a result of the 3-year period, there is a chronically higher vacancy for this property than typical other properties. So Altus first, on behalf of the complainant, will review the subject property. Although it is assessed as a hotel, it is in fact a timeshare property or timeshare stay property, and is being assessed at a value in excess of market value by being compared to hotel properties, which it can never actually be. We will illustrate that even prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, which, and again, for the purposes of clarification, COVID-19 was discovered in 2019, hence the name. However, for the province of Alberta, it came into effect, I believe it was March 12th of 2020. And that was a result of provincial shutdown orders and public health and safety orders from Dr. Dina Hinshaw. So I think those dates should be certainly something that everybody is aware of. But if there was ever any discussion about that, I think March 2020 is a reasonable time frame with which to understand how much it impacted things after that date and prior to that date would not have been COVID-19 impacted. Now, what this did is it restricted cross-border travel. The vacancy rate for the property at the time was 40%. And during the COVID era, the vacancy rate has risen to 72% in 2020 and 2021. As the property is unable to rent out rooms on an independent basis as a result of the bylaws that govern the property, it was able to capitalize. It was wasn't able to capitalize on any opportunities to reduce those vacancy rates to the same extent. Now, for the purposes of occupancy, how that is determined is based on the number of available rooms per year and change, turnover, etc. So Altus will outline that even under a generous review of the vacancy on a 5-year basis, the rate is between 45 as a median, 53 as an average, but on a weighted basis of a split between 50, 30, and 20, which is 50% being on the current, the current valuation cycle, the July 1st, 2021 year, 30% on the July 1, 2020 year, and 20% on July 1, 2019, which is, as we understand it, how the properties are valued in most jurisdictions across the province. And since we've received the respondents' materials, we understand that's the same quotient that they're using in breaking down those rates. The rate is 66%. So when you apply the heaviest weighting to the most recent year, the next heaviest to the following year, and the least amount to the third most recent year, that will provide you with the stabilized vacancy percentage of 66%, which, if you look at that from an occupancy perspective, would be 34%. And in the most recent year, the vacancy was 72%, or alternatively, the occupancy was 28%. So while the municipality does not provide if there is a vacancy rate, but also built into the room rate calculated, and this goes back to how the property record is provided, it is not clear, as the vacancy rate applied to the subject is at 0%. We have provided the calculation on the basis of first estimating that in the event a vacancy rate was applied at 15%, the room rate would need to be $130 per night to account for equal roughly the same outcome. In the calculations provided, we have assumed this to be true and have applied that to the calculation in our request. In the event that the vacancy rate is not included to determine the room rate, then the rate of $110 per night would be applied with the vacancy rate applied in our calculations. So that brings us to page 18. And so what does page 18 provide us with from a calculation standpoint? We know that there's 119 rooms, of which one of those, I believe, is as a residence, or 2 of those as a residence. It's broken down at the bottom between commercial at 94% and residence at 6%. And then, as you can see, the $110 per night. And under potential gross income, you'll see less vacancy allowance. And the current calculation provides for 0. The expense ratio, which is fairly standard, non-recoverable, and reserved for replacements totaling 5.5%. And then an FF&E, which is fixtures, furniture, and equipment, which is an industry standard of 15%. The capitalization rate, which is the margin of risk that is associated with any particular income stream, is based at 8.5%, which is one of the lowest in the province. Now, what we've done here is we've calculated this out on page 19 to show that the calculation based on what was provided to us calculates out to the same thing. So we've just effectively reiterated the prior calculation, and it's a slightly different number, but it's rounded to 11,706,000. Now, on page 20, what we've done is we've just done a what if scenario for the purposes of what that rate would be. Now, assuming that the room rate included a vacancy percentage of 15%, which equals 110, based on $130 per night for consistency, we've applied the vacancy rate to that 130 in our request so that you can observe how that would be calculated. So even at 130 with a 15% allowance, you're roughly coming out to the same figure. Now, our request, which was initially based on 130, you'll see the less vacancy, and we've applied the 66% vacancy allowance. And using that, we come to 4,703,576. Now, the problem is, Madam Chair, that because those calculations are not certainly transparent, intelligible, and or complete when provided to the taxpayer, the information that's provided is certainly missing several key aspects as to whether or not it's identifying as to whether or not it's using an average daily rate of 110, or if it's using a RevPAR or revenue per available room night calculation, which incorporates the occupancy percentage. And if it's the latter, it's incredibly misleading for how the calculation is determined. So, Madam Chair, just a little bit about the property, where this is located, etc. So this is just, you can see the site plan here off of land titles on page 25, and with an overview at the bottom of page 25 is the ortho of the site. And then some street view photos of the property on page 26, 27, and 28. So in terms of the vacancy allowance, obviously, again, as I mentioned, the inverse of this would be the occupancy. In our revised request that will be coming up in our rebuttal, we've taken the information the respondent has provided to revise the request to incorporate the occupancy allowance into that. So this same information that's been provided related to our subject is still applicable for the purposes of the material. And so what I'd like to do is bring your attention to page 32, please. So what we've done is we've gone back 5 years. Now, each one of these is based on the annual, for the 12/31, a calendar year of each of 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. So from an occupancy percentage, you can see that prior to COVID, and that proverbial black line is the line in the sand, if you will, for when COVID-19 impacted results. So 12/31/2019, those financial results were not impacted by COVID-19 for the purposes of occupancy. And then year ending 2020 and 2021 were impacted by COVID-19. And you can see the drop in occupancy percentage as it related to the property. And it goes from that occupancy of 55%, 60%, 63% to 25.6 and 30.5% on per available room. So in our measurement on a 50-30-20 weighting, what we've done is for the COVID years, obviously it reflects 28%. It's pretty easy to figure out. There's two figures there for each of the years. And then the 3-year weighted based on the 50, 30, and 20 respectively to 21, 20, and 2019 is 33.93 or 34% occupancy or 66% vacant. Over the 5 years, you can see those same numbers there. And so the occupancy summary for each of the years is provided on page 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37. And so what it does is it provides you with the number of turns on the rooms and the net availability per room, average length of stay, the turns, how many times that the sites are used, etc. And then what it does is it gives you that percentage on the total occupied. And so that information is provided in fairly good detail, showing that there would be effectively 33,568 net rooms available for the course of the entire year, 119 rooms given every single night. The total occupied was 10,299. The average length of stay was 3.55 days, with 2,881 turns, or effectively 2,881 accommodations being accounted for, which is an overall occupancy of 30.5% over that period of time. The same information is provided for pages 34, 35, 36, and 37. So, Madam Chair, based on the material that we received, what we have done is we have provided our calculation using the vacancy rate of 66%, which is the 50-30-20 breakdown found on page 32. from a vacancy standpoint. Now, in terms of calculating the RevPAR per room, we'll come to that in the rebuttal documentation, but you would be using the occupancy percentage of the 3-year weighted at 50, 30, 20 to determine the revenue per available room based on the results, based on the average daily rates. Now, the respondent will be providing that information in the materials with those average daily rates. Now, in terms of hospitality, in terms of hospitality, we do have a decision here from the city of Red Deer related to one of the properties in Red Deer. This is the Cambridge Hotel. Just talking about how the impact of certainly as it relates to hospitality properties and the impact on hospitality property that is felt through COVID-19. Or sorry, my apologies. That comes up in our rebuttal. This is just showing the chronic vacancy. So when illustrating chronic vacancy, it's an above average level of vacancy over a sustained period of time. And this is a decision actually from 2022, just indicating that when you have sustained vacancy, an adjustment to the property is necessary, as found.
Could you give us a page for that, please?
Page 43, starting on page 42 and running to page 51. And this is just dealing with chronic vacancy within industrial property or other income producing properties. The way the calculation is set, obviously, it's, as I stated, it's extremely misleading, as the taxpayer is led to believe that 0% vacancy is being applied in the calculation of the subject. And so through this, Madam Chair, the board just found that the typical vacancy rate should be increased to reflect that level of chronic vacancy in the property. The next decision, Madam Chair, is the O'Cheese Hospitality Group of the City of Red Deer. This dealt with not only the sale of a property, but also the valuation of a property during the COVID valuation year. And where the municipality didn't provide information in sufficient detail to allow for a transparent, intelligible understanding of how the property was calculated, the board placed no weight on that material. And that's found in paragraphs 75 through 77, quoted, and then also quoting several other decisions as well. And then the issues of the Alberta health restrictions as a result of COVID-19, those are certainly found well within this document dealing with hospitality property, especially a full service property. And again, that information is found on page 66. And so, Madam Chair, our calculation based on a chronic vacancy allocation includes the 66% in our initial request. I would note that after reviewing the totality of the respondents' materials, our request has been changed to account for the RevPAR calculations. They come up in the respondents' documentation, but I will, just because of how the disclosure rules work, Madam Chair, we'll have to take you through that in our rebuttal documentation, which incorporates the respondents' own materials. But our revised request in the rebuttal is $6,649,440, incorporating the typical average daily rate and then applying the RevPAR occupancy numbers, or the occupancy numbers, to arrive at a RevPAR for this property, just like every other property within the municipality, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the rest of the documentation that's provided is just what's available on land title. For the purposes of this submission, Madam Chair, that would conclude our materials for the purposes of this hearing. Thank you.
I think you're muted, Madam Chair.
Sorry, I said lots of things, but nobody heard me. Go ahead, Mr. Relagi. Any questions?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Izard. How are you doing?
Great. How are you, Mr. Willagi?
I'm doing well, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Just have a couple questions for clarification, if you'll be all right with that. Okay, so I just kind of wanted to make sure with respect to the requested value. So ultimately, you are asking the board to consider the 3-year weighted occupancy of the subject property, and now given some of the information that's come through my response, you've changed the requested value from $4,703,000 to $576,000 to $6,649,440. That's correct?
Yeah, that will be coming up in our materials, yes.
Okay. And I'll leave this question for the...
And maybe I'll just kind of clarify. In the event that we proceeded on this basis, we have calculated our current request based on the information that was provided by the municipality, which is that there is no vacancy allowance applied to the subject property. So barring that, any further disclosure, which I'm assuming the respondent would have disclosure, that would result or necessitate a change in the request, given that there is information that wasn't disclosed through the purposes of the calculation of the property record.
There will be no surprise information being disclosed. You described the property at the start of your presentation as unique, and I suspect it's because this property is under a timeshare arrangement which is different than traditional hotels, correct?
Yes, other than the fact that the hotel is the chosen method of which the municipality has decided or elected to value this particular property. So to that end, that's how it's being valued when it's not a conventional hotel.
Okay,
When
so
arguably it's a site of which owners share a portion of the property under an agreement.
okay, so just
and occupy it for vacation.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I just want to reiterate what I think I heard. So yes, the property is unique. Yes, it's not traditional. It's non-traditional. Correct?
It's just not it's not a conventional hotel. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. I would call it traditional. You would call it conventional. Understand? Now you had led some information with respect to the timeshare on the average days of stay. So in a timeshare arrangement, if my memory is correct, within this particular hotel, there would be some people staying for a day, right? I could go and get a room at the Worldmark Hotel for a day, correct?
Yeah, I believe timeshare holders will have the ability, depending on how long their timeshare component is with Worldmark, whether it's a day, whether it's a month, 6 months, whatever that allowance is.
Yeah. And also under a timeshare arrangement, there might be some folks that want to stay for a week, maybe 2 weeks. It's a beautiful town. You would agree that there would be some occupancies greater than 1 day, for example, that has led to, I believe you said the average days of stay was between 3 to 4 days, somewhere in there?
In 2021, it was 3.55. In 2020, it was 3.7. And I don't know if I have that number in some of the other ones.
Okay, so it's fair to...
Just the way it was formatted.
Sure, yeah. So it's fair to say that there are some people staying longer than obviously the 3.5 days, the 3.7 days, because it's an average. You would have to have some people staying 6, 7, 2 weeks to get an average of 3.5.
Yeah, that's how the math works.
Okay. Now, because this is as we've discussed, non-conventional or non-traditional hotel, do you think that if somebody was not able to stay for their allotted time period, that your occupancy numbers could be almost compressed if folks are staying non-traditional amounts of time, as we mentioned and discussed, 6, 7 days, 2 weeks.
I don't have any of that information in my materials. If you can maybe point to specific information related to my documentation that would maybe help me shed that some light on that.
Well, I'm
I
just
can maybe answer
asking.
that, but I don't have that information that I'm aware of.
Well, I believe you do. I believe you do. Page
where's-
33 and
I'm on
34, 35, it goes into great
So
depths
on
about the
page
number
33, yeah.
Yeah, you
What
just,
specifically are you asking me on page 33?
yeah, so you've been presenting and you mentioned that the average days were what, 3.75, 3.7, right?
Nope, 3.55 is what the actual is. The budget was 4.002.
Yes, okay, and so we also went through the line of questioning where we say, well, if this is an average, there must be people staying more than 3.5, more than 3.7. You said, yes, that's how the math works,
No,
correct?
I said that, yeah, I said that's how the math works. When you have an average, you're going to have things that are above and below.
Okay, so
I
if
don't
we-
have the information on the
Okay.
10,229 rooms on who stayed for how many days and whatnot. All I have is that the information that's collected and provided on page 33 in black and white.
Understandable, understandable. But if we could both agree that there are people staying at the facility for, as we discussed, longer than the 3.5, 3.7 days on average, so maybe in the area of 6, 7 days, 2 weeks, who knows? It's longer than the average, right? Would that, if those folks were unable to occupy those units due to, let's say, COVID measures, do you think, in your opinion, that would significantly compress the occupancy rate in comparison to traditional hotels, which typically, as we've discussed, would rent out on a daily rate, or on a daily basis?
I don't have that information. All I have is the information that's provided on page 33. You're welcome to speculate or hypothesize all you like. The information that I have is what was actually occurred in 2021. And it shows that their budget was for an average nightly stay of 4.02 nights, and they received 3.55.
Okay. And I'm just trying to expand on the information that you've presented and try to clarify as to maybe your reasoning as to maybe if there was an extended long stays from many folks, if that could maybe have an impact overall on the occupancy rate versus, say, a traditional hotel. Do you understand what I'm asking?
I understand what you're asking. I'm not here to speculate or hypothesize about what could, would, or maybe could have been. What I am providing is just certainly the facts and the accounting as to what was actually done. So from a total occupied perspective, there's a total net room availability of 33,568 rooms, which is 119 over 365 days. And of that period of time, there was 10,229 rooms or net available rooms that were booked and used. And from that, there was 2,881 turns. But the overall occupancy of 30.5% is based on the total occupied divided by the total net available rooms. That's the information that's in my materials. And certainly I look forward to your presentation on maybe a better or more complete breakdown of occupancy, length of stay, and vacancy rates within the WorldMark Hotel, or as you're referring to it as, or this WorldMark project, than what we've displayed here on pages 33 to 37.
Thank you.
Are you done with your questions, Mr. Wilagi?
Madam Chair, I'm just going to mute so that oh, sorry, I forgot about board questions. My apologies.
Thank you very much. Questions from the panel? Ms. Williams?
Thank you. I have a question just in relation to the case you cited on page 42 in the reference to chronic vacancy. And I just wonder if you could expand on chronic vacancy. Is that a concept that comes out of the legislation? I'm not familiar with that, or
Yeah, so it's an appraisal and market value component. So if you have two like buildings, now this is, in that example, it's for industrial property. But what happens if you have two like buildings? Now, if a property is 100% occupied, they would still receive a vacancy allowance on the basis that there's short payment of rent, there's the cost of occupying or keeping space for property taxes, CAM charges, et cetera. And kind of without getting into too much detail about it, is that you have a market vacancy that's applied. Now, say there's a building that's identical to the property, but is next door, and it's been vacant for a number of years. Now, we wouldn't value that as 100% vacant. It would be based on typically the municipality will first set the assessment using mass appraisal at a market value or a market vacancy, and then it would be adjusted later to account for chronic levels of vacancy, which is longer term, typically 3 years of sustained high levels of vacancy or higher than what is market typical vacancy. And so that's what a chronic vacancy allocation is for those properties. And that's just an example, is a decision of where the typical vacancy in that case, I think, was 10% for market vacancy in the municipality, and they revised it to reflect 35 for chronic vacancy.
Okay, and so how would you apply that concept to this situation?
So in our current situation, what we've done is we've applied what they have experienced over the 3-year period, and what you'll actually find when we go through this is the vacancy that we've applied, or the inverse, the occupancy, is exactly how the municipality is actually applying it to all other competing properties in the municipality. So taking the 3-year time frame of 50, 30, 20, and using that based on the actual occupancy for each property.
And so is it your argument that the application of the 50, 30, 20 doesn't go far enough?
This particular property has just always had a higher degree of vacancy and or lower degree of occupancy than what has been the norm within the municipality.
Okay, so
and over that period of 5 years, it's just indicating that component back on page 32.
Right. My second question: you did say this was a unique property. Are you saying that this is the only timeshare operating property in Canmore?
No, it's certainly just the only one that we represent. There may be other timeshares. I'm just not familiar with them.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
Mr. Buckley.
Yes, thank you. I've got a few questions, Mr. Is it Izard or Izard?
Izard. Phonetically would be EYE and then -ZARD.
Thank you very much. I have a few questions for you, and I apologize in advance if these are things that I've missed in your evidence, and just I'm not totally familiar with timeshares, so some of these questions are general in nature. Page 9, point number 3. Is in fact a timeshare property being assessed at a value in excess of market value compared to hotel properties, which it cannot ever be used as. Why can it not ever be used as a hotel property?
Sure. So through the registrants on title, the property is to be a timeshare for the next, I think it was for a period of 100 years. And so for the purposes of, now I've used that, obviously cannot ever be used as more of maybe a colloquial bookends. I'm sure that in 110 years or something, maybe it changes. But what is registered on title is a 100-year lease for the property to remain as a timeshare property at the site.
So the owners could not come together and change that somehow, agree to change it or anything?
I'm sure there maybe is some plausible way that they could change it. Certainly, in talking to the owner, it would be an incredibly difficult undertaking for the purposes of getting all parties to agree and these sort of things.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, there is actually a termination provision for both the landlord and the tenant in the documentation. So the property could be converted, as I understand it from reading the evidence.
Okay.
Yeah, in the event that it's registered as a condominium plan, is that what you're referring to? Yeah, and in that event, it would be switched to a residential tax class, and so keeping it as a non-residential entity in the existing form, it would be within that full lease. If converted to a condominium, I think that's probably accurate, Ms. Williams, but we would be here on a residential appeal in that case.
Go ahead, Mr. Buckley.
Page 18, the very upper left-hand corner, it's got the roll number, and about 4 lines down, it says status, lodging, RFI, not necessary. What does RFI stand for?
So this is a town of Canmore documentation. This is the assessor's record of assessment. RFI is the request for information. And so the municipality says that a request for information is not necessary on this property, and that's because of the nature of the property.
Okay, thank you.
And certainly I'm maybe not the best person to answer that question because it's not our document, it's the municipality's document. So in the event that there's any follow-up questions to that, they may be best directed to the representatives for the town.
Okay, but it was submitted by yourself or your company.
That's fair, I just didn't produce it. So as far as the terminology or the wording that's used, I can only take from what is specifically mentioned on that page.
Page 35, near the bottom under terms, you've got road mark, and then you've got 4 other acronyms, and I presume those are other timeshare entities?
That's correct. Yep.
Thank you.
As to which ones they are, I'm not necessarily certain as to what those acronyms would represent as to where they are.
Thank you. Now some general knowledge questions for myself because I'm not fully conversant on timeshares. So are all the units owned by Worldmark, or are they owned by individual owners?
I believe there's a joint co of which Worldmark manages them, and the people buy into them. To be honest with you, the business model of whether it be a timeshare or not is not really relevant for the purposes of the property valuation. That's certainly not what we're undertaking. It's just that the revenue standpoint will just not be applicable in the sense that there is no, like when someone buys into the timeshare, they're not necessarily paying daily rates like you would have at a conventional hotel. So we aren't able to determine what an average daily rate would be or a RevPAR number unless we're using typical ADRs and the vacancies and occupancies within the property.
So I guess then even if the room is vacant, somebody is not paying for it then. Like it doesn't cost the quote unquote owner for a vacant room.
Well, yeah, there would still be there would still be the fact that there's no occupancy that's going on. There's still a cost to maintain it.
Okay. Another general question. The timeshare situation costs the owners, and how often are those rates adjusted? I presume that could be in that agreement that I didn't look at very closely.
In terms of when rates are adjusted and things like that, like that's part of the internal business operations, and I don't have that information. That would be part of a business appeal, not part of a realty appeal.
Okay. I think that concludes my questions. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Eisert, can you think of a better way this could have been assessed other than as a hotel?
That's what I mean. There's not really a perfect scenario. I mean, an apartment might be one way of looking at it as well on that context. But I think under the circumstances, a hotel is a reasonable way of looking at this.
Okay, thank you.
But like a shopping mall, for example, would not be like it would.
Yes, yes.
if that makes sense, like as an office building, like those type of valuation models.
Right. Okay. Okay. I just wondered because it's one of the points that you bring out at the beginning, and I was wondering because you seem to accept the fact that it is assessed as a hotel, but it's just that the vacancy is inaccurate.
Yeah, and that really. It would have been a lot easier and probably a smoother transition for the purposes of discussing this if the property record that's provided on page 18 was clear, concise, and transparent with respect to what was actually being used in the calculation.
And you didn't think that, the owner didn't think that they could just phone the assessor and ask those questions?
Well, in this particular case, I just assumed it was accurately, like that this was the way it was done. Certainly that there wasn't anything behind the scenes. In most other municipalities, when we receive a record for the purposes of a hotel, it will provide the RevPAR calculation if there is a RevPAR number that's being done, or outlining of to whether or not it's an ADR. So in this case, because it's not listed, it would be assumed that it would be an ADR. And in this case, we've come to understand that through the respondent's disclosure as not being the way that it was done.
Thank you. All right, I think we're good. Mr. Wilagi, is there, do you have any follow-up questions?
No, Madam Chair, I do not have any follow-up questions.
All right, then, thank you. In that case, I think we are good to go on to the next part of the hearing, which is the respondent's presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you, Mr. Iser, for your presentation. I have already introduced myself to the panel members, and Mr. Iser is very familiar with myself, so I will forego any introductions and move right into the overview of my presentation. The overview of my presentation is going to focus on two things. The first thing is the timeshare arrangement within the subject property. We've heard from the complainant that the timeshare arrangement is not really an issue here. We disagree. We think the timeshare arrangement is, in fact, a very critical issue for the board to consider. So we are going to spend a little bit of time around that as I explain why it would be very important for the board to consider the timeshare arrangement on the subject property as it pertains to the information that's been presented by the complainant. And the second is looking at comparable hotels, comparable financials that have been supplied to us by other hotels, other competing and similar hotels in Canmore, to offer ourselves what we would describe a similar range of the assessed RevPAR, to essentially demonstrate to the board that the assessed RevPAR of $110 per room is reasonable. Now, on my page 3, when I'm describing the subject property or components of the assessment, I have highlighted and bolded and underlined the property rights assessed as fee simple. Now, fee simple, for the purposes of assessment, the assessor for all properties has to assess the fee simple interest. Now, what is the fee simple interest? The fee simple interest is absolute ownership. So the owner can occupy, the owner can sell, he can lease, the owner can do what he wants with the property. It's basically ownership without restrictions. Ownership without restrictions. That is how we have to assess this property. So why is that important? It's important to note that for a timeshare property, these restrictions cannot be considered in an assessment. We cannot consider timeshare arrangements in an assessment. And this has been, Madam Chair, members of the board, this has been heard at a Court of Queen's Bench level. It's been appealed to the Court of Appeal, or a similar situation. And it's even been, leave has even been sought at the Supreme Court of Canada level. And what I'd like to introduce, and that's on my page 5, and the decisions go to page 36, is a decision out of St. Albert. Now, I'm not going to obviously read the entire decision, but I want to turn to my page. To my page 14. In the CARB decision, there was a property where the property was restricted through the rents. The rents were essentially capped, and the owner made the argument to the board that because of these restrictions, it impacted the market value of the property and the fee simple interest. Ultimately, the CARB disagreed, and they said these rent restrictions are an ownership, they're a management decision, they should not be considered in a fee simple interest when preparing an assessment. Now, this was appealed to a court of appeal level, Court of Queen's Bench level. The Court of Queen's Bench agreed. Then it was sent to, or leave was sought at a Court of Appeal level. They were denied. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court of Canada, and leave was not granted in this case. Ultimately, the original CARB decision in this case was upheld. And it's very important to note that the CARB decision, again, was to reinforce the fact that these self-restrictions, these ownership management decisions to cap rent did not have an impact on the fee simple estate when preparing the assessment. And why is that important to this particular case? It's important to this particular case because the property is a timeshare arrangement. And the income and expenses, which include occupancy levels, which include the average daily rates, we've heard from Mr. Izard. Ultimately, this property is unique. It's non-conventional. It's non-traditional. Because of its timeshare arrangement, all of the income, all of the expenses, any occupancy levels, any ADRs, any RevPARs, anything coming from this property with respect to the actual performance cannot be considered in assessment purposes, in the preparation of the assessment, because it does not reflect the fee simple interest in the property. Now, because we cannot consider this information in the preparation of a fee simple assessment, we do not send out a request for information. So Mr. Buckley had asked Mr. Izard earlier about the assessment summary where it said, RFI not necessary. That's the reason. We do not send out an RFI to this property because any information that we receive off this property cannot be used in the preparation of the assessment. Cannot be used in the preparation of the assessment. So when we can't use the property's actual income and expense information to form the basis of the assessment, as is pretty standard in hotel valuation. In hotel valuation, typically we would send out an RFI to the property owner. They would disclose their income and expense information. We would ask for 3 years. In those 3 years, we would weight, very similar to how Mr. Izard weighted his occupancy, 50, 30, 20, 50 given to the most recent year, 30 and 20 to the last year. These stabilized figures are then compared to normalized figures from other hotels, and if necessary, adjustments are made at that time. So that is the typical process in hotel valuation, and with respect to the subject property, that process doesn't happen. The main reason, obviously, is because the income and expense information does not reflect the fee simple interest in the property, therefore it can't be used. We do not request it. And in the case of what to do when we can't use the actuals from the subject property, well, we look to the local market. We look at competing hotels. We look at what other properties are achieving by way of their income and expense information. And if we turn to my page, we turn to my page 40, what I'd like to introduce, Madam Chair, members of the board, these are 4 competing hotels in the town of Canmore. I do want to address the elephant in the room. I have redacted a lot of the financial information as to maintain confidentiality because these are public hearings, because the complainant obviously is a competitor in the hotel market. We try to maintain confidentiality, but if the board does want to see these documents unredacted, we have no problem with that, just as long as they're maintained, the confidentiality is maintained. On my page 40, what I'm trying to demonstrate to the board here is exactly how we would stabilize each property or each hotel's RevPAR. So when we see on page 40 the total revenue, what we're doing is we're taking the 2021 total revenue of $529,186. We're applying 50% weighting to that. Taking a look at the 2020 operating year, $583,111 total revenue. We assign 30% to that. 2019, for a total revenue of $980,251, we assigned 20% weighting to that. This calculation is shown to the right under stabilized annual revenue, 50, 30, 20, for a total stabilized revenue of $635,577. Now, why this is important is because we then convert this number, the stabilized annual revenue, into the RevPAR, which ultimately becomes the assessed revenue per available room. So that calculation is shown just below that, $635,577 divided by 360 days, multiplied by the 29 rooms. Obviously, you would apply the 29 rooms times the 365 days first. That gives us a RevPAR of $60.05. And if you turn the page to page 41, you will see in the assessment calculation where I've indicated the stabilized revenue per available room, that figure is found as the assessed rate at 60.05 under the rate. And now the question was asked, the report might not indicate that this particular rate is the RevPAR, but yes, Madam Chair, if the complainant or the owner simply called me for clarification, obviously we'd have no problem explaining exactly how the report formats and comes out for the benefit of the ratepayer. I've made one final comment on my page 41, just indicating the stabilized annual revenue, which is ultimately, or what we would call the effective gross revenue. The two terms are effectively interchangeable. But this is the exact same number, again, found on page 40, $635,577. So this just demonstrates exactly what we do by way of asking for the information, how we have to stabilize it, and ultimately how that information used on a hotel becomes the assessed rate or the assessed RevPAR, in this case, $60.05. Now, Madam Chair, I won't take you through each of the four, but I just wanted to demonstrate one example, but ultimately the same process is undertaken for the next three similar and competing hotels. And I have summed up on my page 48 the stabilized revenue per available room, the stabilized annual occupancy rate of all four of these hotels. As you can see, the stabilized annual occupancy rate of four other hotels, four similar hotels in Canmore, ranges from 45% up to 64.7%. So it's quite a bit higher as a range than what the subjects is leading on to from what his evidence basically says in his disclosure. He's saying that 33.3% or 33.9% is the subject property actual vacancy. Again, we don't think that that's appropriate to use, given that it's not reflective of a fee simple interest situation. When we take a look at 4 traditional hotels, you see that the stabilized annual occupancy ranges from 45.4 up to 64.7, with an average in that 57% range. So quite a bit higher than the figures that Mr. Eisert had mentioned with the subject property. One thing to note about the occupancy levels that I found interesting, and which was the basis of my line of questioning earlier, is that when you take a look at the traditional hotels, the 4 hotels that I've included in here, and specifically, if you're looking on page 40, 42, 44, and 46, what I want to draw attention to is when you take a look at the 3 years, 3 out of 4 of these hotels from 2020 to 2021 saw an increase in the occupancy levels. I'll repeat that. 3 out of 4 hotels from 2020 to 21 experienced an increase in the occupancy levels. So on my page 40, 36% to 46%. On my page 42, 56% to 65%. And on 46, 47%, all the way up to 73%. So these 3 years, because Mr. Eisert has mentioned that, over COVID, this is the reason why the subject property had experienced a significant drop-off. Well, when you take a look at competing hotels in the Canmore market, they're showing the exact opposite. He did a 5-year analysis that said a percentage which I think was higher than the 33%, but then when he said, if you have 3 years, it's actually quite a bit lower. When you look at competing hotels, it's quite the opposite. They're seeing increases. And although we don't know for sure, we do know through Mr. Eisert's evidence that the average days of stay at the subject property was 3.5 days, 3.7 days. I wonder if maybe, as I alluded to earlier, that because timeshare arrangements, maybe they have longer stays than your traditional hotels, which might be 1 day, 2 day, maybe that had a significant impact on the occupancy rates and certainly compressed them below what we're seeing when we're comparing to typical occupancy rates. Lastly, Madam Chair, members of the board, I'll draw your attention again to my page 48. Under the stabilized revenue per available room, the 4 competing hotels had a range between $60 and $178 for RevPAR. Now, I tried to box the subject property in including some inferior hotels and a superior hotel. But what I do feel is that the average RevPAR, average of $108.60, demonstrates to the board that other competing similar hotels are experiencing RevPAR levels similar to what the assessed rate of $110 per room was. With that, Madam Chair, members of the board, I thank you for your time. And our request obviously here today is that we confirm the assessment.
Thank you. All right. Questions from Mr. Eisert?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And just, I mean, for the purposes of the hearing, I'll just refer all questions to the board chair to the respondent. Thank you certainly to the respondent for their presentation. Madam Chair, through yourself, of course, I do have a number of questions for the respondent. If I can turn to page 38 of R1, please.
You said 31?
38, please.
38. Yep. Okay.
Now, under the classification for the subject property, it is coded as a hotel motel average. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and thank you. Now, is there a distinction between the valuation of timeshare properties and hotels in your materials? Maybe I'll ask it a different way. Has the respondent included any other timeshare properties within the town of Canmore that are presently valued, the same as the subject?
Yeah, so all of the information that I've disclosed are traditional hotels.
Okay. So the argument of whether or not this is a timeshare wasn't taken into consideration for the purposes of valuing the subject property as per page 38. Is that correct?
No, not correct. As I mentioned, the fact that the subject property is a timeshare property actually made it so we could not consider any of the actual income. So it's something different than we would typically do with a traditional hotel. So certainly I've made the argument that the fact that this property is a timeshare and under a timeshare arrangement is impactful to the assessment. And the reason being is because we just cannot consider any actual information, income, expenses, occupancy levels, that type of thing.
Okay, so is this the only timeshare within the town of Canmore?
No, I believe there are more, yeah.
Okay, so if there's other timeshare properties within Canmore, wouldn't it have been pertinent to include one of those to illustrate that it was being assessed fairly and equitably with other timeshare-like properties, if that was even a consideration for the purposes of determining valuation?
I believe...
Under 5 sub A, B, and C of MRAT?
Yeah, sure. So let me just clarify. So there are other timeshare properties, however, that operate as traditional hotels, but they're actually condominiumized. So this would be the only one, I believe, that would be a timeshare property that's not condominiumized, that is prepared by way of the income approach consistent with how we would do traditional hotels.
Okay. And so for the purposes of typical market value, the municipality is relying then for the definitions in the regulation with respect to typical mass market appraisal to use hotels as the point of comparison. Is that correct?
Yes, it's been our assertion that to value this property, the best approach is to value it as a traditional hotel, but again, not using the actuals and turning to the local market for similar competing properties and essentially reconciling based on their returns.
Okay, so the RevPAR number, and forgive my foolishness and maybe my lack of experience with respect to property tax appeals. With respect to the $110 a room, can you illustrate for me, please, how that RevPAR number is determined from page 38?
Yeah, sure. So I've included 4 hotels. And
I'm just trying to find, to arrive at a RevPAR number, so revenue per available room, you must start with an ADR or an average daily rate. Is there an indication anywhere in your evidence that would show where the average daily rate comes from that's then used to determine the typical mass market appraisal for the subject?
No, so typically you wouldn't start at an average daily rate. I think in general, when we ask for income and expense information from property owners, they typically will give you the total revenue. So they themselves report it in a manner such that they're starting at the total revenue, or i.e. converted into RevPAR. And so if I go to my page 40, this would be a very common disclosure or response to our RFI. You'll see there that the property owner and/or manager has included the number of rooms, they've included the number of days open, they've included their occupancy rate, but they typically, when they report it, when they report their figures, they typically start on that total revenue line. So yes, we can go back and we can calculate what the average daily rate is, or a stabilized average daily rate, but most property owners, managers with respect to hotels, they typically start at the total revenue, which we would then convert into RevPAR. So it's just the way the industry would report, and for us to convert how the industry submits it to us, we would convert it to ADR only to take off the occupancy and then end up at the same figure. So it's ultimately, you're just bypassing steps that are just redundant.
Sorry, I think with all due respect, I think maybe you're missing my question entirely. I'm not necessarily asking about pages 40, 42, 44, and 46. Because that information is so incredibly heavily redacted, we can't actually identify where they're located, what roll numbers, addresses, or even what brand or type of hotel they are, or how they're comparable to the subject. I guess my question is more specifically to page 38. I'm trying to understand how $110 per night was used as your average RevPAR number, and how you calculated that $110 a night.
Yeah, sure. So that's a reconciled assessed RevPAR. And how we arrive at that is we take a look at all of the hotel information that is reported to us. Of course, we would stabilize everything as I previously demonstrated to the board. And we would reconcile this number based on the weighting of similar hotels in Canmore. So for example, if there were hotels that are less similar, we would provide less weighting. If they're more similar, we'd provide more weighting. The intent of my response here today, Mr. Izard, is just to show that the assessment as prepared and the RevPAR as reconciled and assessed is reasonable. So we're not here to demonstrate all of the steps that go into the preparation of assessment. However, we're just here to demonstrate that the assessed parameters are reasonable.
Yeah, I guess with all due respect, that's not necessarily what the purposes of a hearing are, but with respect to this appeal, certainly there's a duty of fairness, and a duty is certainly a level of understanding for this particular assessment on how the number of 11,706,000 was determined and taxed for the subject property and for this taxpayer within the municipality. What I'm trying to understand is that if the information pursuant to the subject property is irrelevant from the standpoint of the municipality, how was or where does the $110 per night come from? And I would assume that based on what was provided on page 48, the stabilized RevPAR number would be something similar to that would be calculable for the subject. And is that calculation provided anywhere in evidence to determine how 110 was arrived at for our subject property?
Okay, so just for clarification, so this is a market value issue, and a market value issue has a standard of review of reasonableness. Of course, being different than a standard of correction, where it's yes or no. So because this market value issue, the standard of review is reasonableness, what we are trying to demonstrate to the board is that the assessed rates, as prepared, the $110 RevPAR, is reasonable when compared to the similar competing hotels, the occupancy rates and the RevPARs that similar hotels would be performing at. So I disagree with you. I don't believe I'm here to go over the preparation of my mass appraisal process. Again, I am here to demonstrate to the board that the assessment is reasonable.
Okay, and well, I can understand your position. In order to understand the level of reasonableness, a decision must be both clear, intelligible, and transparent, and justifiable, as recently decided in Costa v. Medicine Hat or in Cavendish v. Lethbridge at the Court of Appeal. And so in order to do that, the decision makers must be able to understand where those numbers come from. And so I ask this question, both at trying to understand how the assessment is calculated, and both in the hopes that the decision makers for this panel will also understand where $110 comes from, instead of why was it not $105, why was it not $60 or $78, like those examples provided on page 48. And so is there a calculation, an analysis, a breakdown, a sample set that would illustrate where $110 comes from in your materials?
The $110, the reconciled rate, would come from, as I mentioned, the analysis of hotel information that's provided to us through the RFI process. Are there other hotels, other than the 4 that I have presented here today, that have submitted their information, which we've used in the preparation of the assessment? Of course. Now, why did I only pick 4? We think that these 4 is a limited subset which represents essentially a good representation of the entire information that's provided to the assessor to prepare assessments. Again, standard of reasonableness, we're not here to demonstrate how we do mass appraisal in this short amount of time. We are here to simply demonstrate to the board that the RevPAR that we've assessed is reasonable.
Okay, so, and again, from the data, and I just want to look at what is provided. The only information that is provided is on page 48. And page 48 comes from the heavily redacted materials provided on page 40, 42, 44, and 46. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the addresses for those properties, I'm assuming, are provided where in evidence?
Say that again, sorry?
If I wanted to drive by and inspect one of these properties to determine for the purposes of rebuttal how similar it is to our subject, from the information that's provided on page 40 or 41, is it possible to do that? Would I be able to locate this property in the municipality? So is there an address for this property on page 40?
Yeah. So legislation directs the assessor that he can disclose information that's confidential as long as he is confident that confidentiality will not be breached. Now, because this is an open hearing and we're on YouTube, and because your client is a competitor to this other subset of hotels, I cannot disclose this information to you, and I cannot speak about this openly as to protect the confidentiality of these particular hotels. Now, I have said, and the board is more than, they can certainly ask for it, if they would like me to provide this information, if they need to know which hotels these are, I have no problem providing this information unredacted to the board so they can make a decision here today.
Okay, and maybe, you know what, I will kind of back this up just a little bit here. So I guess, first off, did the municipality make an application under 525.1 of the MGA?
Sorry, say it again?
So you've mentioned the confidentiality and the nature of these hearings being in public, but that's pursuant to section 525.1 applications on whether or not the information should be held in confidence and a portion of the hearing or all of it be heard in private. Is that correct?
I am not aware of any request.
Okay. Well, no, you would be the one making that request. So if you haven't made any request, the information that was subjected and submitted pursuant to section 9 of MRAC.
Yeah, me or my team, I'm not aware of any request.
Okay, so if a request was not made and the rules for the purposes of disclosure of evidence and the treatment of evidence by the board is only bound by what is disclosed under Part 9 of MRAC. Are you familiar with that?
Okay.
And I would point out previously point 8, and Ms. Yakimchuk and I have discussed this at length in prior years, but for the purposes of yourself, Part 9 for the purposes of MRAC, is that correct?
Okay, so, we were okay disclosing our information. We think this is an appropriate way to include confidential information presented to the board. We think it's as transparent as possible. As I mentioned, we can provide it to the board if they want it unredacted. No, we did not make a request to ensure this information is sealed or closed. As I mentioned, legislation directs the assessor. If he doesn't feel that confidentiality is going to be maintained, we would not provide that information. Now, even though I say we want this under a case closed situation where the information is protected confidentiality, when I'm emailing this out to parties, I don't know where, we don't know. Mistakes can happen. We think this is the best way.
Okay, so I appreciate kind of your position there, and I just want to understand that the position that you're taking is to the reasons why this information wasn't disclosed in sufficient detail to allow the complainant to respond or rebut the evidence either at the hearing and the purposes of Section 9(2) sub C of MRAC. Are you basing that, and I suppose that's under Section 301 of the MGA, is that correct?
Look, we think this is just the best option. I understand what you're saying. We think this is the best option for us.
Okay. And so the confidentiality portion that's outlined under 301 specifically states that sections 299 to 300 don't apply under 301.1. Is that correct?
Well, I'll tell you what, Mr. Izard, if a hotel owner right now was listening to me disclose their personal confidential information, I think we would have a bigger problem than the hearing here today. So I think this is the best way to do it. I can understand, you can make your arguments, but I've disclosed it this way. I think this is the best way. It maintains confidentiality. The board is making the decision, sir, not you. If they want to see the information, they certainly can.
And I appreciate, and sorry, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Iser?
Yes.
Okay, we got this line of reasoning. We understand what you're saying. And I think probably it's time to move forward.
Okay, I will make further submissions with respect to legal argument, Madam Chair, on that matter. But I guess getting back to the materials that were presented, on page, and back to my initial questions, pages 40 and 41, for example, and I assume that this will apply to 42, 43, 44, 45, and 46, 47. Is there an address provided on pages 40 or 41 related to the property?
There are no addresses provided on pages 40 to 47.
Okay. Are there any roll numbers to use as another means of trying to identify properties for the purposes of comparison?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, in terms of these properties that are provided on pages 40 and 41, and same with the others, does it provide the average number of stays that each person will have at these hotels?
There's no information indicating the average number of stays. No.
Okay, so how do you know that the average number of stays or nightly stays is not the same as the subject property?
Well, we've all stayed in traditional hotels, Mr. Izard, and I suspect we all know the circumstances of a timeshare agreement. And typically, for a traditional hotel, typically in days, timeshare arrangements may be longer. And that's all I was alluding to.
It's in the municipality of Canmore.
Correct.
Which is a vacation area that people generally visit for the purposes of staying for the weekends and those sort of things. Is that what you're alluding to?
Well, I can tell you that I've stayed here one night before. So it's not
on business for the purposes of attending functions with your client, which is the town of Canmore.
Yeah. So typically traditional hotels, and that's why we have things like average daily rate, right? Typically the measure is in days, right?
Okay. So in terms of the reports that you've included, there is not an average number of stays indicated, despite your argument against the subject property being 3.55 days. We don't know if these properties are greater or less than that figure. Is that fair?
There's nothing stated on pages 40 to 47.
Do we know the number of turns that happen in any of these properties?
The number of...
Is that information provided?
I'm sorry, you got to repeat?
Is the number of turns, how many times the rooms are turned over by different clients, is that provided in your materials anywhere?
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you. So there is nothing conclusive in your evidence that would suggest the purposes of whether or not you're at a timeshare or whether you're not at a vacation hotel, because we don't know, we can't identify if these are hourly hotels or nightly hotels or weekly hotels for the purposes of accommodation, can we?
Well, I think I mentioned earlier that there was only one hotel prepared by way of the income approach that was a timeshare property, and that was the subject.
I'm referring to page 40 to 46.
Yes.
Because we cannot identify from either the name of the property, the address of the property, the roll number of the property, the lack of information that's provided on number of days and stays, it's
Well,
not possible to determine whether or not these are longer term stays, such as a motel format, or whether they're a nightly stay, or somewhere in between. Is that correct?
Well, by the process of elimination, right? If your subject is the only hotel that's prepared by way of the income approach similar to that of a traditional hotel, and it's the only hotel in that grouping that's a timeshare, then everything else is a non-timeshare or traditional hotel. So you're safe to assume that every hotel in my disclosure is a traditional hotel.
That wasn't my question. I just said simply from the information that's provided on pages 40 to 46. Because we can't identify the properties, you can't determine whether or not it's like a motel format where people stay at a week's worth of time, or whether it's a nightly stay. Is that correct?
Well, I tell you, if the board wants to see the unredacted information, they will know, they will see that these are traditional hotels.
If they wanted to see that, it probably should have been.
We've exhausted this line of reasoning. If you want to take it further in another way, Mr. Iser, go ahead. But right now, I think we got the point.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just point out that the respondent keeps referencing to what the board may see as unredacted versions. The respondent had that ability to submit that information under Part 9(2) sub B of MRAC, and frankly, under 10 sub 2 of MRAC, the board can't hear information that wasn't disclosed in accordance with Section 9. So, now, if we turn to page 48, there's a property, hotel number 4, that's identified. That's 32 rooms. That stands out as being roughly $100 more per night for an average daily rate than the remainder of the properties that have been selected. Is it fair to say that that may be considered a luxury hotel relative to the others?
Yeah, typically the performance of a hotel is demonstrated best through its RevPAR. So ultimately, if a hotel is performing better, is a better piece of real estate, typically that's going to be shown in the RevPAR. So if you have a hotel where its revenue per available room is $60 versus a hotel where it's $178, obviously the hotel at $178 is superior than the 60. But as I mentioned, Mr. Iser, in my presentation, the intent of selecting these 4 hotels was to box the subject property. We feel there are properties that are inferior. We feel there's a property that's superior. Looking at these as a grouping, we feel they're a good representation of where the subject property should fit in.
Okay, without a calculation of how that's determined, that's fine. If we turn to page 40, and I just kind of want to walk through the math that works out on page 48. So the stabilized annual occupancy rate, how that works out is 2019 is the oldest year, so it receives a 20% rating, and the middle year, 2020, at 36%, receives 30%, and then the most is provided on the most recent year. Is that correct, for a stabilized of 45.4?
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then when I go to page 48, the average daily rate is applied at 132.26. Is that right?
Correct.
And so then that number is then multiplied by 45.4, or the vacancy, the occupancy within that property, to determine the RevPAR number of $60.05. Is that fairly accurate?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And so each property, assuming for the remainder, each property is then based on not a typical stabilized vacancy, but rather the stabilized vacancy of their individual performance. Is that correct?
Sorry, say that again?
So the stabilized vacancy rate that's being applied, or occupancy rate, sorry, and I apologize for the interchanging of the two, is that occupancy percentage is specific to that location. Is that fair?
Yeah, exactly. So if you take a look at the RevPAR figures, so the stabilized revenue per available room, these figures are ultimately, that's where we start, right? We start at the total revenue. So I've included the ADRs and I've included the occupancy rates, but ultimately we start at the RevPAR number, which, again, it's a product of the ADR, it's a product of the occupancy rate.
Okay, so in assessing hotel number one, the one that we can identify through any means necessary of the disclosure and for the adequacy of response, the ADR at 132.26 multiplied by 45.4% occupancy arrives at a stabilized RevPAR number of $60.05. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. In reverse, as you stated, starting at $60.05 divided by the inverse would then provide you that ADR number, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And the same then could be said for numbers 2, 3, and 4. So they have their own individual inputs for the purposes of the ADR and the occupancy based on their own data, and then the stabilized RevPAR number is a product of that information specific to that location.
That's
Is that
correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So within the town of Canmore, is it fair to say that the municipality has access to more than 4 specific locations for hotels in the municipality?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, I mentioned that earlier. Yep.
Now, there was a question that there was a statement that you made about the occupancy rate, and I would have to bring your attention to page 32 of C1 just for a moment, because maybe I misheard this, but I want to confirm. Are we in agreement that the occupancy rate on the subject property actually increased from 2020 to 21?
You may have heard me incorrect. So in my presentation, I was speaking not to the subject property, but to the comparable properties. So I was leading the evidence on pages, it would be 40, 42, and 46. And so I was pointing the board's attention to operating years 2020 versus 2021, where the occupancy rates had increased year over year. I was comparing that to your disclosure where you were reporting that the subject property was actually decreasing over that time.
Yeah, okay, so I definitely did not mishear you. On page 32, you would agree the occupancy is increasing on the subject property in C1?
It's just at my computer. Can you just tell me the numbers as you see them there?
In 2020, it was 25.6. In 2021, it's 30.5.
My apologies.
Okay. And so that level of increase is the same level of increase largely as the ones that you've included on pages 40 to 46, with the exception of, I believe it was the luxury location or the one that has the $280 a night in their ADR. Is that correct?
Yeah, my apologies. I may have read that wrong when you're presenting it.
Okay. And in fact, you'll notice that on page 44, one of the properties actually declines. So our subject occupancy rate is actually within, on a year-over-year change basis, within what would be considered normal for the other three of the 4.
Yeah, I'd have to do the calculations to confirm. Yeah. So
Okay.
I don't know that answer at this time.
Okay, so the only one that really stands out significantly as being at variance with the other 3, and certainly within the subject property from a change in occupancy, would be the one that's at $280 a night. Is that fair?
Again, I'd have to double check, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay, it just doubled versus going up 20 to 25% on a year-over-year basis. And so the stabilized RevPAR number from the sample set, the only information that has been provided in evidence, is $108.60. Is that correct?
And that's on page 48, so that'd be the average of all 4? Correct.
Yes. And so that would be less than the $110 that's presently applied to our subject. Is that correct?
Slightly lower, yep.
Okay. That would have roughly about $1 million difference in valuation, or $700,000 difference in valuation, showing the typical stabilized RevPAR figure versus what's been applied in the assessment?
Well, it's not typical. I'm saying it's the average of these 4, which when we look at these 4 as a representation of all of the information, we feel it's a good representation. But again, I wouldn't say that this is typical because again, we're weighting all of the information when we prepare the assessment. But we think that this sampling is a good subset. Again, the $108.60, it's an average of the four, and I think it's a good representation of where the subject should fit with respect to the 110 assessed rate.
Sure. So still lower and still resulting in a fairly significant reduction in the assessment, notwithstanding the 110 calculation isn't provided in evidence anywhere.
There's no debate that it's lower. Yes, $108.60 versus $110. I might remind you that the $110, it's a reconciled rate. So again, we're taking a look at information of competing hotels, weighting that information and reconciling at the $110,000. I'll also emphasize to the board that the $108.60 is very, very close to $110. Again, our purpose here is to demonstrate that the assessed rate, the assessment and the assessed rates, as per the parameters, are reasonable. So in short, it's close.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm just checking to see if there's any additional questions that I have. I think most of them have been answered. Oh, actually, sorry, if I can bring your attention back to page 48. Now, the 108.60, was that based on the weighted average, or was that just based on a median rate or an average rate that's being applied to the stabilized figures? Because when you're looking at this, wouldn't you look at based on the number of rooms for total average?
Well, we don't think the number of rooms is as impactful to the comparison as. What I'm saying is, just because a hotel is 29 rooms versus 119 rooms doesn't impact ultimately what it can achieve by way of its revenue. We think averaging these four, again, demonstrates that, yes, there are some inferior, yes, there's a superior. We think this demonstrates or represents the grouping. And again, the average of all four is just a straight average. It's not a weighted average in this case.
Okay, and maybe just and again, when trying to figure out a stabilized amount, you're trying to figure out like on the number of available rooms within the product supply to determine that. So that would be a weighted average though, would it not?
I don't follow you, sir.
Like when you're applying a stabilized RevPAR number, that's a weighted average. 50, 30, 20 based on the number of available rooms. Yes?
I'd have to confirm. I don't have those calculations in front of me, but I'd have to confirm.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that the median rate or the typical rate from your stabilized revenue number is in fact $98 per night, not 108?
It would be slightly lower. Yeah, but typically when you have a lower sample size, the average tends to offer a better reflection of the analysis.
But again, this is your evidence, and the properties that the municipality chose to include. The municipality certainly could have chosen to include 50 plus hotels from the number of hotels that are in Canmore, but it was only these four that were selected for the purposes of this hearing. Is that correct?
All I'm stating is that the statistic of average versus median oftentimes offers a little bit more insight to the material than just a straight median.
Okay. In this case, though, the average is drawn up significantly by the property that's at $278 per night for their average daily rate and has a vacancy rate or an occupancy rate that doubled from 2020 to 2021, much higher than any of the other three properties, which is why it's significantly higher on a stabilized RevPAR number. Is that fair to say that that's bringing up the average?
To be fair, Mr. Eisert, I've also included two inferior at $60.78.46. So one could argue the opposite, that they're bringing that average down. So again, I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to, again, box the subject, and we're trying to present some information here that is reflective of the group to show and demonstrate to the board that the assessment is reasonable.
Okay, and last question, just for the purposes of when you state that you're trying to be fair, ones that are inferior, again, none of that information is before us, and we're not able to actually determine that or make reply or rebut that information as the information's been heavily redacted. Is that fair?
I've said this 17 times. If the board wants to see the unredacted information, as long as they keep it confidential, I have no problem with that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll make certainly legal submissions related to the admissibility of material that hasn't been disclosed and where there has been no application for confidentiality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Buckley, questions?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Ms. Williams, questions?
I noticed on the page 38 of your package, Mr. Waylagi, we're referring to the year built of the subject property 1999. None of the other properties we have age information. Are they, I guess my question is, are they comparable in terms of their age?
So I haven't listed any ages on the comparable properties, again, as to try my best to protect confidentiality. But if the board wants to see the ages of these hotels in addition to the unredacted information, I can also provide that.
Okay, and just one further question. In 3 out of the 4 comparable properties, we have the quality listed as hotels, motels, average. And then the quality of the subject in one of the comparables is hotels, motels, good. What's the difference between those two?
Yeah, typically we would have, I think it's around 3 rates. I'd have to check, or three groupings. But they would typically, what we try to do is stratify groups into the quality of the income stream. So you'll see there that, and of course we've conceded to the fact that the stabilized revenue of hotel number 4 at $178.40 would be superior to the subject property. And yeah, so ultimately that would be in the good classification. The other 3, because there's a bit of a range that would fit into those categories, we've described them as average.
Okay. And so my final question, just on page 39, where we have the highlighted section of RevPAR is an industry term which measures the performance of a hotel and is commonly used to benchmark performance within a hotel/motel's competitive set. I just wonder if you could elaborate what you think is most relevant in determining a hotel or motel's competitive set.
Yeah, so the industry would indicate the RevPAR. So the revenue per available room typically would indicate whether 2 hotels are similarly competing for the same dollar. So for example, if you have a hotel at $80 and you have another hotel at $85, it would be a good indication that these 2 hotels are fairly similar.
Okay, and so on page 48 then, we've obviously got quite a disparity from $60 on at the lowest up to $178 at the highest. What would be the justification for such a wide range in selecting those particular hotels that you've selected as comparable?
Yeah, certainly there'd be a wide range here. As I mentioned previously, we think, we certainly think 2 of these hotels would be maybe slightly inferior to the subject. 1 would be probably not too far off, and of course, hotel number 4 being at 178 would be quite superior. But I've made mention several times that we think that this is a fair grouping, a good representation, where we're trying to box in the subject such that the range and the average would have some meaning to the board. When we take a look at the average, again, we do think it's reasonable with respect to the assessed rate of 110.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. First of all, in terms of, since we're on page 48 right now, which of these properties would you say is the most similar to the subject?
So it's quite simply number 2. You know, because the actual RevPAR is very close to what we would think the reconciled RevPAR of the subject, 117 versus 110, I would have to say hotel 2.
Okay, and it's just based on the RevPAR. It's not based on any other qualities of the.
Well, just because you asked me that question now, right? But again, when we prepare the assessment, we're looking at all the information, we're weighting all the information to reconcile that 110. But because you've asked me here today about my package, Mr. Wayloggy, what would be the most comparable one out of this? It's obviously going to be the one that is closest to what I've reconciled at 110, because obviously that would be in the middle of the range, and of course we feel the reconciled 110 is a reasonable rate.
Sure. How many rooms are there in the subject hotel?
So 119.
Okay. So there aren't any others that have that many rooms on this list anyway?
They range from 26 up to 83, Madam Chair. However, I made the argument earlier that the number of rooms doesn't necessarily impact the RevPAR, such that if you have more rooms and they're of equal quality, you should typically have the same RevPAR.
Sure, I understand that. I'm just thinking in terms of comparability. Sometimes those things do have some effect, but okay, fine. I need to understand how this subject site works, because I'm not getting it. I am fully aware that we're assessing the fee simple property, okay? But we've got something that's really complicated here, and I need to understand how it works. So there is an owner who owns the entire site, right?
Correct.
And they have leased it to individual persons or groups. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I'll have to agree with Mr. Eisert here. I don't know the exact business operations of the timeshare. All we do know that there is a timeshare in place. The specifics on the timeshare, unfortunately, I can't speak to.
Well, I think though I need to know how you made a decision to assess it the way you do.
Sure.
And the only way I can make that decision is to have at least a vague idea of how this works.
Yeah,
so
not a problem. So three years ago, I sent a request for information to the subject property. I was contacted by Mr. Eisert. Mr. Eisert and I had a conversation, and he said, Lance, this property is a timeshare. It's unique. It's different. I know that you want the income and expenses of this information, but unfortunately, what we can provide you is not going to help you. Why? Because the income information doesn't represent this property as a traditional hotel. And I said, okay, well, I'll tell you what. We won't send out the RFI to you anymore because there's no need for you to comply with that. And I think we're both in agreement that to value this property, we would still want to value this as a traditional hotel. So ultimately, if we don't have any actuals on the subject property to consider, we have to turn to the most comparable information, that is traditional hotels to prepare the assessment.
Yeah, I'm not looking for actuals. I get that. I understand what's happening here. I need to know the owner of the property is leasing out these individual rooms, suites, or groups of them. The owner is getting the lease payment, right?
Yeah.
Or is the owner, or is the owner getting part of the daily rentals? I need to know who is getting the daily rentals and what the owner is getting, because it's what the owner is getting that is going to make a difference to the value of this property, because that's the fee simple.
So I suspect through the disclosure of the RFI 3 years ago, where Mr. Iser said there wasn't a lot of income information on this, my best guess to the business operation is that the owner might sell off a timeshare, and so that's what he's getting, right? So he may not see the day-to-day stuff, and then the folks that are buying into these timeshares obviously are using the property, and or they may lease their weeks or their days out, and then in that case, those timeshare owners would get that money.
And yet we have here a property that according to the contract that Mr. Iser was talking about, cannot be turned into a hotel. It can be turned into residential condominiums. Residential condominiums would be taxed entirely differently. So I'm not 100% convinced about the decision between you and clearly Mr. Iser that hotels are the best way to assess, and maybe they are. I'm just not seeing it because there's so many layers to this. Until I mean, the only thing that I can see that you could get an IFR on is what the owner is getting from the leaseholders.
Yeah, so I think the alternate approach from the traditional hotel valuation, we could consider that if, so hypothetically, we have hotels that operate as traditional hotels, but they are condominiumized. And the value of those units, those individual units, are much higher than if we broke it down to a price per unit. So I think the reason why I would favor this approach, Madam Chair, is because it results in a lower value for one, which I think is more defendable than if we did it the other approach, where we're applying maybe a rate per room based on maybe residential condo sales, et cetera, would result in a much higher assessment. So I personally would favor this. I suspect that's maybe why Mr. Iser would also favor it. It does produce a lower value.
Okay, that's fair. Got it. That's fine. Okay. All right. We have 4:45 p.m. here. I know you have a rebuttal, Mr. Iser, and I'd like to do it right now. I'd like to go through it with a reasonable amount of efficiency. We are not scheduled for another day, so let's go for it.
Madam Chair, I did have a follow-up question, though, to Ms. Williams' question, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Obviously, through the board chair to the respondent. The question about the average versus good hotels, and I just want to kind of revisit that question and response related to that last property. So it's fair to say then that the second or the last property is valued differently in the sense that it's as a good hotel, not as a average hotel. Is that fair?
Oh yes, I've conceded to the fact that the $178 RevPAR hotel was superior. I believe we've been down this line of questioning.
And so I know I'm just looking at the assessment components, and I think Ms. Williams kind of touched on this, but when looking at the subject is coded as an average hotel. And so when looking at the other three average hotels that are there, that would change the average rate from a stable, if we remove the one that's in a different category of good hotels, would you agree that the average rate then for stabilized RevPAR is $85.35?
I don't have that calculation. I'll take your word for it. But again, that's not what I'm asserting to the board, and that's not what's in the presentation. I'm explaining to the board that I think this subset of 4 groups, and I've said this ad nauseum, are a good reflection. Some inferior, some superior. Is a good reflection of the subject property. It's an average of $108.60. I think it's reasonable.
And just as a point of clarification, though, the 3 of the properties are considered equal to in how they're coded relative to the subject property.
Well,
it's only the 4th property that is coded separately and treated differently as a good hotel. So a separate stratification of hotel property in the town of Canmore. So when you're saying that, certainly superior to or inferior, they're not inferior, it's actually equal to. They're the same coding of average hotels.
It's the same descriptor, Mr. Izard, yes.
Okay, thank you.
But when you're taking a look at a property group that only has around 25 traditional hotels, and the assessor is stratifying those hotels into, say, 3 groups of properties, certainly there's going to be a range within those properties. So, I mean, if you take a look at what we've described as average, we think that's a reasonable descriptor to put on those 3. But I have conceded to the fact that hotel number 4 is superior. Again, when we look at this as a group, I think this is reasonable.
Thank you. So, okay. And again, just confirming that average rate would change to 85. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anything anyone else wants to say before we go to rebuttal? All right. Let's go to rebuttal, please.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, and I'll try to be brief on this, in C2, we've provided the kind of an updated material based on what the respondent disclosed on how that was calculated. Certainly, we've heard much to do about how this hotel performs. I would note that, again, there's no information on how it performs specifically. And so whether it's, as the respondent stated, the best comparable was number 2, that just happens to be the highest one in the average category. There's certainly ones that are at 60 and 78 as well for their stabilized RevPAR. So looking at a typical market value would be appropriate. And certainly that would be $85 or 78, depending if you're using the median. Now, Madam Chair, on page 9, we've revised our request based on how the respondent has calculated and finally disclosed that information. Now, on page 9 in the summary of testimony, the requested assessed value of $6,649,440 would reflect a typical market or average daily rate from the respondent's own evidence, but would incorporate the subject property's actual market vacancy rate or occupancy rate. Now, this information is something that is tangible, tied to the property that exists. Now, the vacancy rate or occupancy of the subject property can and should be considered in the subject valuation, as this is reflective of the subject's market value. The decisions and position put forward by the respondent would not apply to vacancy and occupancy of the subject property. It is tangible. It's not relating to other property. The vacancy and occupancy rates are subject to the same market forces as any other property in the municipality and are not affected by management decisions any more than any other property, such as what banner it is. Some people prefer to stay at a certain hotel banner. Some stay at a different hotel banner. Those are decisions that are made by management, but that's certainly not how we look at it from the purposes of valuation for hotels. Now, the vacancy and occupancy are subject to the same market forces, et cetera. The subject would prefer to have a high occupancy rate and to generate greater revenue if we could call it revenue. However, due to the market value forces over the prior 3-year period, the subject occupancy and market value have suffered as a result of the lower occupancy levels. This should certainly be considered in the assessment of the subject property. At a minimum, if the subject occupancy rate is considered, even with the other data brought forward by the respondent, taken at face value, the assessment should be reduced to either $9,443,004 based on the median, or $10,228,700 based on the average. It is the position of the ratepayer that the $10,228,700 would still reflect an assessment above what a reasonable person would pay for this property, but this would be the high watermark, quote unquote. At a minimum, a reasonable buyer and seller would apply some weight to the occupancy and vacancy of the subject property. Just like the respondent has applied in all other circumstances, has looked at, here is what the rate is, here is what the stabilized rate is as a result of the actual occupancy and vacancy of the subject of those individual properties. So in looking at this hotel, you could simply look at it as, what is the typical rate in the municipality for this group of hotels, their average daily rate, apply the occupancy percentage to find out what a stabilized ADR or stabilized RevPAR would be. So at a minimum, a reasonable buyer and seller would apply weight to the occupancy and vacancy of the subject. Altus will also demonstrate that the assessment would be $10,043,124, even if using the highest ADR presented by the respondent at $278.15. So if we used the highest daily rate and applied our occupancy rate, you'd still be at $10,040,000 in total value, which, as the respondent has indicated, that particular property is in the good category, or the superior category, if you will. What's happened here is that we've been applied with a stabilized RevPAR at the higher end, not disclosing what the vacancy rate that's being applied in the calculation to determine that RevPAR is by the respondent. Now, in reviewing the respondent's evidence, it becomes clear that if the same approach is taken, a site-specific occupancy rate is applied in the assessment process for all their comparative properties brought forward by the respondent. This is why the revised requested assessment is $6,649,440 is supported and would result in a fair and equitable treatment of the subject property. In reviewing the summary chart brought forward by the respondent on page 48, it is clear why these four comparables were it's unclear why these four comparatives were chosen. From the data set of comparative property that was chosen by the respondent, they have not explained why these four specifically were selected. Again, as pointed out by Ms. Williams, there's no age to determine what it is. That's not certainly something that would be considered confidential. We've also found that there's no addresses, so we can't drive by or take a photo or compare it to the subject property. Nor is there any roll number to cross-reference an address. There is no information or even photos of what the properties would look like. Everything that is provided about the property that is brought forward as comparative property is fully redacted. So, moreover, that information is so heavily redacted that one is not able to adequately respond or rebut the evidence that's been presented and submitted under Section 9 of MRAC, or determine the comparability or admissibility relative to our subject. Why is a RevPAR, and again, we tried to ask this question, is why a RevPAR of 110 was chosen rather than what the typical market data that's produced on page 48 demonstrates a rate between 88 and 108 is certainly unclear from the respondent's evidence. So when you look at, if these four represent the typical market parameters and the respondent doesn't want to use our subject property, well, typical market factors, the same way that you would apply to an owner-occupied building, is you apply what the most prevailing rent is in the municipality for that type of space to an owner-occupied property. Applying the same logic to this, you'd either be at a RevPAR of $88 or 108 if you're using the median or the average. The respondent selected the average, which is the highest figure to illustrate, and it's brought up by the property that is in the good quality. So even if the four comparative properties, which are not verifiable, they're not transparent, nor are they complete, are taken at face value, there is still no support or reason to apply an assessed RevPAR figure at 110, of which the subject is assessed, other than to have the respondent say, trust us, it's fine. The subject assessment has not been applied fairly or equitably within the municipality, and there's certainly no other property in the respondent's evidence that would indicate $110 a square, $110 as a RevPAR is being applied, similar to our subject property. And it could not be considered reasonable based on the evidence that's been provided. So in responding to the respondents' materials, we've taken their materials here, indicated the material or the page with the write-ups, and reference that to page 48 of the respondents' evidence, which is page 13. Now, from that information, again, the respondent has provided those calculations from pages 14 to page 21. Now, I bring the board's attention to page 22. So the summary of the information that's provided shows an average daily rate of 184.16. So if we did a typical market analysis of what should be applied, or something that would at least be rooted in fact, related onto a typical market value component, we would look at the same process of applying. So in the same process as applied to the subject property, using an average daily rate of $184.16 per night to our subject property, with a weighting of 50, 20, or 50, 30, and 20, weighting the actual vacancy rates, like the other properties, the value would then be calculating out at $6,649,440. So while the property does not have rental income, it does have occupancy data to work with, and applying typical market, as outlined in the O'Cheese hospitality decision from the city of Red Deer, we can then apply the specific information from the subject property for the purposes of occupancy rate, which has a weighted average of 33.93 based on the weighting of 50, 30, 20 over the same period of time, which is the same process applied to all other properties as testified by the respondent. So actual income and actual occupancy figures to determine the actual market value. If we don't have the income component, but we do have occupancy components, we can find out what the typical rate is, apply the occupancy to that typical rate to determine what that would calculate out to under typical market conditions for properties similar to that property. And again, therein lies under section 5 sub A, B, and C of MRAT. That is what you would be using. The same way that an owner-occupied property is still applied to rent, is still assessed based on other market factors within the municipality. And so that calculation, Madam Chair, we've just done that here on page 23 for you. So on page 23, I've put in the ADR of 184.16. Now the stabilized 3-year vacancy is 33.93, which is our page 32, which works out to a room rate or RevPAR rate of 62.49, which is an interesting aspect because if we go back to page 22, ironically, it's also within the same range of values that the other hotels are in at, which is number 1. So even with a higher daily rate and our current occupancy, you'd still be at a higher RevPAR number than what's being applied to hotel number 1, which is $60.05. So this isn't reducing it to any level that is unforeseen or below what would be considered typical within the marketplace or even within the group of hotel properties. In fact, it would be within the range that the municipality is applying based on their own data set on page 48. And it's simply just taking the average daily rate that they've indicated, multiplying it by our occupancy rate, and that gets us to 62.49 per night. Revenue per available room. And that works out to a total valuation of $6,649,440. And so that, and to tie it all together, that 3-year weighted comes from page 93, which is the 50, 30, 20 weighting applied to 2021, 2020, and 2019 on the occupancy levels that are applied here. 55% occupancy in 2019, 25.6 in 2020, and then increasing 20% to 30.5% in 2021. And those figures, again, are then provided from 25 to 29. So, Madam Chair, running through the calculation shows that at least there's some level of transparency with how that average daily rate is calculated, and showing that when you apply a stabilized vacancy to arrive at a RevPAR number, we have something that's rooted in fact, rooted in how the respondent has outlined page 48 of the 4 best comparative properties in the municipality from the 50 plus hotels that exist in the municipality. the municipality chose, or the respondent chose those 4 comparative properties. And this is still within that range of outcomes. So then we also looked at, again, the aspect of RevPAR, as outlined by the respondents, page 30, the respondents' materials. Now we took the components, and on page 33, we've overlaid the subject. Now it says Edian, the M, I'm not sure where that went, but it went somewhere. Just not on the page, but it's supposed to say median. So the median rate for the RevPAR is 97.99. So if you look at those properties, and you can see from the table that's been superimposed on the page in blue, on the far right hand side is the stabilized RevPAR. And you can see there that 108.61, that's the number that the respondent relied on, and it's like the highest number they could have selected from all possible calculations that exist. The median, however, which removes any statistical outliers, which is $98, and when calculated on a total RevPAR basis, which is the 184.16 times the stabilized annual occupancy rate, which is actually 52.5, which we've applied in here, is 96.69 or 88.74, which is the median on the daily rate. So if you're looking at the average daily rate and you apply the average, you'd be 184 times 52.5 will give you 96.69. And if you apply the median, you'd get 162.82 with a median occupancy of 54.5 is 88.74. So those numbers should flow through. That should provide you with the stabilizing of all of that information. Now, our subject at 110, when you actually summarize the data that the respondent has provided on page 48, it's really difficult to understand, how we arrived at $110 for the RevPAR figure of the subject. Because the only way we get there, even to these escalated numbers, is the inclusion of number 4, which the respondent has already conceded is of a superior origin to our subject. So when we include the occupancy rate, the industry typical RevPAR calculates out actually at 96.69 or 88.74 based on the average and median respectively. This would be a far more reasonable determination of typical market value or typical market RevPAR based on section 5 sub C of MRAP. The subject is assessed at 110, which doesn't appear to be supported by any calculation, meaning there's no support for the current assessment. And so, as we all know, an arbitrary assessment, which is a number that is not supported based on a calculation or information that would lead someone to a clear, transparent, and justifiable decision on that figure, can't be upheld. We're still unsure how the RevPAR figure of 110 was derived, as the respondent hasn't provided a calculation and refused to provide a further explanation as to how they arrived at it, or the supporting documentation behind it. However, from the information that has been provided, which even based on the respondent's own information would certainly be no higher than 108.61, and more accurately, the information above depicts a rate of 105.16. So if you take the ADR of 184.16, stabilized annualized occupancy of 57.1, the actual RevPAR number based on the sample is 105.16, or the typical RevPAR is 105.16, which again, that would indicate a value of 11,190,190, thereby illustrating that the current assessed value is not supported by the information provided in evidence by the respondent. This is, of course, prior to any review of the only measurable information from the subject property. And we agree with the respondent that there is no income tied to the property as a result of this mixture of the timeshare component, but there is occupancy information. There is information that would relate to occupancy and vacancy for the subject. And so we stabilize that occupancy at 34%, which calculates out to our requested value of $6,649,440. So the following page illustrates that if the value is based on typical market parameters for property similar to this property, and the stabilized annualized occupancy rate for the subject included, and using either the average or the median indicated above, the values for the typical market inputs on an average is 10,288,700. On a median is 9,443,004. No calculation of typical market data supports the current assessed value of 11,700,000. And so those calculations are provided here. So on page 34, if we take the market RevPAR average of 184.16 and we apply 52.50, which is the stabilized occupancy for just the sample the respondent has provided, would be 96.68, or the RevPAR figure, which is 10,288,700. Now, medians typically are considered the better determination of a typical market factor, and so the median rate is 162.82 times the higher occupancy rate for the median of 54.5 gives you a room rate of 88.74 for RevPAR number, and that's 9,443,004. Now, in terms of looking at the subject property, I then, even if we looked at this from the highest possible rate that's being applied. Now, our subject on page 38 is an average hotel. The example that is number 4 is a good hotel, so it's superior, significantly superior, and that it's in a different class than our subject. So if we test the conclusions against that, and we use the average daily rate of 278.75, which is the highest rate of any of them, and we apply our stabilized occupancy to that, we still arrive at a number that is 10,043,000. So again, not showing any support for how we get to that. Either we're using a rate that's too high, or a vacancy or an occupancy rate that's not connected to what would be typical market for the subject. And so again, that calculation is provided on page 41 of 180. And you'll see 278.15 applied at our stabilized occupancy of 33.93 is 94.38 for a RevPAR figure is 10,043,124. Or I believe in this case, the municipality, which is 10,043,100. But Madam Chair, that should be a check that even if we applied the highest level, the highest rate that exists to with our stabilized occupancy, it still doesn't support the figures that have been applied. The only tangible information that you can touch and you can feel and you can measure are the occupancy rates within the subject property. And those occupancy numbers are the same type of occupancy numbers the respondent is applying at 50, 30, 20 weightings to all of the individual hotels within the municipality, as they've alluded to. And so we believe that certainly we should be using that. But in lieu of that, the typical market factors certainly provide out on page 34 and 35, which is if you apply the typical market components from the municipality's own submission, you would still be at either based on an average or a median, depending on the board's preference, at a number that is well below what we are currently talking about from the current assessment. And so, Madam Chair, we've highlighted the passages, but I would note in the O'Cheese hospitality case, the respondent also spoke to confidentiality over the city of Red Deer, spoke about confidentiality and the requirement for confidential information. The respondent has every opportunity in MRAC to submit information pursuant to Section 30 of MRAC, which is an undertaking under Section 525.1 sub 3 of the Act, must be given in the form suitable to the chair prior to the hearing, which is to make an application for confidential information to be sealed or heard in private, which we would then have to sign in order to view the information in confidence. No application was made by the respondent, which means that the information was never confidential. It was that the respondent didn't want to disclose it and is only willing to disclose it if the board views it now. But the problem is that under MRAC, Section 9, at least 14 days before the hearing, the respondent must disclose to the complainant and the Composite Assessment Review Board the documentary evidence, the summary of their testimonial evidence, including a signed witness report for each witness, and any written argument that the respondent intends to present at the hearing in sufficient detail to allow the complainant to respond or rebut the evidence at the hearing. And information that's not disclosed in accordance with that section, as pursuant to the Canada Safeway decision v. Calgary, Section 10, Sub B, any evidence that has not been disclosed in accordance with Section 9 cannot be heard by the panel. And so, Madam Chair, not only was there no application for an undertaking to consider information private, the respondent already made that determination that they would keep information as confidential or redacted as possible so that we would not be able to have the ability to adequately respond or rebut the information that was presented. We can't even look at the year of construction for the property, as pointed out by Ms. Williams. We can't even determine any of those levels of comparability other than whether or not it's an average or good, or how that calculation is determined by the respondent. And so, Madam Chair, in our rebuttal material, we've made reference to that where the board placed effectively no weight on the respondent's materials in those in those hearings at paragraphs 65 related to the RevPAR calculations where it wasn't disclosed, as well as, and again, more to the expense ratios in 75 and 76, and that an application should be considered under 525.1 and Section 30 of MRAC if the respondent actually had concerns about confidentiality. This also came out in South Country Co-op v. City of Medicine Hat, Madam Chair, in the 2021 decision from the CARB there. And what was interesting is that in that case, what we did is we made an application for the board under 9.2 sub B and Section 10 sub 2 of MRAC, or 10B of MRAC, in that the information disclosed wasn't sufficient enough to allow us to respond or rebut the evidence at the hearing in sufficient detail. And that's found on pages 63 and 64. And the board actually had this to say about the natural justice and disclosure and the differences between what an assessment department may do, certainly with respect to providing information not in a hearing, and what is required from a natural justice and procedural fairness standpoint in a hearing. Now, it states, and I'm going to make reference to this because I think this is pretty important, but paragraph 35 on page 65, the CARB finds that there needs to be a balance of fairness within the hearing process. The protection of private, sensitive third-party information must be balanced between the rights of natural justice of the parties within the hearing process. Again, the board is not bound by the respondent's requirements for disclosure. They have to still provide disclosure, and if they choose not to, that's to their own peril. When the respondent relies on private information to make determinations for assessment purposes and then refuses to provide any verifiable evidence, the respondent takes the risk that it will be unable to defend its assessment. The CARB finds the complainant in this hearing, an internationally recognized assessment consulting firm with significant resources, has the ability to obtain information and defend its client with greater ease than a typical complainant might. The practice of the respondent not providing testable evidence to support their conclusions places complainants at significant disadvantage. The respondent says, "Trust me," quote unquote, while stating the complainant is not permitted to use information it has available to it, i.e. the rent roll from the property, or in this case, the occupancy and vacancy rates. This attitude is of expecting deference, while not accepting anything less or anything that dispels their position, does not foster confidence in government as a whole, and if the CARB were to accept that position, all confidence in the hearing process will be lost. The CARB finds the complainant met onus. It provided sufficient information to cast doubt on the assessment, and therefore shifting the evidentiary burden to the respondent. The CARB finds that the regulations are clear regarding disclosure. A Composite Assessment Review Board panel must not hear any evidence that has not been disclosed in accordance with Section 9 in sufficient detail to allow the complainant to respond or rebut the evidence at the hearing. Emphasis was added by the CARB. The CARB finds the respondent failed to disclose evidence in sufficient detail to allow the complainant to respond or rebut the evidence at the hearing. In making this decision, the CARB does not look to the complainant in this hearing, but rather any complainant who could be before the CARB. The CARB considers how a self-represented complainant would be able to defend itself, finding that there is little chance they will be able to locate the information that the complainant before us did. Imagine, if you will, the assessment of your house, and your assessor explained to you that they have 12 similar houses to demonstrate that your assessment is fair, but it refused to identify where those houses are, what they look like, what features and attributes make them comparable. As a self-represented complainant, you speak to your neighbors and you bring forward the information you gathered, only for the assessor to say that you cannot use those because they are the houses next to yours. The CARB finds the respondent's refusal to provide evidence based on the protection of privacy to be unfounded. Madam Chair, I'm certainly sure that you're familiar with the Chevron Canada case from 2018 over the redacted information. This decision's out of Calgary, but again, along similar lines. I don't know if I need to go through that, but again, it states the same thing where effectively, in very quick summary, the RFI information was heavily redacted to not allow any detail related to those materials. Now, in terms of these other decisions, the only ones that I would make reference to and I think the board's well aware, certainly, that from the onus test, this isn't we don't need to prove necessarily what the final value should be or will be, and we don't need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. It's on the balance of probabilities relative to the assessment, and the board weighs the evidence to determine what the best evidence of market value for the subject property should or could be. And that's certainly outlined in the Ross case, Ross v. Edmonton. It's certainly further emphasized in Penny Lane v. Calgary, which is also included here. But I will bring your attention to again, page 95, just highlighting those points. Certainly arbitrary assessments by taxing authorities raise objectively important questions, and notably where the comparables provided by the municipality in that case were dismissed, the board still confirmed the assessment, which would be an issue. And in the other Ross case, bring your attention to page 109. Specifically paragraphs 56, 57, and 59. This came up several times, and the respondent spoke to this, suggesting that the municipality was here to not provide any real insight into how the numbers were provided or why they chose specific locations. At paragraph 56, the city, in this case, the city of Edmonton, argued that the Lear report did not provide sufficient evidence of assessments. There is, of course, the justice states, an enormous information imbalance between a property owner and the municipality in matters of assessment. For example, the city maintained that the appropriate comparable was not the Quesnel Heights area itself, but rather the River Valley zone. That might well be true, but this information is about the city's assessment practices that would not be necessarily known by an assessed person. More importantly, during the course of the hearing before the board, the city took the somewhat strange position that it would not disclose the way in which its assessments of alleged comparatives were measured against the subject property. It is therefore impossible for an assessed person to provide sufficient evidence that an assessment is incorrect.
Okay, I think we kind of got it. You've got a real good group of legal backing here and previous decisions. And
sure, thank you, Madam Chair.
Possibly we can go through that ourselves. Thanks.
Yes, all of the various pages are highlighted. I would just note that some of those other decisions that are included have been referenced before. So I'll leave that certainly for the board, given the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You're done then?
I am done, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from the respondent?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the time, and I think we understand Mr. Izard's rebuttal and his requests throughout the rebuttal and how he came to those. So I don't want to take up any more of the time. We have no further questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the panel?
Not from me, thank you.
And Mr. Buckley? You're still muted, Mr. Buckley.
There we go. No questions from me, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I have no follow-up questions, so I think we can go to argument and summaries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to confirm, because I wasn't here this morning, is it a three-part process or a two-part process with the complainant going last?
You start, and I'll give you a couple of last sentences, but
okay.
I suspect that you probably won't need them, but go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, certainly, I think from a legal argument standpoint, we've kind of covered that. I would certainly emphasize that the respondent claiming information is confidential without actually making an application is certainly worrisome, as they're trying to circumvent the entire idea of procedural fairness, natural justice, and the disclosure rules outlined in MRAC to try and then submit information they wouldn't submit that would allow for fact-checking and or verification at a prior time that would allow us to rebut the information pursuant to the 9.2 sub C guidelines. So that information is certainly concerning, Madam Chair. As it relates to the assessment of this property and to where we are after the totality of the evidence. From the totality of the evidence, and certainly understanding that the municipality's property record is certainly flawed for the purposes of how it's outlined, and then realizing the RevPAR. Again, this is not a scenario that it should be spelled out more clearly in the property record, certainly as it is in many other jurisdictions for hotel valuation. That being said, the respondent's position takes the somewhat unique position of suggesting that there are 4 comparative properties selected for no apparent reason other than they're just 4 that maybe support the assessment. But when you actually analyze the data that's there, they don't. They support a reduction in the assessment between $9.4 and $10 million. And arguably, those numbers likely would be adjusted if you're removing the good value property that is of a different quality standard and assessed differently than the other properties at $278 per door, per night. That being said, Madam Chair, we have provided a detailed account of what is there, and I think the occupancy details that are provided from pages 25 through 27 in C2 illustrate that. That's physical information about the subject property that can be reviewed, and certainly is more information certainly about the subject property than what the respondent has put forward, and certainly testable information about the number of turns. The respondent's argument about the length of the average stay is immaterial to the outcome of these properties because none of that information is even provided in the response documentation for a hotel property. So we don't know whether the length of stay is greater or less than 3.55 days as it is for the subject property. So to speculate about the subject being on the higher end of that without information ever requested or responded to related to the average length of stay is conjecture at best. What we do have is that we have an occupancy rate over the last 3 years, and certainly for the past 5 years, related to the subject property, indicating occupancy and vacancy rates for the subject. And we can calculate what those figures are. And those are summarized on page 24 of C2. And using the respondent's methodology of 50, 30, 20 for a weighting, it's 34% or 33.93 as a 50, 30, 20 breakdown from 2019 to 2021. And using the typical rate, the typical average daily rate within the municipality of $184.16 from the respondent's own evidence, that still leaves us with page 23, $6,649,440. In the event of an owner-occupied property, we would do the same thing. We would look at the information that exists to determine a what-if scenario based on in this case, an average daily rate, or the average or median rental rate, or the most current or most prevalent rental rate within the municipality. That's how the Safeway and that's how the Save On Foods are assessed in town, which are owner-occupied properties. Finding a like comparison to determine those assessments. In this case, the respondent hasn't provided any analysis for how they even arrived at $110 per night for a RevPAR figure. Page 23 is clear and transparent. We've used the average of 184.16. We've applied our occupancy level at 33.93, stabilized on the 50-30-20, and we come out to a RevPAR number of 62.49, which is right in the range of comparatives 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the stabilized RevPAR figures that range between 60 and 178, I think it is, or 172. And that is 6,649,440. We've also provided the board with the calculations that if you were to look at the average and medians of what those materials are and determining a typical value, that would leave you with pages 34 and 35. Typically, the median is used as it eliminates outliers from consideration. And so that figure would be based on 162.82, a 54.5 stabilized occupancy, and a RevPAR figure of 88.74, and a final value of 9,443,004. Madam Chair, we believe that we've not only met the onus, but there's no verifiable way on how to arrive at the current assessment. And with an arbitrary assessment raises objectively important questions. We'd ask the board to revise the assessment based on the information that's provided here for the subject property and based on the typical market value within the town of Canmore. Thank you very much for the board's patience and time, and to the respondent for their presentation.
Okay, so I'm talking. Now the summary for Mr. Owelagi, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you to Mr. Izard for his presentation here today. I just want to restate the respondent's position with respect to the issues. The complainant has led several requested values, and the basis of all of these requested values has been the subject's occupancy levels. Now, we've been through, in my disclosure, pertinent board decisions and the reasoning as to why we cannot consider, and historically, Mr. Izard and I have agreed on this, why we cannot consider any actual performance measures from the subject property in the subject assessment. This is a timeshare property. In Mr. Izard's own words, it's unique, it's non-conventional or non-traditional, and ultimately, any income, occupancy levels, expenses cannot be used in the preparation of the assessment. If we turn to my page 48 again, I just want to emphasize what other hotels in the town of Canmore, and I know there's been a lot of discussion around the redacted information. Let's not forget that these are actual RFIs. Yes, there's some redacted information, but we can all see that these are actual RFIs submitted from hotel motel owners. We do have the calculations to accompany them to demonstrate that these are, yes, in fact, hotels. Mr. Izard mentioned that if the assessor didn't give away 12 locations of 12 single-family dwellings in comparison to determining whether your house was accurate, with all due respect, Madam Chair, we're not dealing with houses. We are dealing with hotels. This is sensitive financial information, and understandably, there are options with respect to this hearing and the disclosure of this information. But again, we felt that this was the best approach, and certainly we do not want to give these hotel competitors sensitive financial information to the competing properties. What I do want to emphasize on 48, Madam Chair, is the stabilized annual occupancy rates of other hotels in Canmore. When we're talking about the actuals, as Mr. Eisert has put forth, and we've heard numbers of 33.9% occupancy levels, those levels are not even close to what is actually happening with other properties in the marketplace. We see here with the 4 hotels that I've brought forth, 45%, 64, 54, 64, with an average of 57% occupancy. All of the other hotels are indicating much higher occupancy rates. And as I mentioned, all of the requested assessments that Mr. Eisert has brought forth are predicated on the fact that he's using the subject's actual occupancy rate, which again, no information should be used from the subject property in a fee simple assessment. Lastly, Madam Chair, I just want to point out that the standard of review before this board is reasonableness. We're here to demonstrate to the board that the assessment as prepared is reasonable. We have led evidence of 4 comparable hotels. We have demonstrated and calculated those hotels to have an average RevPAR of $108.06, which is within a reasonable range of the subject's assessed figure of 110. I've said it numerous times today. We feel that this grouping of properties certainly would support the assessed rate of 110. Again, Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for your time. We would ask you to confirm the assessment.
Thank you very much. And you get your last words.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The respondent has mentioned this a couple of times about the standard of review is reasonableness. That's a standard of review in a court setting for a leave application under the Vavilov decision. That's not for CARB hearings. The CARB is to make a decision based on the evidence that's before them. So a standard review that he's referring to is for a leave, a judicial review application before the Court of King's Bench, and the whether or not the decision itself was reasonable based on the evidence that was provided. That's not standard of review for a CARB hearing. It's based on the evidence. Again, as noted, if the respondent believes that the information is sensitive, they certainly could have made an application under Section 30 of MRAC and pursuant to Section 525.1 sub 3 of the MGA. One wasn't made, so presumably information was not confidential. If it was and it was pertinent to their case, then they would have done that. They haven't done that, and so therefore, as a result, that's their choice. They've made the decision to not disclose information in its entirety, as outlined in the decisions that I've already referenced, Madam Chair. The respondent has stated that all of the calculations that we've provided are based on the. It appears that we lost one of the panel members.
Mr. Buckley, are you there? Oh, okay. Let's just take, sorry, thank you very much, Andrew. Let's take a 5-minute break. I think Mr. Buckley had to leave for a moment.
We're
Okay,
back online.
I'm sorry, Mr. Iser, we were just having the last few words here. Sorry to.
No problem, Madam Chair. I'll just, like I just checked back, it looked like there was, most of that was missed, so I'm just going to quickly summarize the last few points here. Can everybody hear me okay? Just
Yes, thank you.
okay, perfect. So there's a couple things, and again, just where I was started off with the last word here is just that the respondent makes reference to the standard of review. Again, the standard of review is for judicial applications on CARB decisions, which is reasonableness, as outlined in the Vavilov case from the Supreme Court of Canada. That's not for a decision on the merits related to the evidence that's before us. The board is bound by the evidentiary decision, or the evidentiary decision is based on the evidence that's before us. So, and even if we were looking at reasonableness, it's pretty hard to say that a decision that's based on where the support for the 110 isn't even in evidence, or the calculation for that isn't in evidence. There's no verifiable comparatives provided by the respondent or information about those comparatives on how they are comparable. So making sure that the decision is clear, intelligible, and justifiable as outlined in the Costco v. Medicine Hat decision, as well as in the Cavendish Court of Appeal decision that was just rendered here recently. Lastly, or the last two items is the sensitive information aspect, and we've come up with this a couple of times. The respondent keeps making reference to this, that it's sensitive for other hoteliers and these sort of things. If the information was sensitive and it was important to the respondent's case, they would have made an application under MRAC Section 30, which is pursuant to MGA Section 525.1. No application was made, so the respondent cannot claim that the information was sensitive or confidential because an application would have been made at the outset. And we would have had that portion in private if the board found that it was confidential in nature. So the respondent's suggestion that that information be confidential and not be put forward, and then only to disclose it for the purposes of the hearing, would further suggest that that is, certainly it wasn't confidential to begin with, and should have been disclosed under Section 9.2 sub B of MRAC. And if it wasn't, 10B would suggest that the board can't hear it anyways. Lastly, the respondent made claims that all of the calculations that we provided are based on the subject vacancy. That's not true. In fact, that's not at all accurate. The calculations that we provided in C2 outline when you're looking at the typical ADR and typical vacancy, we come up with the rates or the values on pages 34 and 35 of C2. And when looking at typical, which is typically defined as, I guess typical being typical, defined using the median, that would be, I believe it's page 35. Yes, page 35, which would be $9,443,000. And that's using just the information the respondent used on their page 48. Not including the subject vacancy, that is 54.5% vacancy, using the vacancy within the respondent's own documentation, as summarized on page 33, using the median information that's there. So, Madam Chair, we have provided you a number of calculations on how to review this from a typical market standpoint, either incorporating the ADR, the typical market ADR with the subject occupancy being applied, or in the alternative, using the typical ADR and then the vacancy that's applied. Madam Chair, we would ask that the board reduce the assessment accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you, everybody, for their time and consideration in this matter, and to the respondent for the presentation.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So have both parties felt that they've been heard today and had a fair hearing?
The complainant has, Madam Chair, on behalf of the complainant.
The respondent as well. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board.
Okay. I'll now declare the hearing closed. There will be no further evidence or submission received by the board. And MGA requires that we have a written decision within 30 days, plus 7, of course, for getting it there. So we should have something to you by then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just one thing, just as a point of order. The decisions when rendered, will those be rendered based on property owner or the agency? We just asked that the decisions be rendered as property owner v. Town of Canmore instead of Altus Group v. Town of Canmore, because we're representing the
Sure.
taxpayer. I know that you're familiar with that with respect to
Uh-huh.
how things are done
Yeah.
elsewhere. I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah, I think that Canmore is pretty sophisticated about this stuff, but I will do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Okay, so we've have both of our complainants have left Zoom. So if we just want to wait just a couple of minutes here for our respondent to be able to pack up, and then any further conversation you'd like to have will be a private
Thank you.
conversation. So
Sure. Let
I'll
us
just
know.
let you know in just a minute.